Cycle action for the first time at this year's event. We have free practice coming up, getting underway in just under 5 minutes time. The pit lane will open and I know there'll be no stragglers, everyone itching to get out onto this iconic gear circuit. So you can see it's almost a hive of activity down there. The first garage on the right hand side, as we look at it, you can see Michael Rutter. He'll be getting his lid on in the next minute or two. And we will be out for a free practice session. And there'll be about a 30-minute break, I think it is. And then we will have the one and only qualifying session for this year's Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. We were, of course, supposed to have got this underway 48 hours ago, but the weather has played its hand. And no one is more experienced at Macau than Michael Rutter, down in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, just having his picture taken right now. Speaking to him last night, and he was saying he's never known, in the 30 years he's been coming to Macau, he's never known an event like it. We've had postponement after postponement after postponement. Paul Williams back at Macau again this year, but alongside Michael Rutter there, his teammate in the MGM FHO Batham's team, Craig Neve. Most of the riders have their plans. You'll see many will go out over race distance in this free practice. There's no times will be recorded, but every second is crucial. Even if we had got things underway 2 days ago, it was exactly the same. A lot of the riders are going out on race tyres as well, as we look at Matt Stevenson in the Dappervet Racing team, but there are no qualifiers or whatever. It will be racing tyres from the word go. Michael Rutter there saying, come on, let's go. We have 2.5 minutes before pit lane opens, and they head out as well. Most of the riders on Pirellis or Metzlers. We've got 4 riders, I believe, on Dunlops. One has a set of Michelins with him. We'll come to that as we go through the practice session. The one advantage that they have had, if it is an advantage, is that the road has now been swept by the cars over the last 2 days. However, you don't know. I mean, there were 7 red flags in the Formula Regional session yesterday, which ultimately put this back. There's one of our 3 former winners of the Macau Grand Prix, Erno Costamo from Finland, triumphant in 2022. And Sam West as well, back at Macau, a regular competitor here. But as I was saying, all the dust has been cleared away. However, how greasy the surface is, we are about to find out, or certainly the riders will find out as well. As I was saying, most will go with a race distance fuel load, and the first 2 laps at Macau on a motorbike with a heavy fuel tank, a full fuel tank. It's, the riders will tell you, it's yeah, you'll be holding your breath a lot of the time. It takes a couple of laps for the weight to really come down. And there's our champion, our defending champion, Peter Hickman, looking for win number 5 this year. And has to start as red-hot favourite. And he has,
1 minute.
There's Paul Jordan, who is racing with the Jackson team here in Macau, but Peter Hickman starts as red-hot favourite. However, he has, as his teammate this year, the man who finished second to him at last year's Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix, and that is Davey Todd. There's Julian Trummer just in the shot momentarily. So here we go, folks, 30 seconds until that klaxon sounds. And we will get things underway finally here. So initially I thought we might have had free practice this morning and qualifying at the end of the day, but they are deciding that they're doing it right away here. So free practice followed by a short break, and then it will be qualifying. And the race tomorrow will have a warm-up lap and then a little period of time for the riders to make any adjustments after that warm-up lap tomorrow for the race. lane. You can see the clock is counting down. Here we go, and we've seen the odd rider in the past wait, but they are all going out together. Here we go. At last, we have the sound of superbikes and superstock machines going around Macau. The last big road racing hurrah of the year. And in terms of machinery, we have 3 superbikes out there. Peter Hickman's on a superbike. Michael Rutter is on a superbike. In fact, Michael Rutter is on the same superbike that Josh Brooks rode last year. And the other superbike rider is Rob Hodson on the SMT machine, and it's an ex-Michael Dunlop bike. 2023 Hawk Racing Michael Dunlop machine, which is practically brand new. And the only other one is Erno Costomo, who I think has a superbike chassis and a superstock engine. But everyone else on superstock machinery. There were a few little drops of rain this morning, but we are not expecting anything to fall down. There is the one odd cloud around, but we should have a rain-free morning. But a lot of these riders, even though the times don't count, they will be treating this almost as a qualifying session. In fact, as I mentioned before, they'll be treating it almost as race distance. I know Michael Rutter is planning to go race distance before he comes in. And race distance, of course, is 12 laps. Rob Hodson, he was telling me that he's looking to do 6 or 7 laps, then he will come in. Peter Hickman was fastest in qualifying last year. Ahead of David Todd and Costomo. Peter Hickman coming out of Fisherman's Bend, coming down to the final turn. And it is such a crucial bend, Fisherman's. I mean, every bend is crucial, of course, but get the drive right out of Fisherman's, and it's pretty impossible to be overtaken from that moment on. So here we go, across the line now. They just keep away, just on this right-hand side, the left-hand side of the picture as we look at it. There are a few drains, etc., and the road just bends away, so they like to just try and keep it to the left as much as they can, and then down here. Up to 6th gear, then knock it back to 5th through Mandarin. And this really, through this bend, this right-hand turn here at Mandarin, a lot of the bikes are geared especially for that turn. That's the crucial one. Into Lisboa. You're doing, normally at race speed, they're doing 190 mile an hour plus. They hit the 250 meter mark to brake. Then out of Lisboa, then here at San Francisco. Just at the top here, at full speed, both wheels leave the ground. Just on that little rise that we just saw there, both wheels take off. Very scary. The riders will tell you how scary that is at the top there. So they're going to turn 5 and then round into Maternity. Then they come round to Teddy Yip, which is, I think, where Peter Hickman slid off on his debut in 2014 during practice. Somewhere around there, and then all through this section, 2nd gear through turns 8, 9, 10, 11. It's just in 2nd gear. Then just as they get up to police, it's a nip into 3rd. Then back down into 2nd for Moorish, the right-hand turn. Hickman and Rutter leading the way on the road. But you see they're just avoiding the left-hand side, but you might see them just hook that a little bit more into Donna Maria as they then go down into first gear for Melco, then up into second, into third, into fourth, now into fifth gear. And they'll tell you it's so bumpy along this section and very scaring as all they can see is what looks like a wall with all the black and yellow ahead of them. It just looks like one big wall, like a dead end. So they're doing about 150 plus into that. Then this is the final turn as they start another lap. Second, third, fourth, fifth gear into our bend, back into third. Then fourth, fifth gear as they go across the line. And nip back to fourth if you've been in fifth. Got to watch out for that negative camber as well. Just on that final turn, it really turns in on itself, if that makes sense. We'll talk about a few of the riders in a moment. So far, so good. Everybody behaving themselves, which is good to see. We have 20 riders on the grid this year. 7 of them are newcomers, which is pretty much a third. No one knows this place better than the man leading them around at the moment, Michael Rutter. So yeah, it's Sam Johnson, 54. He's the rider that's on Dunlop tyres. Of course, Michael Rutter on Metzler. Peter Hickman letting another rider go past. Hickman looking, as I said earlier, for win number 5. Rutter's won 9 times at Macau. Ron Haslam's won 6. Peter Hickman's 4. Stuart Easton still the lap record holder as well with 4 wins. And also what he'll be learning right now, because the track can change year upon year. You will get some years when the tyres will be wrecked after just a few laps. Just that little bump there, just where on the stop sign, a little bit of decompression. But yeah, you've got to, some years your tyres will go well as Rob Hodgson goes through and Paul Jordan. And I say there are other times as they come down into the final bend. They'll know now if there are any little damp patches anywhere. There shouldn't be. But also as well with Macau, it's always expanding, always growing. And sometimes with more and more tall buildings going up, parts that used to dry off in the sun don't dry off as quick anymore because the sun can't get to them. It's blocked out by the skyscrapers. So Hickman has come into the pit, which is interesting. He's obviously wants some little adjustment making. They were one of the teams I think were looking to do race distance. Erno Costamo, the flying fin. He was just drifting a little bit out into Fishman's there, and you just saw it just kick up as he studied up. So Erno Costamo. It is a superbike engine. I think I said the other way around before. It is a superbike engine and a stock chassis. He's got, he's going with a Metzler. 1 on the front and a rear 0. Of course, the king of Imatra, and he raced at Froberg this year. Didn't take part in the International Road Racing Championship, but certainly made big steps at the Isle of Man TT. Really, really popular rider. So one of the fair little run-offs there as we're looking from Michael Rutter. So just coming around Donna Maria. Into, and just on the inside here, you'll just see it might just see, not really, just the camera didn't quite catch it. It really drops away on the inside of the Melco hairpin. So again, this is the section really bumpy, flying down towards Fisherman's, the penultimate bend on the corner. But certainly Michael Rutter taking it easy. Again, they just hug that wall. So there is Peter Hickman is in. So there will be an adjustment being made. He won't be having a... Oh, that's what it is. And that's why Michael Rutter was slowed down. There's no sign here. But yeah, there's a few spots of rain. And the red flag is out, my goodness. But that will be because of the conditions. But... And what a wise thing to do. You can just see there on the shield, just the odd little sprinkle. And you can see how shiny that rear is as well. So that is out on, would be a little bit higher up. There is elevation in this course, all through that section that I was talking about before, that is second gear. But it's a little bit higher than down here at pit lane. Let's have a look at that. So a little sprinkle up there, they'll come in. Now, I would expect the clock to have stopped. Ryan Whitehall on bike 361, just pulling over. Just going to try and see if I can find out where that is. So there's Julian Trummer, the Austrian rider, teammate to Paul Jordan this year at Jackson Racing. And it's a shame really, because the riders do not have any wet tyres, and also, as I've mentioned many times over the years, even if they did have wet tyres, Macau is not the place to go riding in the wet. Some talent in that picture right now. 13 race wins between them. Mikey Evans with the Dafabet Racing team as well. Thumbs up, so everyone's quite happy. However, happy with what they've done so far, but... And also it's a shame really, because it wrecks a little bit of a plan to go race distance, see how the bike performs, what they need to do. And that's having that cut short. Again, the clock is still ticking down. Whether, if they do reopen pit lane again, whether we'll get that time back or whether it's eating into it now. It could well be that just because it is free practice, the clock will be ticking. If it's a qualifying session, then things will be different. Sam West, another Macau Grand Prix regular. And I think Sam's one of the few riders that's on Dunlop as well. Paul Jordan with his team boss at Jackson Racing. Almeric Blanc, the Frenchman, Team Gas. As you can see, not much room in these garages. 4 bikes to a garage. And the SMT boss, Robin Croft, just sat down looking on. So it's a shame, really, because they do want to get up to speed quick here at Macau. You know, with some events somewhere, they'll have the luxury of trying things out, etc., but not here. It is crucial to be up to speed as quickly as you can. Look at that. You can see how tight it is for space in these garages. I'm trying to see if we can pick up off the camera microphone. The body language is good anyway. And it's such is the nature of Macau. A lot of them don't use braking markers around the track because it's just a sea of, or a blur of black and yellow. It's just more about a feel and knowing when to hit the brakes. Also, it's a track with very few overtaking opportunities. Into Lisboa is good. You might get through at Mandarin, start and the finish, the last bend. Then after that, it really is just a train all the way around until they come down into the Melco hairpin. Danny Horn with an endless supply of Yorkshire tea here in Macau. But yeah, they rarely use markers apart from Lisboa. One of the most crucial turns on the circuit. It's so bumpy into Lisboa as well. If the rear lifts, you have to let go of the brakes and then kick the brakes back in hard. And normally, you would have seen by now, had the red flag not come out, you would have seen quite a few running on at Lisboa. And that's because they're just seeing how long or how late they can leave it on the brakes going into that turn. And also, just as they come out of Lisboa and then come into San Francisco, they go under the bridge, then up San Francisco Hill. And going up the hill, it's a lot of rear braking, because you have to touch that rear brake to keep the front down, on the superbike especially, just to keep that front down, because as I mentioned about 10 minutes ago, both wheels will be up in the air momentarily. Just looking at the back of Davey Todd, he's on the super stock bike that Peter Hickman rode at this year's TT. The bike actually that finished, as we look at Lauren Hoffman, the bike that Davey Todd is on is the one that Hickman rode to second place at the Isle of Man TT, that Davey Todd won the Superstock race. And the interesting thing as well, a lot of the riders, there's the Metzler one, the same with the Dunlops, but they go with the one on the front and the softer 0 on the rear. But Davey Todd tends to go with a 1 on the rear, which he's done all year. He's got Stuart and Andy with him as well, helping him out. And it's the same Superstock bike, by the way, that Connor Commins rode at Armoy this year. So that's the machine that Davey Todd is on. Jackson boys with Paul Jordan. "40 minutes still on the clock here for this free practice session." Erno Costomo was the fastest in that. Not that it really means too much at this stage. Rob Hodson was second fastest. Michael Rutter was third quickest. Luca Gottardi, the Italian, he was fourth fastest, ahead of Paul Jordan and Peter Hickman. But the good news is everybody got out. Davy Todd, second slowest, if there is such a thing as second slowest. He was 19th fastest over that very limited time we had. And also as well, good to see the newcomers riding sensibly on their first time here at Macau. As you can see there, just a little bit on the inside of the turn was dry, just on the outside was wet. Whether it's going to dry up in time, I'm not going to say anything about that. It's the when it comes to the mullet wars, I think Matt Stevenson just gets the edge over Davy Todd. So let's see who we got around here at the moment. Mikey Evans talking to crew chief Danny Horn at Dafabet. They're running stock machines. Metzler's one on the front, Zero's on the back. Using Maxton suspension, Kit Electronics.
FHO Racing. Michael Rutter is also with the FHO team, chasing an incredible 10th victory around
Six Sam West.
And Craig Neve is back as
on
well
the Motor Hub machine.
FHO Racing
One of the many BMWs that are here at Macau this year. Got the odd Yamaha and Suzuki. But again, it's a field dominated by BMW riders. Julian Trimmer on the Honda CBR. So I'm sorry to report at the moment, at least we've had a little bit of traction on track. But with half an hour, well, just over half an hour to go, unless they're going to get some dryers out on the circuit. But there has not ever been a Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix like this for many, many years. Certainly not since I've been coming here. In the 20 odd plus years, known anything like this. We've seen races put back. Remember in 2012, the race pretty much being run under streetlights. By the time the checkered flag came out, I think the streetlights had come on with due to delays, etc. But generally, this time of year, we don't have conditions such as these. And even in the years when we've had the odd bit of rain, that's it. Over the 4 days of competition, a little shower somewhere, but not to the extent that we've had rain every day. In the few days that I've been here, we've had one day, I think, where we've had no rain. We saw Peter Hickman a moment ago. He's on the Superbike, the same bike that he rode in BSB and the Isle of Man TT this year, and one of 4 riders that I'm aware of who is on Dunlops. There is his crew chief, Darren Jones, talking to Michael Rutter's crew chief, John McAvoy. But Hickman using an MS1 front and an MS0 on the rear, which he always runs soft. And what I will need to find out, and people still don't believe me, But it's incredible as it is. The way his BMW was set up last year, you would see him coming into Lisboa and taking his foot off the peg, and it wasn't for balance. As Mervyn White and other officials have had an inspection on the track, so they'll be letting the riders know what it's like. So we'll try and see if we can pick up anything off the camera microphone. Well, that was a thumb up, unless he was calling them over. Here we go. Go on, cameraman. Get some work. Do some good work here. Let's see if we can find out. Oh, I think what they might be doing is putting them in the car and taking them round. So we will have a further delay. It is Sector 3, which is the area where that is the worst. Now, Sector 3, that is all the way up from maternity through to Teddy Yip, all the way to police. It's all second gear around there. So it is Sector 3. The highest part on the circuit. That's where the elevation is. So Sector 3, so they come down, as they're coming out of pit lane now, it's down through Mandarin, into the tight right hand of the famous Lisboa, then up the hill at San Francisco, and they get to the top of the hill. From there, all the way through, that is where it is wet. Sorry, we don't have anything more exciting to show you right now than these pictures of the riders coming out. I don't know if that was a small dog popping its head out of the window there, or maybe it was Michael Rutter. Just looking from my commentary position here onto the start-finish straight. It does look damp here as well, but windscreen wipers are always a good giveaway as well, aren't they? So down into Mandarin. You see there's no wipers being used. So this is down into Lisboa, and this is what I was talking about before with Peter Hickman. So normally you would see him coming into this right foot off the peg, and not because it's for balance or getting around the corner. It's because the peg, because of where it was positioned, or I should say where everything else was positioned on the bike, heat would go into that peg, it would go up into his boot, and so he would take his foot off the peg just to get some relief, and then his foot would cool down enough that it would start heating up again. A lot of people think that's some sort of ruse, but yeah, that's but now on this year's bike, whether that's still an issue or not, I'm not too sure, but we will find out before the race. I think that could be Horst Seiger that's cheering and talking to Michael and to Peter as well. So an inspection here, this is just on the inside of Lisboa. And Macau, of course, is a circuit that commands respect. And that is exactly why Paul Jordan, Peter Hickman and Michael Rutter are out looking at the moment, but they're going to have a look now further up the road. But Horsager has brought many race fans here from his home country. And when Michael Rutter speaks at Macau, everybody listens. Nine times a race winner here at the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. Good job none of them are too tall or too big to get into the car. As I was saying, yeah, Horsager's brought a delegation here. I know they were at Lisboa yesterday, very disappointed not to see any motorcycle action, as we all were. However, I would imagine that it was he that gave them a little shout. Now then, under the bridge. There, you can just see where the shadow is. And I'll never forget standing there when Michael Rutter went through on the RCV a few years ago. So here you can see now, the camera really levels this out. This is quite steep. It does climb. It climbs and it climbs and it climbs. And as I was saying, on the super bikes, and this is where they'll start hitting the wet part of the road, they have to use the rear brake on the climb up the hill. And then you see that little rise there, both wheels off the ground. And yeah, that is one of the top of San Francisco, the riders will tell you, one of the scariest parts on this track. So going up through turn 5, turn 6 into Maternity. No wiper action on the race control cars. But again, just look at that. It looks like it's dry on the inside. I know I'm pointing at the screen. You can't see me pointing. And it looks a little bit damp there. So we come into Teddy Yip. Turn 8, turn 9. And this is sector 3. This is the part where it was wet. Well, certainly it was wetter than elsewhere. Have we ever known a Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix like this one? No, is the straight answer to that. And they all have just one tyre choice, and that's a slick tyre. Effectively, there you can see again, it looks like little dry bits just on the inside, under trees, etc., where the rain hasn't got to it. I'm not sure about this one, folks. But again, you just see the elevation there. As they come down now, coming round towards the approach down to Melco. Through Moorish. And then into Donna Maria. You see we're still losing a little bit of altitude. Look, and you see there as well where the cars are being parked. You see those horrible, nasty oil and all sorts of liquids that have been dumped on the inside. And that's why we saw a lot of the riders just, when they were coming around, avoiding the areas there, those car parking spaces on the road. And even with a couple of days of car action here as well, you can still see where everyday traffic has dumped stuff onto the surface. You just see that's there, that stop sign there, the compression, especially in the rear. You've got to keep it upright as much as you can on the bike. Otherwise you can get through here a little bit of a tank slapper. The pads really have to be in the right place for braking. And as I mentioned earlier, it's amazing how much of a difference a full tank of petrol makes to the way the bike handles around Macau. But after a couple of laps and it starts losing a little bit of weight, it becomes a lot easier to control. So hopefully we'll have a camera, well, we will have a camera in pit lane. Hopefully we'll be able to pick up anything that's said. But again, this is all valuable time that they're losing. And we are due to have a qualifying session immediately after free practice is over. So we'll have to rely on body language, folks, to begin with, unless we can pick something up. I don't know if you were aware, we were due to have a cyclone hit Macau the other night, 2 nights ago. It hit Hong Kong, it was on its way to Macau. A Typhoon 8 warning was in place, and a Typhoon 8 is effectively no one is allowed out, let alone cars or bikes on racetracks. One of the main men at Metzler Tyres in the picture there, just next to John McAvoy. Just talking to John McAvoy from FHO. Jim Warland, his first ever trip to Macau. So some riders are on Metzlers, some riders are on Pirellis, effectively from the same factory. What's the difference? Well, a Metzler designed for road racing, then out of picture I can just see Paul Jordan and Michael Rutter and Peter Hickman. The cars are not coming back down, they're outside of pit lane. They've now got a little bit of a walk down. They're just coming past my commentary point now. But the Pirelli tyres generally are a World Superbike tyre, if I could say that. And the Metzlers are what you would see on the roads for the Isle of Man TT, the Northwest 200, etc., etc. So as you'd imagine, Paul Jordan, Peter Hickman and Michael Rutter talking amongst themselves. Even if I could lip read, they're too far away, but there'll be about a minute or so by the time they get down to the picture you're looking at the moment. Will it be shakes of heads or whatever? We'll find out in a moment. Interesting when you look over the years how the times have come down. Go back to 1995, Phil McCallan, when they raced 500s around here. He was the fastest in qualifying, 2 minutes 35 seconds, just a shade inside 2 minutes 36. 30 years on, they are now lapping. In fact, who was it 223? I think was the fastest. Well, I don't know if it's an age thing or not, but Michael Rutter seems to have lost a little bit of ground on Peter Hickman and Paul Jordan when whether he's struggling to keep up with the younger boys, I don't know. Yeah, Glenn Irwin, of course. How could I have forgotten Glenn Irwin when he qualified here with that 2:23.0 back in 2017, which I think is still the fastest unofficial lap of Macau. Stuart Easton still holds the lap record. Oh, there we go. There's the... Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. This is a big headache. 20 minutes to go to the end of free practice. But we'll... Again, I'm shutting up just because I want to see if I can hear anything.
Like you say, we will bring you confirmation of that as the clock clicks down here in the free practice session for the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. 20 minutes still to go in this session. And across the road is the boy on it from the start. 4 laps completed for him.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if I can hear anything. Feiho, team principal of the MGM FHO racing team. And there's Mr. Macau talking to Mr. Macau, Patrick and Michael. If anyone can lip read, please get in touch. But yeah, so we were due to have a qualifying session following this, which is still on the schedule. And it could still go ahead.
So let's just go through the leaderboard from the early stages of that session. And Costamo, top of the time, the 2022 Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix winner, ahead of Rob Hodgson. 9 times.
But will the road dry quickly enough? That is the problem here at Macau. And where could they fit it into the schedule? Yeah, that's even though he's got a bit of a green, it's a little bit of a succumbing to the situation. Look there from Peter Hickman. Incredible. And I believe the forecast for the rest of the day is quite good. And the issue we had yesterday as well, the pre-practice session was due to go at the end of yesterday's timetable. However, with so many red flags in the Formula Regional qualifying session, 7 in all, it just meant there was no time left for the bikes to get out. So even if the bikes could get out later today, it could be a similar situation.
Wonderful from body language that we can see it down there in the pits. There wasn't thumbs down.
The race was due to take place but that's been put back to Sunday. Let's have a little bit of nostalgia then. So looking back over the years,
very shortly when we have more information.
as I say, Philip McCallan 2 minutes 35. The time then started coming down. Mike Edwards did a 2:34 in '96. Andy Hoffman, remember Andy Hoffman on the Kawasaki, a 2:32. And then John McGuinness in 2001 on the Honda, the first to go inside 2.5 minutes in qualifying at Macau. John, of course, missing from the lineup again this year. Will we ever see John McGuinness back at Macau? He signed up for the Isle of Man TT next year, so he will be racing once more. And Michael Rutter did a 2:27 on the Ducati back in 2003. And he became the first rider, along with Thomas Hinterreiter, another name from the past, to go inside 2 minutes 27 in qualifying back in 2007. And then Connor Cummins went even faster with a 2:26.5 back in 2008. And then Stuart Easton in 2009 inside 2:26, the first one to go inside 2:26 in 2009. And then incredible in 2010. Stuart Easton and Michael Rutter both inside 2:24 back in 2010. And Rutter did it again in 2011. And that was the fastest until Glenn Irwin on the Ducati in 2017. A shade outside of 2 minutes 23. Just 0.08 of a second off going inside 2 minutes 23 back in 2017. Hickman then did a 2:23.9 the following year. And those have been our fastest qualifying times over the years. So course inspection cars are back out. Peter Hickman won the Grand Prix last year from Davey Todd and David Datza. Datza not here as well this year. Datza was also on the podium in 2022 behind Erno Costomo and Sheridan Marai. And 2019, a bit of a controversial year, that one as well. Rutter taking the win from Peter Hickman with Dave Johnson on the podium. That was a race that was shortened and red flagged. Hickman also won in 2018. Glenn Owen, his solo win at Macau in 2017. Hickman made his debut in 2014. In 2015, he came and he won. In only his second year at this circuit. 2015, he won again in 2016. Stuart Easton, his final appearance, that incredible year in 2014. And of course, we can't forget in 2013, the incredible performance as well by Ian Hutchinson. After everything that he'd gone through, for him to come back and win that year was just, that was one of the miracle rides. One of the great stories that Macau can often bring to motorcycle racing. Rutter was the winner in 2011 and 2012. Stuart Easton with a hat-trick of wins from 2008 to 2009 and 2010. And Steve Plater would not forgive me if I didn't mention the fact that he won in 2006 and 2007. And boy, did he have some battles as well on the track, especially with the likes of John McGuinness. Rutter, 4 wins on the bounce, 2002 to 2005. John McGuinness, just the 1 win at Macau. Phil McGuinness back in 2001. And just the 1 win as well for David Jeffries, the great David Jeffries back in 1999. Rutter with victories in 1998 and 2000. And when we look at 1997, and the last non-Brit before Costomo 2 years ago, Andy Hoffman, winner in 1997, beating McCallan and Higby. McCallan the winner in 1996, his solo victory at Macau. Mike Edwards took the win ahead of McCallan back in 1995. Steve Hislop was the man at Macau in 1993 and 1994, as he had been earlier in 1990. And just a 1 win in 1992 for a certain Carl Fogarty. Didier de Radiguet was the winner in 1991. I'm not going to go back any further, folks. I know I'm stretching this out as best as I can with just under 12 minutes on the clock left. But it seems to be 2 things now. A case of this circuit drying out as quickly as possible, and also no more rain. Listen to those tyres screech. Hopefully in between I will get the opportunity. So I know there's not much going on at the moment, folks, but what I will try and arrange is to go down to pit lane and have a chat with some of the riders before the qualifying session. So if you need to nip out now, put the kettle on, whatever. Maybe we can do a bit of family favourites while we wait. And say hello to Gary Johnson. There's Johnson, another former competitor here at Macau, not here this year. Had that big crash last year in the Czech Republic. And yeah, he and quite a few of his pals watching back home in the UK. And I just had a message from him saying a big shout out to Michael Rutter. Without the practice, he says he thinks Michael Rutter P2 is more than possible at his decomposable age. Wow. So Michael Rutter ahead of Davey Todd. Interesting. Michael Rutter, of course, I think he turns 53 come April next year. Been cutting back on his racing. He was British Superbike Championship runner-up around 20 years ago. Won the same number of Ironman TT races as his father, the former Formula 2 world champion Tony Rutter, sadly no longer with us. I don't know whether these cars are drying out the surface or what, but yeah, look at the oil patches there where the cars have parked. It will, well, normally it would improve. The more rubber that gets put down, especially by the single-seater cars, but it all gets washed away this year with the rain. Hey! Famous for 2 seconds. I know one rider who had to change his plans. He was due to have an operation on Monday and was due to fly out after the race, which was scheduled for today, but it's now been put back to tomorrow. And that's Craig Neve, who had an off at the Isle of Man TT this year. Thought it was just a damaged knee. Returned to racing and then found out later on, and is often the way, but found out that he had picked up a shoulder injury as well. So he'd been riding with an injured shoulder. That needs fixing. Got Mark Harmer alongside him and his dad Andy. They're on the stock superbike. Sorry, the super stock bike that they used from the Isle of Man TT this year. Another on Metzler's. He'll be starting with a 1 on the front and a 0 on the rear. His best result was back in 2019. He got 9th. But he was telling me he has superbike calipers on the rear of the machine. Made his debut in 2018. Yeah, he had that knee injury. Came off at Greba at the Isle of Man. And I don't know if you've ever seen the video when they were trying to clean the wound, and they used live maggots to eat away, which I believe didn't really work. But after the Manx Grand Prix, discovered that he'd almost, well, yeah, really damaged his shoulder, and the surgeon just said, "Flip me, it's a mess." So this is his 3rd time at Macau. He was due to have an operation on Monday. He's now had to change his flights and will fly back on Monday and have the operation at a later date. So the word I'm getting is that it's wet from Lisboa to the pits. The driest part is pit lane, as we can see. I mentioned Gary Johnson there before. I think his best result was a 4th place back in no, he was on the podium, wasn't he? Sorry, Gary. Yeah, you were on the podium back in 2013 alongside Ian Hutchinson and Michael Rutter. Quite a few top 6 positions or finishes to his name. So it's not looking good, folks. That's the unfortunate situation. But as I say, don't go away, because what I will do, I'll go down to pit lane and have a chat with Peter Hickman, Paul Jordan, Michael Rutter. Can't see any spots there. As I say, pit lane, which is sea level, bone dry. But even a circuit that's just under 4 miles in length. Can be just like any others. It can be dry and sunny one place. That personal best lap, 2:41. Obviously, that is this morning. Familiar face to all road racing fans. Getting an autograph from Julian Trummer. Just admiring his tattoos there. They'll be good when they're finished. So I'm going to try and arrange to get down to pit lane and speak with the riders, get a flavour of what's going on. It is one big family. You can see how all the riders and teams are mingling. Cecilia Rutter, daughter of Michael Rutter, on the left of the screen as we look at it. And still waiting, of course, because a decision has to be made on what's going to happen. But one thing that it can't do is just send bikes out on a wet track. It's just not possible. So, but they can't bring the cars forward. That is not an option. So they might as well have the time that they have allocated to let conditions improve. But this is unusual for Macau. Normally every year the roads are dry. Rain at this time of year is highly unusual. Some work in the front brakes. Cars back out again. Sorry for this, folks. Everyone normally would be gearing up for qualifying, but will we get a qualifying session in this morning? It looks okay here, which it is. But from this point on, Lisboa, this climb going up through San Francisco. As I say, the one thing that generally in the past, because of the humidity and the heat, and it's not been as hot this year as it has in previous years, as we now get the checkered flag being waved to signal the end of free practice. At least they've had a lap or two. But whereas now they've built and the construction keeps going on at Macau, and Macau, it will be great when it's finished. They just keep building and building and building. It's never ending, the building in this part of the world. But now, whereas in the past, as I mentioned earlier, the road would dry out quicker. Now the sun and what have you doesn't get to these parts that are in the shade, and they stay damp a little bit longer than they used to. Just trying to get information for you folks to find out what is going on. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Stay with us, even though I'm going to be silent for the next minute or two. I'm going to go down to pit lane, get the latest, get an idea of whether we will have a qualifying session here at Macau. So bear with me, folks. I'll be with you, talking to you hopefully in 2 minutes' time. Peter, you've been out in the car. I believe it's from Lisboa all the way around to here.
Out of turn one, actually.
Really?
Yeah, the driest part is the pit lane and start and finish. As soon as we left out of pit lane, it was wet, not damp. So yeah, really not good. I'm just actually trying to see if I can get back out in another car now, because we've been sat around for 15-20 minutes. Let's go and have another look. They've been sending cars round already. I just heard them go past again then. So, but yeah, it's actually quite wet all the way up until Fisherman's, really. And then it was damp from Fisherman's to the last corner, and then only dry from the last corner to turn one. That's it. So, but yeah, I mean, it actually still looks a bit gloomy up over the top over there. So. Yeah, not good. Okay. Can't write it, can you?
No, you can't.
I mean, Michael Rutter's obviously been here for like over 30 years. He said he's never seen it.
We're going to have a word with him.
Yeah, so, yeah. Hey, so away it goes.
Okay, I'll let you get that car. Okay.
No worries, thanks.
Peter. So that's Peter Hickman. Let's have a wander over to Michael Rutter and have a word with his teammate with the FHO. Years of coming to Macau, you've never known anything like this, have you?
No, or just, you know, I've had a few interviews about it. I've been coming 30 years and, you know, we've had rain and we've missed a session, but I mean, that's been it, you know, but I mean, I think we've missed, I think the whole time we've probably missed non-qualified, no practice, other than like crashes or car crashes.
Yeah.
But weather-wise, never, but we've had like races delayed because of weather, but only I think one or two in the whole 30 years. So, and the problem is it's like real humid. It's not dry. And when you're out there, when you're breathing, it's like I think it'll take a long time to dry, unfortunately.
Track time is crucial anywhere, but even more so at Macau. Why?
It's just, to be honest with you, I'm in a lucky position because I've been here forever, but, you know, for people who are learning, you know, the track's so complicated and there's no real reference point. It's all Armco and it all looks the same, so one corner can catch you out. So, you know, if we had to go and race now, it would be ideal for me, but I mean, for other people, you know, they need lots and lots of laps to familiarise. We like with the surroundings and track surface and things like that. It's changed massively. Lots of new tarmac down in lots of places, which is really wet as well. So you go from a dry part of the circuit, what's been down for, you know, for years, and then they've resurfaced some of it, and the water's sitting on top of it. So yeah, it doesn't seem to be dry. I'm going to go out again in I think it's about 20 minutes and, in the car and have another look, but hopefully it'll be all right. We'll get out as soon as we can.
In the short time you were on the bike, did you learn anything?
No, not really. Yeah, it was brilliant too. I was out with Pete and let Pete go first and watching him, and it was there was flames coming out the back of his bike. It was amazing to see. So yeah.
Yeah. So what's your feeling with this, with the way things are?
It's not looking good at the moment. You know, you can see even in the pit lane, you know, there's a few drops of water where it's been, and it's not drying. It just needs some sunlight on it.
All right.
It's warm, real hot. It's really, really hot, and the track surfaces, but I think it needs sunlight on it.
And also with the new constructions that go up as well, that kind of reduces now, doesn't it? You know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
All right. Keep trying.
Fingers crossed.
Cheers.
I had a quick word with Craig Neve, because Craig, you were due to fly home.
Yeah.
So what's the story?
Story is, yeah, we just needed a little bit of surgery, which was scheduled on my shoulder from the accident at the TT. I didn't actually know I'd fractured my shoulder until I got an X-ray after the Manx Grand Prix. But yes, that's where we are at the minute. So that was the plan on Monday. Obviously, with the race now being tomorrow at the minute.
Which is when you were due to fly?
Well, we was meant to fly tonight, because the race was going to be today, wasn't it? So that's been cancelled. So I'm going back with the boys, everyone else now, but that's going to have to wait another week, you know, for that. But more importantly, is we can do a good job here and get a good finish, hopefully.
Yeah, it's your third year here?
Yeah, so we did 2018 as a newcomer, 2019, and then I've missed the last year because of injury again, and then yeah, we are. So back at it.
Yeah. Because it is a close-knit community racing anyway, but it is really close-knit here at Macau as well.
Oh yeah, it's fantastic. You know, everyone sort of looks after each other. You know, you're like a big group of sort of brothers, aren't you? You know, everyone's here, you know, trying to look after each other, and certainly on the circuit as well. And we can have a good laugh off the circuit as well.
Yeah. Okay. Best of luck. Fingers crossed that you might be worthwhile. That, you know.
Yeah. Let's hope so. Mate. Thanks, Dave. Cheers.
All right. Cheers, Craig. We'll have another little walk along. Jordan, you were out in the car with Michael and with Mervyn and Peter before.
Yeah, it's disappointing really, to be honest. The rain wasn't too bad when we left here, but as the session started getting on up over the up San Francisco Hill, it was getting a lot more worse, you know, so I don't really know what to say. You know, it's disappointing for us, disappointing for everybody else involved. It's a bit of a waiting game at the minute. It's been that kind of year in some respects, hasn't it? Yeah, it's I don't know. It's once you pull a motorbike out of the shed, the cloud seems to follow us. So yeah, hopefully we can get a bit of a turn here in the weather, and you have to do something. You know, I felt that when I was seeing the green light on pit lane there this morning, I was like a kid at Christmas running down the stairs. It was me and Pete were the first out on the track, you know, and I just want to ride my bike. Okay, let's get some positives. What is the magic of Macau? Yeah, it's, you know, you just have to look around. You hear all the crowds will be here tomorrow, you know, watching us boys, and everything is here, you know, and it's just unique in its own way, you know, with the barriers and whatnot. There's only 2 street races in the whole world, and you know, we get to do one of them on motorcycles, which is incredible. Yeah. And also as well, the frustration this morning mirrored the frustration you had last night in not being able to get out. Yeah, sure. You know, he's trying, as you say, you know, he's trying to keep the positives. You know, obviously there's a lot of negatives at the minute with what's going on, but you know, fingers crossed something will come out of it and we can get some racing. Any whispers of a contingency plan going around pit lane at the moment, or just? I don't know. It's like how long's a piece of string? All right, Paul. Fingers crossed that we'll get some action soon, mate. Cheers. Thanks. Okay. Thank you. Go for it. Okay, let's have a word with one of our team principals, Danny Horn. As a team principal, how difficult is it for you this? I mean, it is difficult, but what are the difficulties? It's just been frustrating, a lot of time waiting about, and the rides are hungry to get out. And Matt, obviously, he's been here before, but he's basically a newcomer. He's only done 2 laps, so it's just frustrating. Everyone's tired and wants to get going, but the difficulties are we haven't had the time to get the bike set up. So we've got a good base setting from riders we've had in the past here on the same bikes. But yeah, with Mikey being a new rider for us, and Matt being basically a newcomer, we need the track time to get a good base setting, really. So when you say track time, what is it exactly that you're looking for in terms of, is it the times, or is it the performance of the bike, or is it just everything? A bit of everything, yeah, everything rolls into one, doesn't it? But with Matt, it's basically track time. Just getting used to learning his way around. You can do as many on boards as you want, but until he gets out there with the bikes, and the surface is quite different this year because we've never had rain here properly before. That's the first time in sort of 12 years that I've seen it rain like that. So the grip levels are totally different. So for Mikey, it's getting used to our bikes. He was on a Suzuki before, now he's on our Kawasaki. And yeah, hopefully Mikey will get some times, but Matt just total track time and get used to the bike and the conditions in the track. So how, with all these delays, does that hinder you? What things are hindering you? What, you know, in terms of getting that bike ready? Just time, yeah. Just the guys going out, getting used to the bike and the track conditions. That's all it is, really, yeah, you will have had a plan, yeah, for the session and come in, do a few laps, do this, etc. Yeah, that's the, you know, how does that mess everything up? Literally, just the guys haven't had the time on the bike with these conditions, different conditions, to give us any feedback. So with Matt learning the track, we're not too bothered about feedback on his side. But with Mikey, he's been here before, so he knows what it should feel like. 'Cause he went well last year. So him not being able to go out there and sort of push on really and get a time, we can't really do much to the bike. It's a case of just start with what we've got, this base setting, and send him out. And what do we get there? 3 laps or something. So yeah, a bit of a pickle, really. Officially, that's free practice over. Yeah. Now they'll go into qualifying. Yeah, it's not ideal, is it? It ain't ideal, and you just got to, out here, you've got to kind of just take a deep breath, relax, and just take it as it comes. It is what it is, and make the best of it, really. Is that what it is now? Just take a deep breath and think, okay, this is going to be a Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix, different to any other. Let's just ride around, let's not push it, let's just get everything and come back another day.
Yeah, just make the best of it. You know, the race will be where it'll be. Everyone will go out there and have a good race, whether you're first or last. But yeah, you just got to kind of, like I say, take a deep breath and just think, yeah, it ain't ideal and it ain't going to be probably as good as other years, and maybe lap times won't be as good, but yeah, just make the best of it. We're out here, we could be at home in -2 degrees weather, couldn't we? We're out here and it's warm, we're in t-shirts, so yeah, just enjoy it.
It seems to be breaking through, but again, I can feel a little bit of rain.
Oh, don't say. I was just going to say it felt quite warm.
It could be, yeah, I don't know whether it's just my imagination there.
Yeah, well, nothing had surprised me here this week. You know, we were sunbathing 3 days ago at 30 degrees, and now we're, you know, we come yesterday, it was like a monsoon here, wasn't it? So, yeah, like, just take it as it comes.
Okay, fingers crossed.
Yeah, cheers, mate. All right, thank you.
Cheers, thank you. Yeah, okay.
here at the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix, where unfortunately rain has interrupted play in the free practice session, which has been delayed 48 hours and ran for what, 2 or 3 laps this morning. We're now going into a single qualifying practice session. We were due to have 2 sessions. However, we just have the 1 session now, and it has been delayed the start by 15 minutes. So again, a little bit of time to hope that the track would dry out. Definitely the temperature is picking up now, and the sun is breaking through the clouds. So as long as we don't get any more rain. Again, just interrupting myself because I want to see if I can hear what these guys are saying.
Well, I wouldn't delay it anymore. If you think everywhere's good apart from there, then let's go now.
We all need laps to get around and look at the rest of the track.
Any action on the gear circuit, but the session was delayed, the start by 15 minutes, but they want to go now. And quite rightly too. So 70 minutes for qualifying. And again, you will get many riders, as I said earlier, in free practice. We'll see what the bike will do over 12 laps. Rob Hodgson, as I mentioned earlier, perhaps he was due to come in after 6 laps.
They wanted to go around again and delay another couple of hours. I was like, no, let's just let us go now. If that's the only worst area, let's go. I don't believe them. No, no.
And it won't be. At least in the free facility while then.
Why don't we get
tiptoe around for 2 laps?
Why don't all the riders get together and just say, look, we just ride around all together really slow. Just have a look at ourselves.
So let's see. I don't think Peter Hickman got that lap in the car he was looking for to go round. But the rider's itching to get back on track. Whether or not one of them might just go round on a bike first and let them know, or whether they'll just all go together, just take it easy. But as Danny and everybody else said, we've never known a Macau like this. They did have, in '87, I think it was, something of a typhoon. Maybe a little bit of action here going on. Here we go.
So they want, yeah, we'll say it again. Say it in different languages. Say it in all the languages.
I don't know whether you could say Peter Hickman is an unofficial spokesman, a kind of rider's liaison officer role there, but certainly he is the defending Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix champion. So in terms of commanding respect, he is the man at the moment, you'd have to say.
The top of the hill is the worst bit. They wanted to delay it another 15 minutes. I said, I think we're all better off putting a flag out. Let's all just tiptoe around for the first 10 to 15 minutes. Make the start of the session free practice, not qualifying, so that none of us have to have any pressure at all. And then after a few laps, once we kind of decide, maybe if we're coming in going, yeah, it's dry enough now, they can turn it to qualifying. Or maybe just after the first 20 minutes, it becomes qualifying. I don't know what you all think about that, but I think the more laps we get, the better. Even if we have to tiptoe through a little bit. Everyone think the same? I agree. Well, that's what I've asked for. So.
Is it just like in the last 2 corners, it looks like it's done.
Yeah.
But also bear in mind that they're telling us it's only San Francisco Hill, the top of there that's wet.
It might be.
There's a good chance that there's going to be wet elsewhere, so don't just
like take their word for it and go, mint, yeah, let's go flat out everywhere else. Like literally crawl around the first few laps at least, so you know exactly where the wet is. Because we literally don't. We're just taking their word. None of us have been allowed to go around in a car to see what it's like. They're just saying that. So you've got to go and look for yourself. Don't fucking do anything. Don't take any risks. Don't do anything stupid.
The start of the session should be free practice anyway, so should be. And even if it's not, the end of the session is going to be the better anyway, isn't it? So, yeah, basically get going now. Otherwise, we're just sitting around doing nothing. All right.
That's the best bit of TV we've had so far this week. Riders United. Yeah, common sense. So much common sense there. That's the way to do it, folks. So Peter Hickman and Davey Todd. We heard Peter Hickman talking there, backed up by Davey Todd, just saying that even you get to the top of San Francisco and think, oh, it's dry. So just go round. So what's this sign? I've just heard an announcement. I didn't quite hear what it was. Maybe if we can get a camera on that sign that's being held up. Oh, 3-minute board. That was the 3-minute board. So they are going to go out and they are going to tiptoe around. It actually is quite dramatic. Even though nothing's really happening, you can now feel the drama here at Macau. As I say, it's a circuit that commands respect. It just needs proper common sense applying. You can't go wild, you can't take risks. They can just go around together, take it easy. So the start 5 to 9, that's local time. So just under 2 minutes. So they'll get out, and we're not going to see anything, but we don't need to see anything now, do we? We just want to see bikes going around. I don't want to see anything. We don't want to see anything in terms of fastest times, etc. And I say, and if they all treat it, I mean, officially they can't. I know what Peter was saying there, like 15 minutes, because we talked about this the other day. We said with the sessions thing and say, well, maybe you could have 30 minutes of free practice and then the final 30 minutes of an hour-long session would be timed. But hard to really do. So, but they can't just go out and have a little free practice session. But if they treat it, the first 15 minutes, as free practice, no one pushing it, no one trying to gain an advantage. And also the thing to remember at Macau, if you're on the first 3 rows, even the 4th row, you are still in with a chance of winning on a motorcycle. The cars, different. Motorcycles, you have the opportunity, and we've seen people from row 3, etc., in the past go on to win the race. So as long as you're on those first 3 rows, maybe even the 4th, and I think Josh Brooks was on row 5 last year. Could have been row 4, but I think it might have been row 5, and he went on to finish 4th in his debut year. So this is what we wanted to see, and what we now want to see are bikes going slowly. I never thought I'd find myself saying that, but we want to see them slowly going round. So the official advice is slippery track from turn 5 to turn 7. That's the top of San Francisco to Maternity. That's the end of sector 2. So you can't have 2 better riders to follow around Macau in iffy conditions than Michael Rutter and Peter Hickman. Everyone's going out, and they've just got to listen to what Peter and Davey were saying, especially when you're a newcomer to Macau. There's Craig Neve on his way as well. We'll just hope that that message that Peter, because not every rider was there, of course. And you can see here coming down into Lisboa. Now this is coming up to San Francisco now. So Rutter and Hickman just behind. So pity we couldn't have gone back now just to the camera. Here we are. So yeah, but this is where Right, he's backing off. They're backing off. Looking around, taking it easy. Yeah, flags are out. You'll see these flags between turns 5 and 7. And they have slick tyres on, folks, in tricky conditions. So, tentative. That's the word here, tentative. And once they've got 2 or 3 laps in, and if it isn't good, they'll come in. They'll come in, they won't push it. Of course, they're under pressure to get back out and get some more laps, but not the kind of pressure that they feel that they have to race. So Michael's looking around to see where Peter is. Into Police and into Moorish. Looks good. It looks good. The surface, that is, from the pictures. However, the riders will be the best judges of what condition those surfaces are in. Paul Williams just deciding to sit back. And it doesn't take every rider to be out there right now. So I can tell you who is out. Paul Jordan's gone out. Martin Morris has gone out. Craig Neve has gone out. Michael Rutter has gone out. Marcus Simpson's gone out. Davey Todd has gone out, Rob Hodson, Sam Johnson, Peter Hickman, Julian Trummer, Lauren Hoffman and Ryan Whitehall are all out at the moment. Chris Duncan, Matt Stevenson, Mikey Evans, Luca Gottardi, Erno Costamo, Almeric Blanc, Paul Williams and Sam West are still in the pits at the moment. But there is really, well, I say that, there is really nothing to be gained from them going out. So they're giving it a little bit more lick this time, but of course, through here, this is fine. What a man Michael Rutter has been. What a servant to the Macau Grand Prix he has been over the years. See there how good he was. To make sure that rear doesn't lift coming into Lisboa. We'll just see now how much he backs it up. Just a little wheelie pulling up there. So Michael Rutter is the man to follow at the moment. Certainly a little bit quicker. We're getting pictures from his MGM. Oh yes, 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 yes. You can see from the onboard picture the situation there. Little damp patches here and there, but it certainly dries off quicker, the humidity in this part of the world, than it would do back in the British Isles. But it's Peter Hickman on the MGM FHO Bathams BMW. Of Peter Hickman. So we do have that clock ticking down from 15 minutes. So I'm waiting to get an official confirmation. It looks like they might have just agreed to that 15 minutes. So 15 minutes of free practice. Just trying to see if I can get some more information. So out of the Melco hairpin. Look at that rear wheel shaking about. Words cannot describe how bumpy it is, that section down through there. Most of the track is bumpy, but even more so. Surfing those waves out of the Melco and down here. And the riders will tell you on the last lap, if they've got someone behind them but they get good exit out of Fisherman's, they know the race is theirs. Short turn. And Davey Todd, even as tempting as it may be for him to pass Peter Hickman, his teammate for next season, of course, at FHO Racing, but he will learn so much by following Peter around here at the moment. And even though times are coming up on the screen, ignoring them for the moment. I'm talking of bumps again. Just this approach into this bar. The one thing that they won't have to worry about, of course, is because generally when they've had a qualifying session at the end of the day, and the sun, which we've not really seen this year at Macau, but the sun will hit them straight in the eyes as they go into the turn into Lisboa. But that is not an option this year because the sun is not this, or certain the sun is not coming down that part of the track at this point here. Not an issue for early morning sessions, it is at the end of the day. With the fantastic helmet as well. His daughter Erin is her little handprint is painted on the back of his helmet, her name as well. The Costumo is out. Just Sam West is the only rider that's not showing his out at the moment. Squadron of fighter pilots all sticking close together. And again, I mentioned it a couple of times in those interviews, the camaraderie is always good amongst road races, but especially here at Macau, because they're all working together. The pit garages are all close together. It's not as if they're all scattered around the paddock, so they're in and out of each other's garages throughout the day, or throughout the sessions, etc., all the time, and staying in the same hotels together. So it is a free practice session, just confirmed. It is a free practice session. Cosmo's not lost anything in translation. I love watching Cosmo ride. Really smooth. Had the pleasure of being in Imatra, watching him there where he's the king in his country, back in Finland. So he's gone Metzler's. Got a one on the front and a rear. However, Renault looking to make a little move here into Lisboa. And it's a shame really, because a lot of these riders would normally be, say, testing bits and pieces, but at the moment it's just getting confidence with the track and making sure conditions are good enough to make these bikes work as they should do, at the speeds that they want them to. But again, those lack of adhesion flags are still out through turns 5 to 7. Everybody still out on track. Just Sam West not gone out just yet. Can't explain why. Just behind the Todd on the track. And I would imagine, say I'm still waiting for official confirmation, but I would imagine they'll be straight out for qualifying after this 15-minute free practice. And it's good, really. The officials have been listening to what the riders wanted. The riders have spoken, and the officials have taken on board what they said and have given them these 15 minutes, just being able to ride around without having to push, without the added pressure of trying to get a qualifying time. Again, compression just on those BMWs as they come into Fisherman's. With the Superbike engine in the Superstock chassis behind the Superstock bike of Davey Todd. It's not the Superstock bike that Peter Hickman took to the lap record at the Isle of Man TT a couple of years ago. Here goes Costomo, though. Costomo goes up the inside. Down there. I hope that was my eyes playing tricks on me there. Was there a little bit of smoke coming from the back of Costomo as he went round Mandarin? Just letting Michael Rutter go through. I'd like to go back to see Renault Costomo. It might have been a glitch on the screen, but just as the fin went past Davey Todd, but we'll soon see. Well, cameras may just pick them up as they go around again. Rutter. 7 minutes left on this session. Not even looking at the times on the left-hand side of the screen. A little bit of flames from the MGM FHO Ravens bike. Everything at Macau as well has Michael Rutter. He's been on Kawasaki, he's been on Honda, he's raced Suzuki, he's raced Ducati. And Yamaha and BMW. He's been on BMWs apart from 2018 and 19 when he was on the Honda. He's been on BMWs since 2015. Sam West is, well, he did go out. He is out, so Sam West is out on track now, so a little bit of a delay, but Sam West is now out. Lauren Hoffman just going round Lisboa. And here is Chris Duncan, one of the newcomers, flying the cross of St Andrew for Scotland. All Scottish crew. Chris Duncan here for the first time at Macau on the KD TCC racing bike, the Yamaha R1. So, what's going on here? We have 5 minutes left of this session. Watching bikes coming into pit lane away from your picture right now as we watch this on board from Michael Rutter. Everybody is coming in. Is that a rain situation again? over there, a little bit of a wobble, more really than a slapper, but certainly so bumpy. Michael Rutter looks as if he's going on, so he is continuing. So maybe, I don't know whether that little group, it could have been just with newcomers, etc., all riding round together, which would have made sense. So Davey Todd is in, Peter Hickman is in, Craig Neave is in. And I just wonder, with Michael approaching 53 years of age next year, could this be the last time that we see him on a superbike? Could this be his last ever superbike ride, competitively? Just there, you can just see that crest there. That's where both wheels momentarily leave the surface. There's Michael's crew chief, John McAvoy, standing alongside Craig Neave. And just behind, that's Craig's dad, Andy. As they're just watching Michael to continue to give it some lick. Just keeping that BMW in second gear all the way through. So just look at it, it's just in your line of vision, yellow, black, yellow, black, yellow, black. Get to Police and Moorish. A little bit of runoff there. I don't know whether that's been there in the past, and then down into this sweeping left at Don and Maria. Go off then. See, no gear change second, just then ease off the throttle, come down, knock it down, one for Melko. Into second. Into third, into fourth, fifth, and then knocking it back. And then crucial to get the speed out of the turn. Out of Fishman's second gear, and then third, fourth, fifth. But Will, yeah. Michael Rutter's going for it. But I know they wanted to run pretty much race distance on that bike, start off with a full tank of fuel. And not only is Michael reacquainting himself with the gear circuit, he's learning so much about that bike. It took Josh Brooks to fourth place here at Macau last year. Now then, will he miss his braking mark here? Oh, let's go back to Michael, please. It's as much as we like looking at Davey and Paul. But, oh, so he certainly carried on, did Michael. So sometimes you will see riders overshoot at Lisboa. They're just trying to find how late they can leave the brakes, how well their brakes are working. So it was just at the moment out on track. Oh, in fact, qualifying has begun now. So this is how it works, folks. Qualifying, I was just about to say, because everybody's in apart from Michael Rutter. I think Matt Stevenson, Trummer might still be out there. Duncan might still be out there, but it doesn't matter now. Qualifying has started. Qualifying is underway. Whether this lap will count towards it, I don't think so. In fact, it will be Sam West. Oh, in fact, Ryan Whitehall, on his first appearance at Macau, has just lit a purple on Sector 1. And Matt Stevenson's gone a purple on Sector 3, and Martin Morris has done a purple on Sector 4. So something a little personal for those guys. As Rutter now goes and puts their personal in. Ryan Whitehall, the newcomer on bike 361. Is in the P1 position on the leaderboard. The graphics will come up on the screen soon. But this is Rutter coming in, yeah. So qualifying starts now. So Ryan Whitehall is out, Sam West is out. When I say out, they're out on track. Sam Johnson is out, Matt Stevenson is out, Chris Duncan is out, Martin Morris is out on the track. So qualifying has started. I don't know why they're waiting to go out, why Peter Hickman does not have a helmet on at the moment, and I'm not going to guess either. So there is Sam West on bike number 6, one of the few riders on Dunlops. Oh, red flag. There is a red flag. So what a shame, just as, and it's become really the theme of Macau 2024, just as you think things are about to get going, we get a red flag. Clock has stopped, of course. So they still have that time to use to get to qualify. It wasn't like the free practice session where, as it was free practice, that they continued on.
It's not too bad, is it?
A interrupção com bandeira vermelha nesta que seria a sessão para a 56ª edição do Grande Prémio de Macau.
Julian Trummer, just on our screens. So Ryan Whitehall has made his way back in, so too has Sam Johnson. Sam West is still out on track. Well, you certainly couldn't have scripted this year at Macau. And also, and I don't blame you for thinking it, folks, will we actually have a race this year?
He did, but he passed me into turn 2 and went all the way around, flat out until about the hairpin.
Back in 2012, as I mentioned earlier, we did have, it was pushed back, I think it was Sunday night, and we ended up racing as Martin Morris makes his way back into the pits. We ended up racing, the streetlights came on as the checkered flag was waved, and Michael Rutter won on the SMT machine. So Sam West is still out on track trying to make his way back. There is Julian Trummer. If you follow him on social media, puts up some great content as well. And boy, does he love his motorcycle racing. That's the Scottish boys, Chris Duncan. Looks like it'll be a fuel tank, fuel. Oh my goodness, what, we've had some kind of spillage in pit lane as well. So Chris Duncan will be going out. Very much looking forward to riding at Macau, as they all are, of course. But Chris and his team very enthusiastic about being here at Macau this year. And also, apologies to the car drivers, expecting to have a bit of track time today, but they've hogged it so far, so hopefully you don't mind that the motorcyclists have Macau to themselves for a little bit longer. So Matt Stevenson is in. So all the riders are in. So it's not been something that's happened to one of the riders as Sam West comes in as well, that's happened to the riders out on track. So whether it's an adhesion issue, it could just be, and I think maybe because you saw Peter Hickman giving the hand gesture to saying to end it, and I think that's what they want. What they want is, they've gone out, they've had 2 or 3 laps of free practice. Now they want to get ready for qualifying. They don't want to just go bang into qualifying, unless this is it. I wonder if that's the Costomo thing that I picked up on. But that is the reason for the red flag. There we go. There's liquid down. Hollywood scriptwriters, if you're looking for a dramatic, can't believe it would ever happen type story, Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix 2024, you'll get all the stories that you want. But this is the reason for the red flag. I've not been told that officially, but the gentleman in the light blue shirt, just in the middle of the 3 light blue shirts, is Mervyn White, who is Mr. Northwest 200, of course, and he has a role here at Macau. So yeah, it is oil on track. That is the reason we have the red flag. That's in pit lane. So I'm not going to point any fingers until I know what's going on, but yeah, what a shame. But it's the oil at Lisboa that is the cause for concern here at Macau this year. Anyone like to speculate as to what could go wrong next? So it's not rain, it's oil. I'm just going to go on snow checker, make sure we don't have a snowstorm coming in next. The good thing is, though, that the clock has stopped at 32 minutes 24. Let's see whether that's just the surface colour or whether that is some kind of liquid that we saw the cars just going over there. But this is the section where we did have the lack of adhesion flags out. Well, I'll just say anyone that stayed up back in the UK, where it is around 1:30 in the morning, thank you so much for staying with us, even though there's not much going on. And even more so, those in Finland and Belgium and France and Austria, because there it's 2:30 in the morning. Thank you so much for staying with us. It is absolutely incredible this year. Absolutely incredible. We should have had the race done, the winners garlanded, the champagne popped by now. We haven't even begun qualifying. Well, that's one way to do it. And as I say, and I'll keep saying the phrase, commands respect. This circuit does command respect. And anything that can be done to improve the quality of the surface will be done here at Macau. The temperature's certainly rising as well. It's getting warmer as the day goes on. It's 9:30 in the morning here in Macau. Tomorrow morning we will be back for a warm-up session, followed by a 12-lap race. That's the plan. However, all plans have gone out of the window this week as far as the motorcycles are concerned at Macau. So even though I tell you there'll be a warm-up session and a race tomorrow, don't believe me. We can't believe anything that we've seen this year here. And as patient as you have been at home, so too have the fans who are here. And that will certainly be a packed grandstand for tomorrow's race tomorrow morning. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Just trying to find out some information for you folks as to what is likely to start next. So we need to try and keep you entertained for the moment. Let's see. Okay, here's a little quiz question that we drew up the other day. What do Mike Hailwood, Michael Rutter, and myself, which I can't believe I'm including myself alongside names such as Mike Hailwood and Michael Rutter, have in common that nobody else has in terms of motorcycle racing? You could almost add Terry Reimer onto that as well. So Mike Hailwood, Michael Rutter, and myself. No, I'm going down partridge territory here with this, but please forgive me. It's quite interesting. So I know you can't contact me. So if you've all been thinking, I'll give you a little bit of a clue. It is something to do with television. And it's come to something when I'm having to come up with quiz questions at a motorcycle Grand Prix event to keep things going. Oh, session will resume on a short call, so we're not too far away. So I better hurry this up. So it's something to do with TV, and it's something to do with soap operas. And if you said they've all appeared in the UK TV series Coronation Street, give yourself 2 points. Mike Hailwood is supposedly, or was supposedly, part of a motorcycle gang who appeared, I can't believe we've come to this, who appeared in Coronation Street back in the 1960s. Michael Rutter famously appeared in Coronation Street as a punter playing on the fruit machine in the Rose Return in 2008. And I believe it was the late Paul Bird who arranged that for him. And I appeared in 2010 because they decided to put a big TV screen up in the Rose Return, and they were showing some motorcycle racing, motocross in fact, and I was commentating on the screen. And Terry Reimer, there used to be a picture of Terry Reimer in Kev's garage on the wall. So there you go. Well done if you saw the link between Mike Hailwood, Michael Rutter, myself, and Terry Reimer. I'm sorry, folks, I do apologise. Hopefully we'll have something better to talk about very soon. And I believe it was Erno Costomo, and I think it was, it looked as if he blew just as he went past Davey Todd into Mandarin, and that is, I'm told, that's his oil that has gone down. Not that he did it on purpose, of course. Not that anyone should be thinking any less of Erno Costomo. Really top bloke, really nice guy. Lives for his racing, super talented. Even Peter Hickman couldn't beat him at Imatra a couple of years ago. But there it was. It looked as if there was a puff of smoke from his BMW as he went past Davey Todd into Mandarin, and then unfortunately, really, he's put it down all the way around on the track. Had it blown there, it wouldn't have been so bad. But that is what has caused this delay here at Macau for the Motorcycle Grand Prix. So when the qualifying session begins, again, it's going to be with some trepidation, as the cleanup operation continues here. The track at 23, turn 23, which is the final bend, our bend, which we just saw. And also coming into the pits as well. The riders have to watch themselves as they come into the pits. And with so much resurfacing going on at Macau as well this year, I think it might have been Michael Rutter who said that a lot of the track has been resurfaced since last year. and a lot of it is shiny. It looks shiny. So sometimes it can look wet when it's not wet. It's just a shiny road surface, that dark grey. I can't even give you a time to set your alarm clocks if you wanted a little snooze before we get things back underway again. But again, folks, thank you so much for your patience. I know it's not just the riders who are finding things frustrating. If you're a fan of motorcycle racing or motorsport and you want to see some top-class motorsport action, well, we've just had to put everything on hold. So 9:39, session will get underway in 90 seconds time. So we are a minute and a half away, folks. So if you were just dropping off, if you are watching, because there are, and I keep saying that because all of this field, they're all from Western Europe. So I know that people are watching this all around the world, in Australia, etc., where the time is pretty much the same here. So there you go, a minute to go. And then the clock will start ticking down from 32 minutes 24, which is what we've got left on this session. So yes, what drama are we going to have next here at Macau? Let's hope it will be incident-free from now on for the next 30 minutes or so. So less than half a minute to go until that pit lane reopens to the bikes. No one has put a lap time down so far, so here we go. Peter Hickman. Gloves on and ready to go. There we are. Pit lane has opened. We're about to commence the qualifying session here again. Will this be Peter Hickman's year? If he does manage to get a 5th win at Macau, and some think that maybe he should have been awarded the win back in 2019, but we won't go back to that. But he will then be behind Ron Haslam on 6 wins. He'll be 3rd in the overall list. Michael Rutter still the all-time motorcycle great on 9 wins at Macau. Craig Neve, as you heard as well, riding with a fractured shoulder. So bikes are back on track, but they've got to watch it. It's been cleaned up, but there will be a lot of cement dust around where they've been cleaning up the track. It all depends really. I mean, Erno must have known perhaps where he'd blown. Perhaps, in fact, maybe he didn't realise that what happened. They normally know by, you feel it on the rear wheel. If he had, he would have pulled over. Unless there were just spots of it coming. Who knows? I'm not going to speculate any further on that one. But as it stands, everybody is out on track. We're just waiting for Matt Stevenson and Ryan Whitehall and Michael Rutter to make their way back onto the circuit. Sam Johnson, you just saw on the GSXR 1000. Not too many of them around nowadays. There he is. Number 3, Martin Morris on the Honda CBR. Michael Rutter is coming out to play. It's just Ryan Whitehall we're still waiting for. So 19 bikes on track as things stand at the moment. Also as well, Peter Hickman, if you're wondering why he's not riding the #1 plate, he has the 88 and Michael Rutter has 8. It's considered very lucky numbers. And Faye Hope, the team principal for the MGM FHO team, certainly likes the fact that her boys are riding with those numbers. It could be argued that they have the talent that they don't need luck on their side, but I think every rider will tell you anything that's going is always an advantage. So anyway, we have some other riders. I think Hickman, Evans and Hodson could well be now on their way to posting qualifying times, fingers crossed. We did see it in the Formula Regional race, qualifying yesterday, sorry. Just as it looked as if we were going to get a lap in, someone would crash. So getting an actual qualifying lap time down. We just have to hope as well that the riders are patient, because when you're standing around waiting, you're just biting, chomping at the bit to get out. You just hope that they just hold it back a little bit, don't push too hard. So let's get some qualifying laps down. Everyone's out. Ryan Whitehall is now out on track. Hickman's just done the fastest sector 1. Hodson's done the fastest sector 2. Davey Todd has just taken that sector 1 time from Peter Hickman. So we will have a provisional grid in a couple of minutes' time. So Hickman does the purple in sector 3, 32.8. Paul Jordan has just done the fastest sector 2. Early days, of course, yet. So nothing to get excited about so far as Costomo. Now that's interesting. So Costomo 27.9. So whatever that issue was, they got it sorted pretty quickly. Another purple sector for Peter Hickman on sector 4. That's Police Moorish, Donna Maria into Melco. Here he is on the 5th and final sector. So, in fact, Michael Evans has just put the fastest sector 4 time in. He's gone purple on that one. So P1 is going to be Peter Hickman. So 2 minutes 33.1, which when you consider that McCallan did 2:35.9 back in 1995 as the fastest lap overall in qualifying, that's a pretty good pace. Bob Hodson second, Michael Evans third. But they're the only 3 riders to go past the checkered flag. So too Marcus Simpson. He does a 2 minutes 40, 7 seconds down on Peter Hickman. Tardy goes 4th fastest with a 2:37.1. Summer goes ahead of, in fact, they're all coming through now. So 10th Martin Morris, 9th Sam Johnson. David Todd, 2 minutes 30.1. Costomo, 2 minutes 30.1 as well. Paul Jordan, 2 minutes 30.9. Davey Todd certainly not hanging around. None of them are hanging around, of course, but Davey Todd confident enough to put in a 2 minute 30.1. So it's Todd, Costomo, Jordan, Hickman, Hodson, Neve, Evans, Guattardi. Rutter's been putting in a bit of a pace as well. He's going to pop up, I think, in that top 6 very soon. Here is Michael Rutter. Oh, his Costomo's pulled over again. Now Why has Erno Cosmo pulled over again? He did have that issue with the oil, so I believe. So, oh, right, okay. Overshot. Overshot at Lisboa again, though. You'll see a little bit of that from some other riders as they test their limits on their brakes. It's the one place they can see how hard they can brake, because there's a little bit of runoff at Lisboa. However, with less than 25 minutes on the clock, so Rutter fastest 2:29. He's the first rider to go inside 2.5 minutes. Rutter now tops the leaderboard, 2 minutes 29.2. However, Hickman last year, his time was 2 minutes 24.8. That's still impressive from Rutter on a track which has got dust down on it from the oil from Cosmo's bike. And also, I mean, all the damp has gone now. This is coming down into Lisboa. Peter Hickman just tips it around. Cosmo showing as the fastest on sector 1, but that's no surprise really, because he really did fly into Lisboa. The popular overtaking spot as well, this of course. Opportunities really from this moment on until they get down to the Fisherman's Bend. They just have to stay in order. Davy Todd still holding second place on the leaderboard behind Rutter. Cosmo third fastest, Hickman. In fourth place, Jordan fifth. Good to see the newcomers taking it steady. They're all in the 240s. Perfect. That's what we like to see. Quite so Duncan. And even Matt Stevenson, he was here in 2022, but only managed a couple of laps. So as Danny Horn, the chief principal at Dapperbet Racing, was saying, he is pretty much a newcomer. 32, Luca Gattari, the Italian, who is inside 2 minutes 40. Davy Todd has made his way past, and you will see overtaking, of course, through those sections, through the top part of the gear circuit, because it is a qualifying session. And Davy Todd certainly knows his way around here better than Luca Gattari, though come race day, there'll be little to no overtaking through that section. So we're not expecting Davy Todd really. Oh, he's going to go just inside. He does. 2 minutes 28.5. So Davy Todd takes over top place, pole position. 6/10 of a second just inside Michael Rutter. And he did follow Gattari for a little bit through that section as well, so you know there's a bit more time to be gained. So just looking at Davy Todd now coming down to Lisboa. He's done this in 25.0 seconds. He does this time in 25.5, so he's half a second slower on this occasion coming down from the start-finish into Lisboa. And a couple of bikes just in front of him as well. Hickman is into third place now behind Rutter. So it's a three-way FHO Racing situation at the top of the qualifying leaderboard here at Macau. Cosmo still holding fourth place, Hodson and Jordan on provisional row 2, Trummer, Evans and Hoffman on provisional row 3, Neve, Guattardi and Williams on provisional row 4, Simpson, Stevenson, who's moved up now the order, and Blanc, provisional row 5, West, Whitehall and Morris, provisional row 6. Michael Rutter is on something of a hot pace as well. We should keep an eye on him. So too Peter Hickman. I think 2:24.7 is Michael. No, sorry, 2 minutes 23.7. Back in 2010 on the Ducati was Michael Rutter's fastest ever qualifying time. Oh. So we have a red flag at Macau as Paul Jordan makes his way round. Just as before the red flag came out, Michael Rutter had done a 2 minutes 28.1, just a little bit inside of Davey Todd. Peter Hickman, third fastest so far, but the machines making their way back to pit lane. This session remaining. If you're just joining us here at Macau for the Motorcycle Grand Prix, we are in the qualifying session. We were due to have 2 qualifying sessions here at Macau, but it's been combined into one with everything that's been happening over the last couple of days with the weather here. And the clock has been stopped with just under 90 minutes of the session remaining. So machines making their way back in. Michael Rutter on the MGM FHO Batham's bike in provisional pole as things stand at this moment in time, 2 minutes 28.1. Just under half a second faster than Davey Todd. Chris Duncan, like 119. The fastest time so far at 2:44.1, but Chris Duncan doesn't need to concern himself with 2 minutes 44.1. He just needs to get to know the Macau circuit. Peter Hickman, four-time Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix winner. Teammate to Davey Todd this time at Macau. Darren Jones, crew chief for Peter Hickman, discussing something. Mikey Evans of the Dapper Bet Racing team. 8th fastest so far, the best time of 2:34.1. And the Jackson Racing machine of Paul Jordan, number 2. Quite a few nationalities here at Macau this year on the motorcycle. Again, dominated by Brits, as it pretty much has been since the early days. Finland, Austria, the Isle of Man through Michael Evans and Marcus Simpson. Lauren Hoffman from Belgium, Luca Gottardi from Italy. The Frenchman Almeric Blanc. Hopefully I'm pronouncing your name correctly, Almeric. We do know a bike has crashed. That's what's caused the red flag. Sam West, who eventually did get out in that free practice session, but Sam West, no stranger of course to Macau, down in 16th fastest so far, 2 minutes 42.8.
That's about 2 minutes 28.115. This is 5 laps in the qualifying session. 4/10 of a second ahead of David Hodges, SHO teammate, and it's looking like an SHO BMW sort of a lockout provisionally at the moment. Peter Hickman 6/10 off.
Weather-wise, it's still overcast here at Macau. And even though there's a couple of brollies up, I really don't know why, because there's still no sign of any rain or raindrops coming down. BMW have been dominating the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix, and it's incredible to think back to around 2009, and you can correct me if you want to, but Rico Penskoffer, who is here as a team boss, his Pens team, though not running under the Pens banner this weekend. I certainly remember Rico back on a BMW in 2009. Jeremy Toy on a BMW. Remember Jeremy? Then we had, it was around 2010 when BMW certainly in the road racing world started to make an impact. And it wasn't really until around 2015, the likes of Hickman, Rutter and Jessup. Gary Johnson as well, I remember on a BMW. All of a sudden, since really 2015, BMW has been the bike to be on. I mean, last year they filled all the top positions. And successful, of course, this year in World Superbike. However, on the domestic front in the UK, Yamaha and Honda dominated proceedings, didn't they? So that's where the accident happened. So once this resumes, there'll be a lack of adhesion flag. So once that's cleaned up, this session should be underway. We have no information, of course, on the injured rider. But the grandstands around this circuit will be filling. In fact, they only have 2 grandstands at Macau, one at the start finish and the other is at Lisboa. And if you do come to Macau to watch the racing, then it will be in a grandstand at the start finish or at the grandstand at Lisboa. There are no other spectator areas around the circuit, although of course there are lots of private residences that look out over the track. Incredible as well the way that the event has developed over the years, because I can recall certainly my first few years coming here, stands were fairly empty. But now the Macau motorcycle, or the Macau Grand Prix I should say, has grown in stature amongst the locals and people travelling from all over the world to come and witness this unique event. So my apologies if you've tuned in expecting to see some action at the moment, but understandably everything is on hold at this moment in time here at Macau, where the local time is 5 minutes past 10, so it'll be 2:05 in the morning in the UK, 3:05 across Western Europe, 4:05 across Eastern Europe. And certainly the organisers of the Macau Grand Prix like to involve the locals and youngsters, etc. That even in the lead up to the event, there's all manner of things going on, attractions, etc. They like to make it more than just a motor race. Yeah, you can see again kids in the crowd having a great time, even though there's nothing really happening. There we go, hats off to you, young man. And plenty of big screens as well, as you can tell from them noticing themselves on the telly, and they are certainly getting their screen time right now. But plenty of big screens around the area, the spectators' areas. So, of course, with just 2 spectator areas on this track, they can still watch what's going on elsewhere. And it's incredible how this event has developed in time. From effectively, back in the early days, what was a beach race, from what I understand. Not that I was around to witness that. I think a few spectators have learned if you start waving, even if you're not on screen, a camera will soon pick you up. And I can only apologise really for a lack of information, although I'm just being told now the session will resume on a short call. So I think once we see the marshals having cleaned up that section, then we will be back on track again. Yeah, the riders are being told to stand by to return to business here at Macau. Amazing as well, you think of all those who've been attracted to this event to take part. Roger Bennett, remember Roger Bennett? Lee Pullen, Michael Barnes, Simon Beck. So sadly some of these no longer with us, of course. Tom Oxenreiter, Eric Gomez, David Goodley, Gerhard Lindner, Ray Stringer had a go as well in the late 90s. Chuck Graves. I remember Marcus Barth as well when I first started coming here. He was pretty much on the pace as well. Brian Morrison, Ian Duffus. Thomas Hinterreiter. Guy Martin, of course, who back in the day, didn't he crash twice, I think? And the rule generally was if you crashed at Macau, you weren't invited back. However, as we saw with Peter Hickman, who slid off in 2014, he did come back. But those were really, I think, back in the Mike Trimby days. And Mike Trimby, who we sadly lost last year, so important in what we have in terms of the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix today. Not just all the work he did in the Grand Prix 500 and MotoGP with IRTA for the riders and the teams, but also his involvement here at Macau for many, many years. And still talked about very, very fondly here. You can't come to Macau and not hear the name Trimby mentioned. So here we are, green flag's just been waved, we're open, and we're up and running again. The clock is ticking. Bikes going back on track. 19 minutes, and they're doing 2.5 minutes a lap. And with just 90 minutes to go, you won't see too many, I would imagine, coming in, unless they are really happy with a quick time, which will put them in a good position on the grid for tomorrow morning's race. And we'll be back here around this time tomorrow. There's the first machines. Rutter's out, Todd is out, Hickman is out, Costomo, Hodson and Paul Jordan all making their way into Lisboa. I think that's just Paul Jordan just coming out of Mandarin now. But Rutter, Todd and Hickman together, and Costomo on the road. just coming through sector 2 to sector 3. It did look as if the dust is down at police. So there you go, here through police and into Moorish. Very narrow part of the track, then coming out, that is out of Moorish into Donna Maria. So Rutter fastest so far, followed by Todd, followed by Hickman, followed by Costomo, followed by Hodson, followed by Jordan. But this is an outlap, so therefore we won't get a time for this one popping up. But it will be back on the throttle as they come out of our bend, which is the final turn. It's a really tricky corner as well, really sucks you in. Got to get it turned, but yeah, full gas. And away we go. Number 8, Michael Rutter. Number 2, Paul Jordan. Number 5, Craig Neve. Costomo just disappearing through the bottom of the screen now with Davey Todd just behind him. I've had it confirmed it was Erno Costomo with the oil. Officially confirmed. And here they come. It's fast out of Mandarin. Apex is so far around that second turn at Mandarin. And getting it into Lisboa is so crucial to get that right. To get that cornering right, doing about 190 miles an hour into Lisboa. First gear for Lisboa, second gear, then up San Francisco, just gone third, fourth. Then back at the top, first, second gear. You have to really knock it back. First gear into Maternity, then second gear out, the right-hand turn. So second gear here, just if you listen to the engine notes, the engine tones, you might occasionally get a nick into third. But it is just second gear. Even some go into first for police, some go into keep it in second, but first into Moorish. That's Moorish that Michael Rutter's just coming out of now, and then up into second gear, all the way around Donna Maria. This is second gear, holding second, holding second, holding second, and then down into first. And second, third, fourth, fifth gear. Up to about 150 miles an hour, then knocking it down into second. Crucial you get the drive out, then it's into third, into fourth, into fifth, over 150 miles an hour, then knocking it back a couple of gears into third. There's that exit there, Davey Todd taking it right out to the white line, out to the black and yellow. And he does a 2:26.2. Davey Todd goes fastest. 2:27.9 for Costomo, who is second quickest. Rutter still with a 2:28.1. Hickman with a 2:28.7. Just 13 minutes remaining. Todd, Costomo, Rutter and Hickman. Costomo, the Finnish fly in the British ointment right now. It's Brits filling the top 7 places, apart from Costomo in second. Michael Evans, 9th fastest as well. Lauren Hoffman in 10th position. Rutter having done a purple on sector 1. But again, he might be looking to test those brakes on that MGM FHO Bathens BMW. Although having said that, it looks like he got round there because he'd ended a 28.5 in sector 2, so he certainly hadn't lost any time. That's into Moorish. A little bit of a run off there, and then into Don Maria. So at the moment, Peter Hickman is on row 2 alongside Rob Hodson and Paul Jordan. But he's only 0.6 of a second off Michael Rutter. So Hickman with Costomo for company. Is that Hickman coming in? Yes, it is. Just a little foot out, so something that Peter Hickman is looking to improve on, especially with 11 minutes left. And generally the plan is, as you would see with these guys, that as long as they stay out, then they're happy. They are happy riders with happy bikes. However, if they're coming in after a lap or two, something's not quite right. So, especially here at Macau. So Peter Hickman will feel there is something that can be improved. And it's not been the greatest of seasons, it has to be said, for Peter Hickman, of course. Certainly on the short circuit front. And even really at the Isle of Man TT, wasn't his year, it was Michael Dunlop's year. Costomo and Todd are the ones setting down the markers at the moment. Michael Rutter has also come in to the pits. So again, maybe something that he would like to see maybe changed. Costomo is still out though, and Davey Todd. What a year it's been for Davey Todd, British national champion, national superstock champion, and senior TT winner, of course, at the Isle of Man. And looking to cap what's been a great year by bringing victory to his new team on his debut for them. Ahead of a season of racing British Superbikes next year with the FHO Racing Squad. And of course the Northwest 200, well, not so much the Northwest 200, who knows what's going to happen with that, but certainly the Isle of Man TT. Costomo, winner here in 2022. He put in the fastest sector on sector 2. John McElroy and Graham Ward will be working away on Michael's bike at the moment, making whatever adjustments he's asked of them. So here comes Costomo back out onto Fisherman's and then into our bend. And that's a pretty rapid Davey Todd behind him as well. But Costomo's just put a purple in on sector 4. It's all about Davey Todd and Erno Costomo at the moment. Here goes Costomo across the line now. Fastest 2 minutes 25.8. 2:25.8 ahead of Todd, 2:25.9. A tenth of a second between them. But Erno Costomo, and many say that 2022 was a little bit of not a true year at Macau because it wasn't a full grid, but hey, he was here and he won it. You could say that with any race at anywhere across the world. But Costomo came here in 2022 and he won the Macau Grand Prix. And he wants to show and prove that that was fully deserved. That's impressive from Costomo, 2:25.8. And this young Finn just keeps getting quicker and quicker and quicker. He's already gone inside 2:26.4, which he put in last year. And he did 2:28.2 as his quickest time in qualifying in 2022. So he's just done his fastest ever lap of Macau. Here's Peter Hickman into Lisboa, then under the bridge and up into San Francisco. Of course, it's an outlap for Hickman as things stand at the moment. It'll be an outlap for Rutter as well in a moment, with just 7 minutes remaining. Todd's just done a purple in sector 2. And we are looking at a gap of 3 seconds that Hickman needs to make up on Todd and Costomo. So here he is, just making his way through now. For Costomo, 225.8. Superbike engine, Superstock chassis. Only 4 Superbike engines at Macau this year. Rutter, Hickman, Hodson, and Costomo. Rob Hodson, 5th fastest so far as well. Michael Rutter is back out on track. Paul Jordan has come in, so too has Luca Gottardi. So there goes Davey Todd, and he goes in pole, 225.5. He nudges Costomo off top position, 0.2 of a second ahead of the Finn now, 2 minutes 25.5. So Davey Todd really at home, it seems, with the MGM FHO BMW. And Costomo as well, but Davey Todd. But Hickman is out on track. Hickman's the man that we have to keep an eye on. So 225.5. Last year Hickman did a 224.8. So 224.8. Todd last year did a 225.3. So he's still 0.2 of a second off the time that he achieved in qualifying on the front row last year for the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. But Hickman needs to repeat the feat that he achieved last year if he's going to take pole position. Of course, not that crucial as Rutter is now winding it up and ready to go. Still on the front row as things stand, but can he find that 3 or 4 seconds that he needs to nudge Todd and Costomo off pole position? So Rutter's on his way. But 2 minutes 25.5 from Davey Todd. And with less than 5 minutes on the clock remaining, who knows whether Costomo will be back out, whether Todd, or whether, when I say back out, whether they'll wind it up for one more big hurrah towards the end of this session. They won't really have time. Maybe they're just happy. Again, as long as you are on the first 3 rows at Macau, you are in with a chance of victory. Certainly not the same situation with the cars, however, or generally anyway as a rule. But there is Rutter with somebody just ahead of him. This will be playing against him. Again, just second gear all the way through this section. It looks like Julian Trummer that is the rider just ahead of him. Julian just inside the top 10, well, barely inside the top 10, 7th fastest so far. It's a row 3 start for Trummer as things stand. But Todd and Costomo laying down the gauntlets so far. What do Michael Rutter and Peter Hickman have in terms of a response? Hickman does a 228.2. 3.5 minutes remain. I think Rutter knows the game is up on this lap, but if he can get ahead of Trummer on the exit of Fisherman's, then maybe, perhaps. So here we are down into Melco, nicking it down into first gear. Todd has come in to pit. Pretty sure Costomo will be following suit as well. So there is Trummer, and there is Rutter. Trummer taking it right out to the wall. But Michael might just fancy taking a punt past Trummer on the run down to Lisboa as they come round. So here we go, keeping an eye on Michael Rutter at the moment. Peter Hickman still on row 2 as things stand. Rob Hodson on row 3. Row 2 in the middle of row 2, I should say, with Paul Jordan alongside him. So here we go. Can Michael Rutter find his way in? This so crucial into man. Oh, now then, what's that? That's a very strange decision from Michael Rutter not to go for it. And there's no way of making a return for Michael Rutter, and he's just pulling out of the racing line as well. So a shame for Michael Rutter. He's still on the front row of the grid as things stand for tomorrow morning's Motorcycle Grand Prix. But that does not look good. And he's a long way from home. There we are, he's just bringing it off the track. Maybe Rutter has pulled in, making adjustments, and will continue on his way perhaps. Who knows? No. What a shame for Rutter. But if it's going to happen, now's the time for it to happen, not in the race come tomorrow. So yellow flags warning the other riders that there is a rider off track. And again, you just get a bit of perspective there of Macau. Look how wide that run is from Mandarin down to Lisboa. And then when you get up to Police and Moorish, how tight it is. But there's the man currently holding pole position with a minute left on the clock for this session, Davey Todd. And Hickman is not really pulling up any tree stumps in his way round. It could be a row 2 start for Hickman as the way things stand. So here we are. I think this is Peter Hickman providing the pictures as he comes out of Fisherman's. We'll know if we get an external shot in a second. It certainly looks like his, but it is. I thought it was. Never assume anything, but Peter Hickman coming around now then. This is it, last chance saloon for Peter Hickman. Crossing the line now with less than 30 seconds to go. 2 minutes 25.5 is his target. He needs some purples, but he's on his way. And he needs a bit of a clear run as well. He has a little bit of road to play with at the moment. However, he might have a little bit of traffic to continue up through sectors 2 and 3. So Hickman down into Lisboa. What's this going to be now? He's got to really be around the 23 seconds. It's 24.7. Interesting that he's got both feet on the pegs this time, so maybe that heat coming up through the peg is not an issue this time. So he's out under the bridge, coming up San Francisco. So just got to keep an eye on Peter Hickman. He does a 27.7 through sector 2. He should squeeze Michael Rutter, I think, back onto row 2 and take that third position. I can't see him nudging Costomo or Todd off either of the top 2 positions at the moment, but he won't be too concerned about that really. Even a row 2 start wouldn't be that bad. However, Davey Todd, I know, really, and Costomo really wants to prove a point. So up through Police and into Moorish, and then round Donna Maria. This is Hickman. He's done a 31.3 in sector 3. Checkered flag has been waved. So these are the final times for qualifying. Into Melco. Oh, a bit wide. So maybe it's going to be Todd, Costomo and Rutter, as here comes Hickman. So 33.5 for sector 4. So I think Hickman is going to nudge Michael Rutter off. 228.2 is Hickman's best. He needs to go in 228.1. Here he goes across the line. Peter Hickman takes the checkered flag, rounds off qualifying, and goes third fastest, 226.1. So he's taking it up, and he's not too far off the times of Todd and Costomo. So Rutter back to row 2 with Hodson and Jordan. But Peter Hickman will begin on row number 1. He's not taken pole position. That honour goes to Davey Todd, the first time he's taken pole position here at Macau. Hickman's had pole position on 3 occasions in the past. He's not made it 4. But he won't be too concerned, as I keep repeating. But Rob Hodson and Paul Jordan, you'd expect them really to be on row number 2. And again, I think that's Horst Seiger and a lot of German fans in the stands at Lisboa. And Michael Rutter there saying perhaps you're second, but I think you got that wrong, Michael. I think Costomo is in second position. So Michael, oh no, in fact, actually, I think Michael Rutter was saying there, I'm on row number 2. That's what he was saying. So Davy Todd, pole position for the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. 2 minutes 25.5, and he's done it with a time that's 0.2 slower than last year. Don't forget, cars will be on their way. I'm not too sure if this motorcycle session has knocked the cars back roughly, but it will be cars all day today. And taking you through the rest of the day will be Alan Hyde and David Addison. But motorcycles, we've actually had some motorcycles here at Macau in 2024, and we will have more motorcycles tomorrow morning with a warm-up lap, and we'll also have the race coming not immediately after, because the riders will, having done their warm-up lap, come in, make any final adjustments before they go racing. 12 laps tomorrow morning, that's the schedule. I daren't even look at a weather forecast because you just don't know the way things have been going here at Macau this year. We will have a press conference, of course. We will hear from the top 3 riders. Peter Hickman and Costomo, Erno Costomo and Davy Todd in pole position. But that's how they've settled themselves down. Todd, Costomo, Hickman on row 1, Rutter, Hodson, Jordan on row 2, Trummer, Evans and Neve on row number 3. Lauren Hoffman heads row number 4, alongside Almeric Blanc and Simpson. And then on row number 5, Luca Gottardi, Sam West and Paul Williams. So we are getting ready for some 4-wheel action. So you can see that we are gearing up for the cars. Those poor folks will be stood there in a moment. The sun is starting to break through the clouds as well. So again, I thank you all for your company. That will be it from myself for today. But please do not go away. We'll have the motorcycle press conference, all being well. That is as long as they manage to get the press conference before the first motor cars get onto the track. If the cars are on the track, that will take precedence over the press conference. But again, thank you so much for your company and your patience throughout what has been a frustrating, not even just this morning, but 3 days really. But hopefully it will all be worth it come tomorrow when we have the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. But even though we'll go silent for a little bit, please, please, please do not go away. We'll hand you over to Alan Hyde and David Addison. But from me, Dave Moore, for now, it's goodbye.
first car race action of the weekend at the 71st Macau Grand Prix is almost upon us as the cars are making their way round to the grid for the Macau Road Sport Challenge race. And the man on pole position is Geronimo Badaraco, who had a really good qualifying session yesterday to put himself at the top of the times ahead of the experienced Lei Kit-Meng, who is going to be another man to watch, having dominated free practice on Thursday. On the second row of the grid, it is Chan Chak Yi, and then lining up alongside him, Aaron Kwong, ahead of Li Ming Yip and Mo Chi Fai, another quick driver, for sixth on the grid. Seventh is where you find Rui Valente, ahead of Yung Chut Lum. Chu Kang Quen is next, ahead of Michael Wong, with Chan Chi Ha lining up 11th, and 12th being Cheliao Vashdias, another driver who knows his way around this circuit very well indeed. Feng Hoi Tong comes through ahead of Su Yang Hong and Gerald Lau. There is Huang Ka Kit and Tang Yu Qing next, ahead of Wang Ka Hong. At the back of the grid, Lam Chan Chung, Zhao Ming, ahead of Hu Wei Hang and Kwok Kai Wing, with Vicky Law 23rd, 24th Chen Ka Chun, and 25th being Wu Wei Hung. The front of the grid, though, is going to be all about Geronimo Badaraco and Lei Kit-Meng, two really quick drivers. There is Lei Kit-Meng, former British Formula 3 championship racer. Now, quick word about the road sports. There are so many of them in the championship that they are split into two groups, and for the purposes of this weekend, those that are in the top 14 at the end of the championship in each group go into the, what you might call main race, the Macau SAR Establishment Cup. And if you're 15th and back in the championship, you go into the Road Sport Challenge. And that's what we've got here. So these, in a sense, are the, I won't say less good, but the less successful drivers out of the championship, either because of bad luck or not doing every race or general ability. But what we do have is another full grid and a really lively race in prospect. It's going to be 12 laps. David Addison trackside, joined by Alan Hyde.
And it's quite a thing to be first on the bill, isn't it? We've had free practice day on Thursday here at Macau. We've had qualifying day. But when the grid lines up, when you get cars forming up on the tarmac here at Macau, and all of the colour and the razzmatazz that goes with it. It's all lined up just directly in front of us down there. The colours of Macau, the smiles of Macau. I've already been in the grandstand this morning. Feels a lot more like normal Macau. We've had 2 wet days here so far. Today, it's very, very hot. It's very humid. It's slightly overcast, so we've not seen full sunshine today, but it's great to see packed grandstands and umbrellas out for the right reason, for the sun.
To keep some of that temperature off, you're absolutely right. Now, this grid is almost good to go. As I say, 12 laps are in prospect. The Macau Gear circuit, 6 kilometres long, and some very enthusiastic drivers, some very charismatically liveried cars as well. Geronimo Badaraco has been around here for season after season after season, knows exactly what he's doing. And was a bit of a slow burn on the Thursday free practice. Now, you might say that was because it was wet, but he didn't really sparkle in the way that yesterday he just got better and better and better and better as the session wore on. 67 there, you can see the car of Aaron Kwong. He will start 4th on this grid. And he was another driver that chipped away yesterday, 84, Chan Chak Yin. Now, that was a car that ended up in the barriers at the end of the session, and the front of it is a rather different colour than it used to be, but they've repaired it, so that's the good news. And got him back onto the grid. The Road Sport Challenge regulations are not quite one make, it's 2 make. You can either have a Toyota GR86 or a Subaru BRZ as your weapon of choice, and for Mo Chi Fai, he goes the Subaru route.
So I just want to see what these little cuddly animals are that are being carried down on the grid, because there is always a photo opportunity before and after all of the races. And today there was a predominance of teddy bears down there on the grid, little teddy bears, which I think are pandas. So,
right.
So that's which are being waved around as a cheerleader would wave those little pom-pom things. I think it's little pandas that are down there. Macau is unique. You won't see the things around the races that you see here at Macau anywhere else in the world. And the girls right at the front, I think, have got little miniature helmet replicas, haven't they, before this first race? So it's something very special at Macau. There's nothing quite like it.
All representing SJM Resorts, one of the key sponsors for many, many years of the Macau Grand Prix. Rui Valente there, a little bit further back on the grid. The Macau driver in another of the Subaru BRZs. And Michael Wong for the Winston Motorsports team. He goes the Toyota route. And every car you look in you find a driver absolutely bubbling with enthusiasm, you're going to get going, thumbs up, big smile, you name it. There's nobody that sort of looks away from the camera. They are all up for the fight, including their Chu Ken Kwan, who was 18th in his group this year. Again, look, thumbs up, ready to go, ready to rock and roll. And do not think for a moment that because these are local drivers, local teams, they're in any way substandard, because these are proper professional teams that operate these cars and are very, very good teams and drivers indeed, evinced by the success of the championship, because there are so many cars now to get us across the Road Sport Challenge and the Establishment Cup. There is Chan Chi Ha, who is 11th on the grid, number 25, Chan Chi Ha, who was 20th in Group A. There's no real demarcation between the groups, but I think it turned out that Group A was the slightly tougher one. 66, you can see as well, is So Yang Hong, another driver from Macau, with his Subaru BRZ. And number 5 for the redoubtably named Monkey Racing is Feng Hoi Ting, and that's another of the Subaru BRZs.
In this part of the world, they're very keen on little cartoons.
Yeah,
and the Monkey Racing team have got a great little logo on the side of the car. Proof of that this morning as we were walking in slightly later than normal, because here at Macau we've had motorcycles already on track this morning. So we came in slightly later. The queues for the merchandise, and so many of them have got little cartoon characters or whatever that are the main feature of the bits of merchandise. They went on as far as the eye could see. Yeah. It was quite incredible. The police were having to make sure that people were keeping over to one side of the pavement so that people could carry on walking. It's amazing. This is a feel-good event. It's a feel-good place.
Yes, when I walked in, there was quite a lot of shouting between a man in the queue and a man who wasn't. So hopefully they resolved their shoutiness and got their merch that was required. But somebody had been standing there for rather a long time, I think.
Oh, dear.
Yeah. So, looking down onto the grid, just picking out one or two more of the drivers, such as Tang Yu Ching, also in the Mogan Team Track Day King car. Drivers have pretty much faced everything over the weekend, because Thursday was pretty much wet all day, full wet. Then we progressed yesterday to damp and greasy, and today to bone dry and hot and sunny, and it's getting sunnier and sunnier. In the last 20 minutes, the sun has really burnt through. It's been hot and humid all weekend. I can vouch for that, having been out running again this morning, and it was not a pleasant sight. But it's so humid, and hopefully when the sun breaks through, it'll sort of burn off the humidity and it'll just become quite dry. But it's very, very warm indeed. Lots of people in the shorts as well as the T-shirts. And Geronimo Badaraco then, sitting on pole position, is ready to get going for 12 laps in this Macau Road Sport Challenge.
So the grid is being cleared of personnel now, and it's even that process is done in a very well-disciplined order to finally get just the members of the teams that are not only responsible for starting the cars, but also to get as much air on the driver before things get underway. Okay, when adrenaline gets going and the race gets going, they don't think about how warm and humid and sticky it is inside the car. But make no mistake, with fireproof overalls, with balaclavas, with helmets, and the doors all shut, it's going to get pretty warm over the next 10 laps around the gear circuit at Macau.
Can I just take issue with something you said about the personnel leaving the grid? It's personnel and peacocks. There is a man dressed, or a person dressed as a giant peacock. He has a checkered flag in his hand, and he's just been able to squeeze between the gap in the armco and walk into the pit lane, and there are toy peacocks to greet him now, so you need one of those, I can say.
Can I take issue with what you've just said?
Go on.
And say, no, that's a real peacock. It's massive. Absolutely huge. And it's a welcome return to Macau as well. It's a multicoloured, mainly sort of turquoise and yellow and green peacock that does appear over quite a few occasions on the grid down here.
And I'm sure we'll see it again over the weekend. We'll draw attention to it. Right, the grid is being cleared, which means we're not far away from
they draw attention to themselves, really. That's what peacocks do.
True. Rear the lead you've just seen, and 36 there is Yun Chut Lun. Right, a one-by-one staggered grid as well, just to make it a slightly safer start with the cars separated. Macau's gear circuit is unusual in many ways. It's one of the few venues these days where the start and finish line are in the same place. The timing line and the start line are the same. So everybody is lined up, ready to go. They will have one final formation lap, and then we will be in business for what was going to be 12 laps, but has been reduced to 10, hasn't it?
10 laps, yeah.
Yes, one grid sheet says 12 and one grid sheet says 10.
Yeah, from what I saw, we've had to squeeze things in today.
Yeah.
Although the timing of the races is the same, 10 laps is the scheduled period of time. And as we continue to take the camera crew down the grid, you see just how happy, excited. There we go. There's the Monkey Racing logo emblazoned on the front and the side of the car of Feng Hoi Ting in the Subaru. And then these one of two very beautifully liveried. We've talked about the livery of So Yang Hong's car, the Subaru, the pink and seafoam green car, and of course that's replicated in opposite directions as far as the colours on the car are concerned on the very front of the grid with Geronimo Badaraco's car. There we go. That's the grid as it lines up, and the last few personnel being cleared from the grid to get this race underway, and we've got just a couple of minutes to wait until they're sent off on their final formation lap.
Now, one of the nice things about these cars, which operate in a kind of production sports car specification, they're as close to a road-going car as you're going to find this weekend. They're pretty narrow. Even the TCR touring cars have got flared wheel arches and aero and whatnot, so these are as narrow a car as you'll find here this weekend, and that means that not only the ability to overtake is perhaps greater than in some categories, but the locations at which you can do it change as well. So as you look down onto the grid, you can see that the track looks a little bit wider when these cars are on it than it does for, let's say, full-blown GT3 cars that we'll be looking forward to a little bit later on in the day. The grid stretching all the way back. Sorry, Alan.
Where you really notice that is at the Macau hairpin when they're negotiating the run out of the corner, and they are significantly further away from the barrier on the exit as any other cars that we see over the course of this weekend. So that's where you really notice a little bit neater, a little bit narrower, and a little bit neater on the exit.
So we have the 15-second board just being shown, and that means that very shortly the drivers are going to be ushered away, a chance to get a bit of warmth into the tyres, and then we will be in business for this sole race for the Road Sport Challenge drivers. There are two races, if you like, for Road Sport cars, but you're in one each. You're either in the Road Sport Challenge race or the Establishment Cup as they accelerate now away from the grid. And I'm almost tempting fate by saying how well prepared and how immaculate the cars look, bearing in mind it could get quite leery when they go racing, especially with now fewer laps, just the 10 in which to sort themselves out. The grid, I think, was complete as I ran through it, no gaps upon that. So everybody then weaving around on the way down through Reservoir. The next is a right-hand, on a map it was like a kink, but it's a full-blown corner at high speed of Mandarin. Most of the corners here named after either local landmarks and or hotels. So you go past the Mandarin Hotel and then you go down towards Lisboa.
So the sunshine has come out to welcome. I can just see it because some people are a little unprepared for it in the grandstand and are putting coats over their heads now because the sunshine is pretty intense when it comes out, and something that would normally be in place over the course of the 4 days of the Macau Grand Prix. The tarpaulin roof over the grandstand has not been put up. I thought it was going to be put up last night. They've had very windy weather, very wet weather, as we can see them dealing with some fluid down on the grid actually, and that would be around about the location where the 84 car would have been, and they're just mopping up. The track workers are working by Mo Yin's car, so in Chan Chak In's car, and I think they're done with that, done with the mopping up process.
I had a horrible feeling that was the side of the grid where Lake Kit Meng had been, on the outside of the front row.
Okay.
So I fear slightly for the driver that was quickest on Thursday and second quickest yesterday, but we'll see. It might just have been a slight overfill of oil.
Yes.
But certainly the team wasn't concerned, otherwise they would have done something about it. There is Lake Kit Meng making his way in pursuit of Geronimo Badaraco on this formation lap. So yes, 10 laps, the duration. And over the seasons, there have been lots of different sort of local races, whether they've been celebrity one-mate races, whether they have been for the Road Sport Challenge, which for a number of years was a catch-all, wasn't it, of random sort of Subarus and Minis and all sorts of things. But the regulations tweaked for last year to come up with this really successful format for the Toyota and the Subaru.
And for many years, the predominance of Peugeot RCZs.
That's right.
Which were unique to this area. They weren't even a particularly prevalent road car, certainly in the UK. You see very few of them. I saw one a couple of weeks ago, took a photograph of it. It's such a rarity. But there were a huge amount of them over here for many years, and providing great entertainment as well. But this is the next generation, if you like, of motorsports in the area.
Now, Macau hairpin, Alan, let's quickly just tick that off the to-do list, as it were, because there's a special regulation around the hairpin here, isn't there? There
certainly is, yeah. It's a constant yellow flag throughout the course of the 4 days of the Macau Grand Prix. That means no overtaking, not necessarily because nothing has happened there. Occasionally, over the last couple of days, things have happened there, but you can't overtake there simply because, well, we wouldn't really have a race meeting, would we? There isn't the space to do it. So you have to go through single file around the Macau hairpin. Just after you come out of the corner, you see the big LED panel board. It'll be showing green. That means we're back into overtaking situation. But around the Macau hairpin, well, it's pretty obvious when you get to there. No overtake. Be a great overtaking spot if you just had another couple of meters, wouldn't it?
Yes. And in the old days, I think you could overtake there, but over the time, cars have got wider and wider and wider. That's why I quite like these narrow Subarus and BRZs. I'm still trying to work out which one I'd like to take home with me, whether it's a Toyota or a Subaru. But you think Subaru and you do think rally car, don't you? Whether it was the initial Legacy or the Impreza. But we've had in touring car racing estate Subaru Levorgs of recent years in the UK. And here these very smart BRZs taking on the Toyota GR86, that Gazoo Racing tag given to the Toyotas. So the front of the grid forms up. The 71st Macau Grand Prix, it's fair to say, has had a tough first couple of days, largely thanks to the weather. That's disrupted the timetable. It has also triggered lots of incidents. There's been quite a lot of damage. And so we're looking forward to a really good, clean day of racing as the cars funnel their way through Black Sands down towards Fisherman's Bend. And it's a long wait for the front of the grid, isn't it? I hope Geronimo Badaraco's... We've got about the top 6 on the grid and nobody else is in sight.
So long because Aaron Kwong has just had the opportunity. No, you need another gear because twice he has now selected reverse gear to make sure that he is absolutely where he wants to be in his grid position. Fortunately, he's got plenty of time to do it because only now do we have row 4 coming into view. That's a long wait, you know.
It is, and it rather scuppers the whole purpose of a green flag lap to get warmth into the tyres, because while he's sitting there, it dissipates. But Geronimo Badaraco has had time to change podcasts now. He's been sat there on pole for so long and put something on now to concentrate his attention for the start of the race. It is the first race of the weekend at the 71st Macau Grand Prix. It is the Macau Road Sport Challenge, and it is Geronimo Badaraco and Lei Kit Meng on the front row.
About to get our first race of the 71st Macau Grand Prix underway. Eyes to the gantry, the green flag waved at the back of the field. The lights come on, the engine notes rise. Who's going to get the best of starts? Well, very good start from Geronimo Badaraco, but also a good start for Lei Kit Meng. Yesterday in qualifying, there was so little to choose between the two of them, and the top 3 have already got a little bit of a gap before the rest of the field. This is just an iconic shot of the Macau Grand Prix. The run, the wide tarmac, the 4 lanes, if you like, of normal Macau roads, all heading in to the pinch point, and it's Lei Kit Meng.
Very bravely goes round the outside. Bad start they made by 84, which was Chan Chak-yin from 3rd on the grid. His repaired car going backwards, so he's lost a whole heap of places as they come down to this bar. A little bit of debris flies from Aaron Kwong's car. He's on the outside. Lei Kit Meng leads the way. Round the outside for 2nd goes Aaron Kwong. I don't think he's going to make the corner, and he goes wide, so up the inside to retake 2nd place goes Geronimo Badaraco. It is Lei Kit Meng in the lead. Badaraco goes 2nd, and I reckon 3rd is Mochi Fine. That's a very good start because he's up from 6th on the grid as they make the climb up San Francisco Hill for the first time of asking. So Lei Kit Meng may not have got the best of starts, but what he did do was get the toe and was able to jump past Badaraco on the way to Mandarin. Badaraco back up to 2nd, but Mochi Fine, the red car 3rd, is looking really menacing in that Subaru. He's the one to watch.
Through the twisty section, and yeah, oh my goodness, for the first time. goodness me, it does get extremely tight here. And you mentioned the fact that the cars are a little bit more narrow than everything else that we see racing over the course of this weekend. But even they get very, very close to the walls and the barriers on this, the climbing section of the circuit, changing undulation, changing direction as well through the Solitude S's up towards the left-hander at Pile and up towards Faraway Hill, and this is a real pinch point. The right-hander at Police on towards the quick right-hander at Moorish, and we've had quite a few moments here. What happened here?
This was just getting sideways and
just
then more sideways. That was Aaron Kwong, and then a big, big slide for Li Mingyip. Now, he was 15th in his group in the championship, Li Mingyip, and that means that he is, in theory, the best of that group within this race, but he's only in 6th place at the moment as they come to the Macau hairpin for the first time. Gap down a little bit between Lee and Badarako, and then Mochi Fai in 3rd place as they break for the corner, but then look, it all stretches back out again as they come towards Black Sand. So there is Lei Kit Meng in the lead of the race and using all of his experience of many, many years. Oh dear, we've got a track blockage, and that has happened heading towards the top of the hill, and it's triggered by number 11 Chelio Alves Diaz, who's hit the wall, and the safety car is being deployed. So that's going to scoop up the race leaders, but we need to get Chelio Alves Diaz's car out of the way before anybody else can come through. So what are we going to have? We're going to have about 7 or 8 cars, I think, in the lead group. There is Chelio Alves Diaz, who's clearly hit the wall pretty hard, and there might be another car behind him, because I would suggest that people could have got round that. I reckon there's another one involved that's blocked the track.
I think you're right, and with the safety car deployed, I was about to say, before we got that camera shot of Chelio Alves Diaz's car, that, well, I was going to actually applaud them, because road sports have been really, compared to some of the other forms of motorsport that we've had here at Macau over the last 2 days, have been one of the best behaved. They have been able to string multiple laps together without interruptions in free practice and in qualifying as well. And this is our first race of the weekend, and we've yet to complete 1 lap. So, yeah, it's a bit of a problem, that, isn't it?
Yeah, 1 lap done by the leaders, so it's 12 that have made it through, and Chelio Alves Diaz triggering the incident, I think, and we'll try and unravel. The problem now is that unless they can get his car out of the way and unblock the track before the safety car arrives, it's going to have to stop as well.
It will, yeah.
But that's sort of okay, because there is a time to the race, so hopefully they can release the pack behind, but the safety car will be in contact with race control. They'll say slow down, because there's nobody that's going to catch up to you for a while, and we need you to be as slow as possible so we can clear the circuit. In fairness to Chelio Alves Diaz, that's a name. Now I think the road might be clear, because another one has just come over the line. I was going to say he's somebody that should know his way around here. He's been here for many, many seasons, but he's been caught out on the opening lap. So the one car that's just gone through is number 13, which is Tang Yu Ching. So nobody else has come through behind. You know how there are more coming through now, yes, but slowly because of the safety car conditions. You know how a motorway might get blocked occasionally, and then finally it opens, and all of a sudden there's a stream of traffic.
Corks out the bottle.
Yeah, the first couple have gone through, but we're waiting for more. Gerald Lau's gone by. Wu Wei Hung, I think, has come by as well, and into the pit lane. So number 88, Wu Wei Hung, who's got a bit of damage on the front of his car, comes into the pit lane. And the rest of the field are heading up San Francisco Hill. The damage to the car in the pits, Wu Wei Hung, is all at the back, so he's been clobbered. And here, the road is opening up, look. Cars are coming through, including one of the course cars and medical cars. So there's the safety car. There is Lei Kit Meng. Right, so the road is open. Now, as you look at 88 in the pit lane of Wu Wei Hung, that damage needs to be sorted out. So the second pack, as it were, has now been released and is in pursuit of the first wave of cars, and needs to get to the first wave before the second wave catches up with the back of the grid, if you see what I mean. We talked about how Macau is a challenge for the drivers, for the teams, but it is for race control as well, because it throws up a whole set of problems that are perhaps unique to anywhere else, but they're getting as rapidly as possible the circuit cleared.
It's a challenge for commentators as well. I've never known this commentary box quite as bright The reason being, we were talking about that tarpaulin roof that goes over the grandstand. Normally that's a sort of a sunshade for us here in the commentary box. So problems for a commentator. It's a bit bright, so seeing the screen is a little bit difficult. So I put sunglasses on. It's so humid they steam up. So what do you do?
Now, I'm a bit worried that I've lost half the grid because there are a lot of cars that haven't come through, and that might mean that we've got something like 9 drivers involved in an accident, which will take a lot of clearing up, because genuinely we've got 15 that have come across the timing line, and if the rest of them have now been released, they should have come pouring through, and they have not. So number 4 missing, Cho Keng Kwan. Michael Wong is missing. We know about Chelio Alves Diaz, Kwang Kar Kit, Lam Chan Chung, Zhao Meng, Hut Wei Wang, Kwok Kei Wing, Vicky Law. I can't believe they've all piled into each other, but here they come, coming over the timing line. So you're looking at the leaders, and we are looking at the sort of lost boys, as it were, that we finally found. So this is the wave of cars for 16th, all going slowly.
5 of them.
Yeah, under the safety car as dictates, but they could push on a bit to catch up, because the safety car is closer to them than they are to the back of the train, if you see what I mean.
6.1 kilometre circuit, and they're quite a way behind. So, yeah, those 5 cars need to press on a little bit. The BMW that's at the front of the field, the safety car, was busy bright and early this morning, because when the motorcycles did go out first thing this morning, it was a damp circuit, a little bit damp, too damp for the motorcycles, so they were brought into the pit lane, and the idea was that the course cars, the various course cars, the safety car, course cars, the official vehicles, went out to try and get the certain elements of the circuit a little bit drier than they were, to allow qualifying to get underway for the motorbikes, and they did, which is really good news, because they had had a slightly frustrating couple of days dealing with a wet circuit. They don't race here at Macau on wet tarmac, so they were waiting for dry. We've got dry now, which is really good news. I have seen a weather forecast for today which was slightly different to the one that we had leading up to today, suggesting that there might be a possibility of a few little dribbles of rain over the course of today.
Nah, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. The leaders come over the line then. This is the end of lap number 2 of the 10. But it's the back of the pack that I'm concerned about mostly, because they need to be catching up, and it kind of goes without saying that if you're at the back, you're a bit slower anyway. And so they were taking their time coming over the line. They're doing what they should do to obey the safety car regulations, but that's going to give you 2 distinct groups around the circuit. And the other wave of cars will be not that far up the road from these. So it's going to take... What you can't do is release race cars to catch up to cars that are still going slowly and haven't taken a green flag. So the safety car, I would suggest, needs to go a bit slower now.
Yeah, to slow the field down so that we can have one big pack of road sports to get the race back underway. And as you rightly say, 10 laps or an allotted period of time. And that clock continues to count down, even though we're under full course yellow and under the control of the safety car. And 9 minutes and 40 remain on the clock as it counts down. And we have completed now 2 laps.
Now the road, hopefully, is clear, because you've released the bottleneck of cars, and as we've seen, everybody has gone through. So who did we lose out of all of that? It was Chelio Alves Diaz. No, we did lose 5 of them. We did lose quite a number. So perhaps understandably, it took a while to release the cork from the bottle. And although we only saw Chelio Alves Diaz, there were others involved, clearly. So maybe we are going to need a little bit more time under the safety car. Lei Kim Meng, the race leader, then illustrating why it's important to make a move on the opening lap, because you never know, and we saw this in qualifying with red flags yesterday, you never know what might strike. Now there, look, recovery vehicles down at San Francisco. So did we have other incidents on the first lap? We didn't really focus on that part of the racetrack, but it looked as though there's at least 2 cars there that need retrieval. So bit by bit, we start to piece it all together. And very slowly up the hill, and they come to a halt heading up the hill, which makes me think that we need to move another couple of cars out of the way before the road is clear for the safety car to come through again.
Macau always offers unique challenges, doesn't it? And you never know quite what you're going to get. When you line up on the grid here at Macau, you are never sure how the ensuing half an hour, 25 minutes are going to be. And a lot of these drivers in the Macau Road Sport Challenge are hugely experienced here at Macau. And one of the things you have to have, one of the skills that you have to have, is patience. You have to wait until the course is clear, until cars are all in one group behind a safety car before you can get racing back underway. And it takes a little while. The course workers here at Macau really do know what they're doing. They work so quickly to get the track back into a race-worthy condition. And you know what? Although we've got cars now funneling their way through with recovery vehicles on track, potentially this is going to allow so that's the safety car coming through now.
Yeah, but look how close it is to the back of the pack.
To the back of the pack. Yeah, it's 6.1 kilometres behind, isn't it? So not sure quite how this is going to work out before we get the race back underway, as they thread their way up through the twisty section here at Macau.
Vicky Law there, number 34, in perhaps the most standard looking of cars. We looked at it the other day and thought they've forgotten to put the livery on it, but it is just a very, very standard red colour scheme.
Saw it arrive. Saw it arrive and thought that's a brand new car. I wonder if they're going to leave it as a brand new car, or if it's going to, like so many of these cars do, have their unique livery presented for day one. And indeed it has come absolutely as standard as it arrived on the container. And it certainly does stand out.
It does indeed. Guancar Kit then released, number 80, going up towards Donna Maria now, and the rest of the pack behind also trying to play catch-up, but the safety car shouldn't really be in much of a hurry to get going. It's a shame that we ended up with the two waves, because really the safety car needs to, as I say, stop for quite a long time and let others catch up. But as it does so, you risk other drivers not being able to restart. So there are the recovery trucks. The rather terrifying prospect of a truck Grand Prix at Macau looms. No, it doesn't. The two recovery trucks will make their way safely off the circuit. And I suspect, again, the safety car team are being told, just let them go. We're in no hurry.
Yes.
You know, as long as people have got the engines running, that's fine. Take your time, let the recovery vehicles go, and in your own time, then you can continue the lap. Looking into the distance, one of the big screens opposite the fans is the tracking map. And I think the safety car wave has now started moving again. So there, the rest of the field. Yes, there is the safety car back moving.
We've completed 2 laps, so 8 laps to go, and the clock counts up. So 14, just over 14 minutes completed of our first race of the 71st Macau Grand Prix is complete, and still that officials gantry. There are something like 6, 7, 8 officials that occupy the starting gantry. They've been dealing with all sorts of weather conditions over the last couple of days. It's been windy, it's been wet, but they are always absolutely on point with the information that they bring on board. The safety car board is being displayed, and flags as well. They all take it in turns. They all take it in turns to do each of the jobs up in that race control and in that gantry. And you would imagine that it's quite a privilege to be, you know, when you are designated your official role for the weekend, to be on the start line gantry. It's a pretty iconic view, that.
It is indeed, and it's where the green flag will be shown in due course. Now, I'm not seeing a green flag in anybody's hand as yet, but the safety car circulates once more. I think really we're still waiting for Group 2, if you like, to get closer to Group 1, but they're never going to get there.
That can take ages.
Yeah, they're just going to have to let them go at some point, aren't they?
Yeah.
And in fairness, the safety car is at a reduced pace, and when the other wave of cars came past, they were going for it. They were absolutely tonking on. So there might be one more lap behind the safety car, but it's really to let the other group try to catch up now. The lights you can see still flash atop the safety car. When they're extinguished, it's the indication to the cars behind that the safety car will peel in, and safety car by the pit, says the timing screen. What I think that means is it will drive through the pit lane, which is slower, and that gives another opportunity for the cars at full pelt. Oh no, we're having a red flag now.
Red flag.
Yeah. Session suspended. I think that's just because you have to let the others catch up.
We've got to get them all together to get the race back underway. So essentially get the get the race back underway and then view the race as two parts.
But they'll come into the pit lane, stop, let the others catch up, and then they can go.
Yes.
That's, I think, what's going to happen. So it shouldn't be a long stoppage. It's just a suspension to let them catch up. It won't be a two-part race as such. The race is not being stopped, it's being suspended. So we're having a little break to wait for the others. You know, when you've been out on a long walk and somebody's puffing and panting at the back and you all stop and you wait for them. Well, that's what we're doing. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for waiting.
It's what people do for me when I'm out running. They wait for me. Or they run round in a big circle known as the sympathy loop and wait till then you catch up. But anyway, this is the equivalent of that. We're having a little break while the stragglers catch up.
And the safety car has come into pit lane now. So just behind is Lei Kit Meng and Geronimo Badaracco bringing their cars into Mochi Bai just behind as they slowly come down the pit lane. And when the BMW brings them to a stop, we should wait for the entire field, the hugely colourful field for the Macau Road Sport Challenge. No two cars unless they're in the same team, with a similar livery. The thought that goes into coming up with unique and individual presentation of these, because it could so easily look so samey with only two types of car. But it doesn't. It is a huge variety, because this is a highlight of a motorsport year in Macau.
And it doesn't really, it's part of the creativity, and you were right in what you said earlier on about cartoon characters, but it's also the colours, you know, bright yellows, bright blues, there are lots of silvers, lots of, in some ways it's quite brash, but it's a cultural thing that is not reflected anywhere else. And we talked about it this weekend already, but the colour schemes here always stand out to us, coming from a different part of the world. And equally this weekend, over in Europe, is the annual Lamborghini World Finals. There is a Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia, and in the years I used to go there, you would look at the European teams, you'd look at the North American teams, and then you go, wow, because again, the livery of the cars coming from Asia would be just so different, and it really was highlighted against the more conventional colour schemes, creativity and designs from the rest of the world. Right, so we're still waiting. This gives one or two teams the chance to have a look at some damage, including their number 66 of So Yeng Hong, who's gone into the back of somebody, as you can see. But the car looks as though it's all right. That Subaru BRZ may have gone into the back of that when they came either into the pits or under the safety car. That's quite a big whack, actually. So the scrutineers go and have a look. Who's he gone into the back of? Rui Valente's car. Aaron Kwong there, fourth in the queue. Right, and the rest are coming. They're all coming down the pit lane now. So the late arrivals at the Road Sport Ball are coming into the pits.
Which rather proves the point of this being the best way to get the race back underway, because that's been ages. We have waited really quite a long time for that second collection of cars to arrive in pit lane, which it does now. Our commentary box directly opposite pit lane, so we can see them threading their way in. I think we're all done. We've got more cars in the background. They are the road cars of Macau going about their daily business. Have to get fairly used to doing that, to seeing cars, taxis, vans and all sorts on the other side of the barrier. Here we're concentrated on race cars, and I think we're getting close to being able to get this race back underway.
Should we announce the late arrivals at the Road Sport Ball? There's Mr. and Mrs. Baru BRZ and their daughter Sue, Baru BRZ. All right, that'll work longer. Chen Chi-ha is ready to go, back out. And the clock carrying on ticking. We've got 7 laps. In fairness, there is quite a large gap after this race before the next activity on track. So fingers crossed, we should be able to get things back underway pretty soon. Everybody is in now, so there's no real reason, I don't think, other than the teams having a look at the damage of the car, to be holding them in the pit lane for too long. We've got 3.5 minutes, really, before they're going to be allowed back out. So just to give everybody time, in fairness, to make sure the cars are okay. So the race will resume at 11:25, and it's about 21.5 now. So we're not too far away.
7 laps remain in this race, and we have completed 3 laps, albeit the majority of the kilometres covered have been covered behind the BMW safety car. But now we are very close to getting the race back underway, and we'll see what the restart is going to be. Behind safety car?
Yeah, I would imagine it'll be 1 lap out of the pits, and then they'll let them go. Safety car restart. And as I say, it's not a stoppage, it's a suspension. So the safety car will take them back out and let them go. That would be my interpretation of it, certainly.
Fang Hoi Ting with a big thumbs up for the cameras, as so often you see, don't you, as the camera makes its way down past the drivers, they get the opportunity to show the car and their skills on a world stage. Geronimo Badaracco in that beautifully liveried car. Yeah, going forward.
But everybody, even though the race has not really started and not developed yet, and they're under a red flag, everyone's still keen and happy and enjoying themselves. They're all up for the battle. It's great.
They get it. They get this event. We are lovers of motorsport, and so are they. And for this week every year, the eyes of the motorsport world focus on this small part of the world, and they know how important it is. It is, the enthusiasm is infectious, and it is just the greatest motorsport event. Superb.
Now there, look, you can see a little bit of tank tape has been put onto So Yang Hong's car after going into the back of Rui Valente. Aaron Kwong, he is set to go back out again, running as he is currently in 4th place. So the leaf blower gets a bit of cool air into the cockpit and shrugging the shoulders for Aaron Kwong, like, what are we waiting for? I don't know what's going on, but we all do, or at least we have an idea, because we haven't seen the accident itself. We've just seen the aftermath of Chelio Alves-Diash's car. So the other ones that we lost were around the circuit: Cho Keng Kwan, Michael Wong, Hu Hui Hang, and Kwok Kai Wing. So that's accounted for 5 of them, I'm afraid to say. It's funny, isn't it? When they've got damage, when they've triggered red flags, Alan's not claiming them to be his Road Sport Challenge cars that have been so impeccably behaved. Wonder why that is.
No, they're still mine.
Oh, okay.
They are absolutely brilliant. I love them. I love the first time I ever came to Macau and I saw the designs on the cars. I was sort of, wow, I'm at a different event. I'm at an event the like of which I have never been at before, and I've been in love with them ever since. It is just superb.
And it's great seeing these sort of indigenous categories as well, whether it's in Asia, America, Australia, you name it, because it does open your eyes to how motor racing is all around the world. Right, we're into the last minute before the race resumption, so the clock's carrying on. We will continue with the race going on to lap number 4 once they have got back underway. What's the character adorning the car of Fang Hoi Ting there? Any offers?
No. Another little cartoon character that presumably is extremely popular in the area because there are lots of them.
Indeed so. Right then, the clock has got to 11:25, and that means that the safety car now continues and the race is back underway. So we're under yellow flag conditions. We can't overtake, they can't overtake, and hopefully it'll be just one lap to then release the cars.
So they file the way down the pit lane, the BMW already on its way, and some of the cars looking a little bit more second-hand than about half an hour ago when we got the race started initially. But now is the time to do a bit of hard work, and that's to weave the cars to get heat back into the tyres. They would have had good amount of tyres. Mind you, we were talking about how long the top 3 rows had to wait. Heat dissipated from the tyres. Well, they can all do it together now because they will need to keep up with the pace of the safety car. That's an important point. That's the reason why we had a red flag, in order to get the field all bunched up together. And now on this wide part of the circuit where you've got a huge amount of tarmac, weaving the cars from side to side, which in fairness is not always without incident when you're weaving the cars down this wide part of the circuit. Keep their fingers crossed that everybody avoids everyone else as they do it, but this is important work that they're doing on the run down towards the right-hander at this bar.
The race average speed is going to be a pretty slow one, I'll tell you, because we've done 3 laps in 25.5 minutes, which of course includes stoppage time, as it were, and there is the safety car. Still not going all that rapidly, but perhaps just trying to let the drivers get an opportunity once again to get a feel for the circuit.
Well, maybe nerving that he would lose some that were towards the back of the grid. Because bear in mind when we had the grid line up, so although this is not a race of 2 parts, we had a grid of 2 parts because the top 6 cars waited for ages for the rest of the field to catch up. And then when we had the safety car, we again had 2 groups on the circuit. So let's keep them all bunched up together and get a proper restart.
So this is lap 4, this is the race. I know we're under the safety car and we're talking about the restart. It's the resumption of the race after that suspension period. And so as the cars now wriggle their way down towards Teddy Yip and Maternity, Lei Kit Meng, Geronimo Badaracco and Mo Chi Fai are the top 3 drivers. 4th, Aaron Kwong going through. In 5th place, Chan Chat Yin. Just to make the point about him once again, he had an accident at the end of the qualifying session yesterday, and the car did look quite battle-scarred, so they've worked hard to get it sorted out overnight, but it's not quite the same livery that it was. The race will finish by time, I'm afraid to say. So that means that we will go to the clock, and that means we've got 8 minutes remaining, that's all. So it's going to be a lap 2. So it's a real shame for these drivers that we've ended up in this situation, that most of their mileage would have been behind the safety car. But let's keep our fingers crossed that we go green this time. But we're looking at, well, it's going to be probably 6 minutes, in fairness, by the time they get to the line. But anyway, let's worry about what we have when the green flag flies.
And make no mistake, they will not be worried. They would have liked a full race, but they will still be as delighted and elated as if they had a full 10-lap race, because they're here at Macau. Yeah. They're racing. They are opening the racing here at Macau, and this is special. They only have 1 race. They raced today. The sister road sports, the Macau SIR Establishment Cup, will race over 12 laps tomorrow morning at 9:35. I wonder if that might be reduced to 10 laps as well. I fancy it probably will be. But this collection of road sports race only today. And we are now just under 7 minutes of this race remaining as they thread their way up. Oh, still 12 laps.
Oh, 10 laps. You're right. Yeah.
So 10 laps tomorrow for the Establishment Cup as well. The Macau Special Administrative Region Establishment Cup, a unique race for this weekend, and it means that road sports are very well presented over the course of the 4 days of the 71st Macau Grand Prix. Right.
We're almost there, aren't we?
We righted together.
We did, yes. A double right. So hopefully the safety car will peel in this time. There's no real reason for it to stay out, and yes, it has gone, look, because it's now up to Lei Kit Meng to control the pace. He's got everybody behind him, and now starts to accelerate. The safety car comes into the pit lane, so we're going to be back racing. Lei Kit Meng accelerate relatively early. Now, don't forget, you can't overtake until you get over the timing line. So what we now really do not need is for people to make mistakes in the last couple of corners and delay the restart even more, because we've got them all across the line. What you will see, you've got a glimpse of it there from Badaracco's car, because these are pretty standard. When they hit the brakes, you get the hazard lights on like it's an emergency stop. But we are racing now, as over the line goes Lei Kit Meng, Geronimo Badaracco in 2nd place, half a second back as they resume the race. In 3rd, Mo Chi Fai, and he's fallen back ever so slightly with Aaron Kwong in 4th place. Down towards Mandarin they come once more, and Lei Kit Meng to the eye looks as though he's managed to make that break, and he's not going to be challenged by Badaracco. He won't get a tow, but in contrast, Mo Chi Fai in the red car will get a tow from Badaracco. Look, they're almost nose to tail, Aaron.
Initially, Badaracco was going with Lei Kit Meng, but once they really got going, got across the line, Lei Kit Meng got the advantage. Maybe because Badaracco is having to defend as well. They go down towards Lisboa. They're all going to bunch up together as they go through the right-hander, all neatly through. The top 4 are neatly through. Is everybody else through as well? We can watch just in the background as we look back from San Francisco Hill, where the leader is now. Badaracco has closed up a bit on Lei Kit Meng, and in turn, top 4 cars all bunch up together, don't they, as they now go into the slightly more narrow and demanding section of the gear circuit.
Absolutely right. So look down from the high shot up towards Teddy Yip and Maternity they go. Geronimo Badaracco dropping away from Lei Kit Meng, even though he out-qualified Lei. He's not being able to go after him really here. Mo Chi Fai in that 3rd place, but all the experience that these drivers have of Macau being put to good use. You saw the hazard lights stab on there as Lei Kit Meng hit the brakes, and now wriggling their way down towards Police and then on towards Moorish. lead gap there has come down a bit, hasn't it? Because Mochi Fai suddenly drops into the clutches of Aaron Kwong.
Yeah, so Mochi Fai is defending now, and Kwong right there behind the third place car, and that has allowed Geronimo Badaracco to pull forward a little bit and to slightly more to the back of the leader car. And Lei Kit Meng is now going to have to pay a little bit of attention to the mirrors as they get past those two right-handers, Police and Moorish. Onto the left-hander, Donna Maria turns in, left-hander, or a long left-hander as well, which will take them up towards the Melco hairpin. No overtaking here. Well, the gap is waxing and waning because Badaracco seems to be a little bit closer to third place, Mochi Fai, as they head into the braking area for the Melco hairpin. And once again, Lei Kit Meng a little bit more on his own.
Absolutely right. So Lei Kit Meng, race leader, getting away through Black Sands from Geronimo Badaracco, the pole position driver. There they are. Mochi Fai in the red car, the Subaru in third place, still chasing after the race leaders, but not being able to stay with them, as it's the Subaru ahead of Lei Kit Meng coming out of Fisherman's Bend. The leading quartet getting away now from Chan Chak Yin in fifth place, and Lei Kit Meng is going to come through. He might squeeze 2 more laps out of this, we'll see, because we've got about 3 on the clock. If he can get back to the timing line within those 3, he's got a chance. Breaks the beam, goes through. Geronimo Badaracco is 7/10 of a second back, and they've done a 2:52, so it's going to be marginal, but they might be generous in race control and give them another lap as the leading quartet comes towards us. Lei Kit Meng from Geronimo Badaracco, third Mochi Fai, who's just not quite got that last 10th to stay with the top 2, and Badaracco now in a red-hot go, isn't he, to try to bring down that gap against Lei as they come through Mandarin. He's not close enough to make a move at Lisboa, but he has shaken off Mochi Fai behind. And is there a bit of damage to Badaracco's car? There is. It looks like the rear bumper rather than a tyre, but that's flapping in the breeze.
Yeah, they were close, weren't they? Mochi Fai in third place, and Badaracco were very, very close on the tight and twisty section. They're going to go side by side in towards Lisboa, and there's never room. There's never room when you go around the right-hander at Lisboa, and I think we just about got away with that.
That was Li Ming Yip going into the barriers. Chan Chak Yin got back ahead of him then for fifth place, but Li Ming Yip thankfully was able to get going again. Here you go, on the inside line is Chan Chak Yin, and the conveyor belting there sort of bouncing. Li Ming Yip back towards the circuit, and thankfully he didn't get collected. Right, Aaron Kwong fourth, all over the back like a rat, and Mochi Fai now. More strife, 36 has got it wrong. That is Yun Chuk Lin. He's gone up the escape road at Lisboa by the look of it, and now he's trying to get the car fired up and will hopefully be able to rejoin. No, out he gets. So that's his race down, sadly, with flames spitting out of the exhaust. Look at this for the race lead. Badaracco having a go now. Who says you can't overtake on the mountain section of the circuit? Well, Geronimo Badaracco is right there. This could well turn out to be the last lap, because, as I say, it's going to be really marginal on the clock, and now he's got a sniff of the race lead. He's going for it.
Badaracco is driving like it's the final lap, that's for sure. Wow, what a little moment that was. Touring cars, saloon cars, road sports cars can have a look when you go on this tight and twisty section, but it requires a huge amount of bravery, and oh dear, that's going to be a very, very battered 66 car by the end of this race of So Yeng Hong, as that car has taken a couple of bashes, hasn't it? This is the battle for the lead up towards no overtaking at the Melco hairpin. The leader turns through. Lei Kit Meng, he was on the top step of the podium last year in the 70th anniversary race, and let's see as we come down through the quick and opening section on the circuit. 33 seconds left of this race.
So down they come, and in this part of the racetrack, there will be one more lap. You can see how Lei Kit Meng is getting away. So it's going to be about 3 or 4 seconds, I think, on the clock by which they will escape by. But it does give Badaracco one more chance. Lei Kit Meng always looks the stronger, though, doesn't he? It might have been just a wobble on his part that cost him the time, rather than Badaracco being the quicker over the mountain part. Here they come, then, out of our bend, and 1 lap to go. Driver in the background, Kwong in the wall, bounces across the circuit. There's debris on the racetrack, but Aaron Kwong got it wrong in the background. The leaders go on to the last lap, and Aaron Kwong's car is trying to get itself out of harm's way. Lei Kit Meng led over the line by 0.9 of a second.
Yeah, 0.9 the advantage as they went onto the final lap, and that car is stricken. It's there on the right-hand side as they are just within a whisper of the start-finish line, and we'll have to wait and see what happens. We are on the last lap, whatever, and with less than a second between the top 2 as they go down towards the pinch points here, the overtaking points at Lisboa. We get another view as the leader comes through. Second place Badaraco comes through. And we're going to see in the background what happens. It's a typical last corner moment, isn't it?
Yeah, just too quick into the corner. The car lost traction, slides and goes bang into the barrier. And Aaron Kwong then has not come through. On that lap, he'd done an absolute best within the first sector. But Lei Kit Meng, with the lights are flashing again, the hazard lights coming on as he hits the brakes. He's done the fastest lap, and he's getting away with another personal best within sector 1. And a red flag is being shown to stop the race. And the checkered flag is going to be shown as well. That's a shame, because the majority had gone past the incident zone, but a red flag is being shown. Now, is it for another incident? Because here in replay, no, that was 66 of So Yang Hong that we saw rejoin. So we're going to end with a red, and Lei Kit Meng takes the race win. And I could only assume that is because they want the cars to be slower coming into that final corner. But the irony is that all bar 3 know the car's there.
Yeah, it's a disappointment, really. It's disappointing for them, for the drivers. The race, we're just getting notification officially that the race will not be resumed. I didn't imagine for a moment that it would have been, but we do have our top 3 for the podium. They will be as delighted as if this was a 24-hour race or a 10-lap race. They are going to be absolutely delighted. But poor old Aaron Kwong, who was well involved in that battle in the top 4, unfortunately coming to grief on the final turn. So Lei Kit Meng is going to be very happy with this. Heads around the circuit, no stranger to the top step of the podium. Here at Macau, saw him on the top step last year, and heading up towards the Melco hairpin. Everybody else threads their way around, and poor old Aaron Kwong can only be a spectator. What a huge disappointment that's going to be for him, and also he's going to know that that has cut the race short, and will feel sorry for his fellow racers. There is absolutely no doubt about that. So, yeah, disappointment.
Indeed, another battered car, and as you make the point, it's a sole race for the road sport drivers. Yes, there are 2 for the category, but only 1 per entry. So not a great deal of racing for them this year, sad to say, but while it was happening, it was good as ever. But a real shame that we had all those incidents and quite a lot of broken cars. But Lei Kit Meng will take the win. In fairness, you do start to appreciate why they get long practice sessions, don't you? Because over the course of the weekend, there is available track time, even if your race is cut short. Well, you have had, you know, quite a few laps within the practice sessions, I guess.
It's a gift of a circuit. Every driver wants to be on it as much as they can be. The nature of the circuit means that very often the sessions are cut short. They get limited laps, and it's maybe the road sports that have had the most of the track time over the last couple of days, because they had a first session of the weekend with no stops at all. I think 1 yesterday in qualifying, possibly 2, but yeah, they've had a good deal of track time.
It's one of the quirks of life, in a sense, that as motor racing has become safer and the safety procedures have evolved, so do the number of interruptions. Because, you know, in the old days, that car would have been left there under a yellow flag. These days, it's considered totally unrealistic to leave a car not just by the side, even on the racetrack, and even cover that by a yellow flag. So, with no runoff area here, cars have to be moved, and therefore, race is neutralised. Delighted team, though, of Lei Kit Meng. It is his team that runs the car.
How quick was the run into Park Fairmont? Absolutely superb. I said, you know, this means everything to Macau drivers, to Hong Kong drivers, to Chinese drivers. To be on the top step at Macau is a huge thing, and the team and the delight, the absolute delight from all of them down in Park Fairmont is something to enjoy.
Geronimo Badaraco joining the party as well with his Senna-esque helmet.
Very Senna helmet, yes.
And Mochi Fai joining in. So they've had about, what, 1 racing lap, two if you're lucky, and you'd think they've just won the lottery.
We're here, we're on the podium.
Absolutely. Good on them.
It's what we look forward to all year, and so, yeah, maybe that conveys better than any words just how important this meeting is for the 71st Macau Grand Prix. lovely scenes down here in Parc Fermé. Helmets coming off, balaclavas will come off, and worn out, hot and joyous.
So there, Lake Meng, a man that we saw racing in the British Formula 3 Championship many years ago, but a happy man here, winner for the second year in a row at Macau. And will now be whisked towards the podium. So the cars go to Parc Fermé, which is at the back of the paddock. Water is presented, and then the many Macau Grand Prix officials will whisk the top three of Lake Meng, Geronimo Badaraco and Mochi Fai towards the Grand Prix building, where the podium awaits, and Aaron Kwong's car, that's the kind of walk of shame, isn't it, putting it on the big screens? That's why we had to stop, chaps. It's because of him.
It's so sad, isn't it?
Well, it is, especially given that he was in fourth place and running well, but a real shame. And I did say, didn't I, about Lake Meng going early and how we needed to make sure people didn't make an error because the speed was higher on that restart, and that's what he did. You know, he came into the corner rapidly on a safety car restart, and the tyres just didn't quite have the bite.
Meanwhile,
yes, Lake Meng and his victory party with Geronimo Badaraco in blue overalls and Mochi Fai head to the podium.
If you could bottle this feeling, if you could bottle these emotions and joy, you would be a very, very rich entrepreneur, because the scenes of joy on the walk from Parc Fermé, and the big roof that we've got this year in the Parc Fermé area, time to even stop for a selfie or two on the way. The officials will be making sure that...
Come on.
But you need to leave here.
You spend a lot of your life in the UK conducting podium ceremonies, dealing with drivers that are happy they've won, grumpy they've not. But if that were a UK race, there wouldn't be a smile amongst them because they'd had so little racing. And yet, the joy is just unbridled. It's remarkable to see.
I think we should take the video of the last 3 or 4 minutes and show it to young drivers and say, this is what you need to do. This is how you need to be.
When you launch Podium School, you can use that as your first lesson.
Podium School, what a good idea.
Well, the trophy presenters for the podium are heading towards it. The drivers are heading there, and the officials will make sure that they've got the right drivers, the right dignitaries, the right titles of the right dignitaries, the right trophies for the right dignitaries with the right titles for the right drivers, for the right steps for the right podium, and then we should be in business in a few moments' time. More track action, of course, at Macau today with touring cars, GT3 cars and the FR single-seaters that are running for the Macau Grand Prix tag for the first time. And then tomorrow we'll start with the motorbike Grand Prix that would have been today, but such has been the weather and the umpteen dramas that the timetable has suffered, the bike's put onto tomorrow. Provisional result then, after 5 laps, Lake Meng the winner from Geronimo Badaraco and Mochi Fai taking third, and they will go to the podium. 4th, Chan Chat Yin ahead of Li Ming Yip, and then Chan Chi Ha in 6th. Rui Valenti was 7th from Yun Chut Lun, Feng Hoi Ting 9th, and So Yang Hong, despite his damage, rounding out the top 10. 11th was Wong Kar Hong ahead of Gerald Lau and Tang Yu Ching. Kwang Kar Kit was next from Chen Kar Kun and Zhao Meng. Lam Chan Chung was 17th ahead of Vicky Law, with the last finisher being Wu Wai Hung. We lost, of course, Aaron Kwong on the restart. We lost the rest on the opening lap of the race within the first couple of sectors of the lap.
So we stand by and wait for the drivers to assemble at the back of a very grand podium, which was a new podium built for last year, the 70th celebration. 2 weekend meeting last year for the 70th celebration for the Macau Grand Prix. The previous decade, we got this wonderful new race control building, race administration building, which is just next to the podium. And it really, in the last 10 years, it is has become an iconic building, hasn't it? With the distinctive corporate colours, the yellow and black of the Macau Grand Prix. It is a huge circular building which overlooks the start-finish line, and just next to it, a big podium area with a huge LED screen behind it, which can show all the action over the course of the day and weekend, but also the flags of the winners, the nations. It's such a versatile thing which has been presented to us last year for the podium presentation.
Mochi 5 for third, Geronimo Badaracco for second, and Lei Kit Meng, the race winner, will go to the podium, where the laurels will be presented by Dr. Kent Wong, the Chief Advisor of Macau Resorts and Entertainment, and the trophies will be presented by Craig Fullerlove, who is the Chief Financial Officer and Chief Administrative Officer of Wynn Macau Limited. All the major resorts and casinos having a huge active supporting involvement within the Macau Grand Prix, as it has been for many, many seasons. So the drivers are being rounded up, as I say, brought to the pit building. The dignitaries will be made ready as well. The photographers are there. The podium announcements will be made. And 3 very happy drivers will join us on the podium in a few moments' time. The Macau Road Sport Challenge that has all of its races at the Zhuzhou circuit. But then at the end of the championship, as you've seen, you take the best out of the 2 groups, put them into one race this weekend, and this, if you like, secondary field, having the Saturday race with the top 28 in the championship doing the Sunday. So there is the podium with the artwork for this year reflecting Peter Hickman, Raffaele Marciello and Luke Browning, the Grand Prix winners last year, Motorbike Grand Prix, the single-seater Grand Prix, and of course the FIA GT World Cup for Raffaele Marciello. Luke Browning not here this year because he's racing in a different category. Raffaele Marciello is, but in a different manufacturer. Peter Hickman is, and he's qualified on the front row for the Motorcycle Grand Prix for tomorrow morning. So we are ready, I think, for our first podium of the weekend.
Presentation ceremony, and now we're going to present trophies for the Macau World Sport Challenge. First of all, please welcome our winners. Second runner-up,
number 2, Mochi 5 from Macau, China. Congratulations. And the first one up, number 28, Jay Badaraku, Balabange from Macau, China. And our winner, number 7, Lei Kit Meng from Macau, China as well. Congratulations. And now, may we invite Dr. Ken Wong, Chief Advisor of Macau Resorts and Entertainment, to present the laurels to our winner. Dr. Wong, please. Wow, congratulations, what a moment. And now firstly present to our second runner-up, and then the first runner-up, Jay Badaraku. And our winner, Lei Kit Meng, again, standing on the top of our podium. Congratulations. Dr. Wong, let's have a photo. 有請咁多位望向前，幫我哋嚟張合照先。Let's take a good photo together. Thank you, Dr. Ken Wong, thank you. And our winners, please remain. Now may we invite Mr. Craig Fullerlove, Chief Financial Officer and Chief Administrative Officer of Wynn Macau Limited, to present the trophies in a bit of the time. And now let's take one more photo. 好事成雙，我哋再嚟一張合照。All right, thank you so much. 多謝晒黃星雄博士. Thank you, Dr. Ken Wong. And now we would like to invite Mr. Craig Fullerlove, the Chief Financial Officer and the Chief Administrative Officer of Wynn Macau Limited, to present the trophies. First, to our second one-up, number 2, Mochi 5. Yes, congratulations. And then to our first one-up, Jay Badaraku. Muito parabéns. Yes, and last but not the least, for sure, our winner, number 7, Lei Kit Meng. And all of them are from Macau, China. Congratulations, Mr. Fullerlove. Let's take a photo. Please look at the cameras right in front. Okay, please remain. Okay, one more photos, right? No problem. And now, may I invite Dr. Ken Wong to join us for one more photo. Mr. Craig Fullerlove, please remain. Let's have one photo together. Okay, together on the podium, let's face the camera. All right, 3, 2, 1, cheers, congratulations. Really a happy and glory moment for our Macau drivers. Congratulations. Thank you, our guests. Thank you. 有請車手留步，亦都恭喜晒。唔該晒兩位頒獎嘉賓。Thank you， 黃星雄博士亦都 Thank you, Mr. Craig Fullerlove. And now it's time for the champagne shower. Please remain. All right, let's celebrate. Okay, what a moment. Congratulations to our winners from Macau, China. Woo.
So a very, very happy podium.
And, congratulations.
Lei Kit Meng on the top step. Delighted with that. Understandably so, Geronimo Badaracco and Mochi Fai joining him for the top three.
3位同事站上我哋頒獎台，獲得今次澳門路車挑戰賽嘅獎項，恭喜晒 ！Congratulations, thank you so much. And let's look forward to the next race in a bit of the time. See you soon. Thank you.
So for the moment, the Macau Gear Circuit falls silent. It will be touring cars that are the next activity in about 20 minutes' time. Also on track for the first of the two races this weekend to determine TCR World Tour, TCR China, TCR Asia champions. But well done yet again to Lei Kit Meng. Doesn't matter what the category is, a win at Macau is a win at Macau, and he's a very happy man nonetheless, and celebrates, as you saw, in fine style at the end of our first race of the weekend, the Macau.
賽後記者會，首先我哋恭喜台上面嘅3位車手，佢哋分別係冠軍黎傑明、亞軍巴德華高同埋季軍嘅毛志輝嘅。Welcome to the post-race press conference of the Macau Road Sport Challenge. We have on stage with us third place Mo Chi Fai, second place Geronimo Badaracco, and first place we have Lei Kit Meng。3位我哋台下就睇得好緊張啦，又紅旗又黃旗咁樣，又安全車，可唔可以同我哋講下你哋喺賽道上面嘅感受呢？或者我哋由李傑明開始啊。
其實我都係盡量做好自己啦，盡量唔好俾外來嘅因素去影響到自己嘅心情。咁喺呢度我亦都好感謝澳門政府啊，對我哋本澳車手嘅支持，亦都好感謝 AAMC 啦，因為主辦個新嘅賽事都唔係易嘅。其次好感謝我嘅贊助商啦，我嘅團隊啦，特別係卡利集團啦，佢對我多年嚟嘅支持，喺度好衷心去感謝佢哋。就特別我個團隊啦，因為我個團隊跟住我都有超過30年。
巴達哥。
Hello, testing yes。唔好意思，頭先問啲咩㗎？
比賽過程同埋感受。
比賽過程啊，如果唔係發生嗰個紅旗咧 ，safety car 出嚟咧。應該我同阿李傑明車手咧會更加好玩，更加激烈嘅玩得。咁剩翻幾個圈，咁首先起步嗰陣時咧，其實我都起得幾好噶啦。不過可能李傑明咧就比架車，即係對架車咧比較熟悉啲，即係始終舊年佢都喺澳門跑道贏過，唔係揸過同贏過呢場賽事嘅。咁今日起第2嘅我都好滿意嚇，唔該。
我比賽過程中咧都好開心，因為今年咧係第2年揸呢架車。起步嗰陣時都算起得幾好。喺葡京前咧可以超到幾架車。咁一路上如果唔係咁多意外咧，其實呢場賽事都好好睇，好好玩。
Thank you. So a quick recap of what our winners have shared with us. So let me start from Lei Kip Ming. Lei Kip Ming think racing in Macau has always been challenging. So he knows that the importance is to take advantage as early as possible and stay focused. He would like to take the opportunity to thank the Macau government for supporting Macau racing drivers, the AAMC for having the race, and also his sponsors and team, especially for his team who's been with him for over 3 decades. Second place, we have Badarako. He thinks that the race could be more intense and could be more exciting if it wasn't for the safety car and red flag. He had a pretty good start, but he thinks that Lei Kim-ming is more familiar with his car, but overall he's very happy with the result. For our third place, Mo Chi-fai, he's very happy with the race. This is his 2nd year in the same car. He had a good start and had a few overtakes before Lisboa. And overall, he thinks that if, like what Badarako had said, if it wasn't with the safety car and the red flag, the race would be even more interesting. Now the floor is open for questions. 有冇記者朋友需要問問題? If no, then this is the end of the press conference. Thank you very much. 麻煩3位企一企身，我哋影翻張合照，恭喜晒。
Cars are in position.
A staple of the event for many, many seasons. Always for touring cars, it's always one that delivers great action. And for this season, it is going to be the final round of the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour as well, and a fine grid of cars being assembled with now a five-way battle for the championship. Norbert Mikulich, Ted Bjork now up to second, having gained points in a place after qualifying yesterday. Then Esteban Guerrieri with Jan Erleche and Mikael Ashkener, very much the outsiders next in the standings. It is a very busy grid. It is a very full grid as well. The first of two races then that are going to determine the outcome of the championship. The gear race will be tomorrow. This effectively the qualifying race for it, and it is going to be Ted Bjork who starts on pole position, and the points that he gained yesterday bringing him now up into second in the standings. Let's go to the grid first of all and join Lisa Leyland.
Hello everyone and welcome to a very busy start grid here in Macau for the penultimate race of the 2024 Kumho FIA TCR World Tour. We have Ted Bjork here, he's our pole man. He came into the round 19 points off the lead, and because of yesterday's session time, he's now 10 points off the lead and he's moved up to second in the general standings. It was also his first pole of the World Tour campaign. Ted, just a few words for you. I was just telling everyone at home, 10 points off the lead now. You were 19 coming into this weekend. A great place to be at this stage of the game. Yeah. Happy times.
No, but it is, you know, I was so happy yesterday to deliver the pole position time. I'm fighting for the championship. They are really good drivers. They will do anything to stop me, of course. Yeah. But it feels good, and big thanks to the car. Everybody's supporting me, and yeah, it's nice.
Ted, yesterday I spoke to your team manager, Frederick. Jan was 6 points behind you coming into this round, and Frederick said there was no team orders, you're just going to look after yourself out there. But he did help you. He provided you with two toes. Will you be expecting more today?
Oh, of help?
Possibly.
Of course.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to give me some diplomatic answer, but no, I mean, that is what's happening now then.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I'm in the front, he's there, I have more points, 2 more races to go. Okay. This will go really quick. You know, I try to get all the points I can, and I know the team supports me. Okay,
you're carrying 10 kilos. Big deal or not at this stage?
No, but as Mikael is carrying 30, Jan's 30, Norby 0. So I think it's tough, but I have nothing to complain about.
No, and of course it was your first pole of the World Tour as well.
Amazing. What happened? No, but it was so nice yesterday. So yeah.
Best of luck, Ted. Thank you.
Thank you.
A very important day for Ted, a very important weekend, in fact, for the Lincoln Coast Iron Racing Team. Standings. They could actually do it in race 1, but we'll see. Let's grab a few words with Mikael Ashkener over there. He told me after the Chinese round, where he picked up the race win in that first race, that was the toughest race of his career. He won in the wet on slicks, but he showed yesterday that he was also very fast in the dry. Mixed emotions for you, Mikael, because I think you were something like a 20,000th of a second off pole position, but you did show everyone that you're fast in the dry as well as in the wet yesterday.
Yeah, it was hard, to be honest, to lose the pole position by 20,000ths of a second, especially as well with 30 extra kilos. I nailed the lap, so I had no mistakes on my flying lap. I put everything together, and to lose the pole by 20,000 is very painful. But today I have a chance, so I will go for it. I mean, the only thing I want is to win the race, and I will try my best, you know. So I think the car is competitive. I feel very good. I sleep super good, so I think I will be fast.
And also another factor, of course, your teammate Norby. He's just 10 points in the lead. I mean, that's not much coming into Macau. Will you be helping him?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, now he's only 2 races to go. Norby's leading by 10 points. We all focus on him right now as a team. and I will do my best to help Norby, and that's our strategy, and we work as a team, so we will do our best.
Okay, best of luck, Macau. Okay, let's see if we can grab a few words with Jan Erleschee from Lincoln Co-Zion Racing. Of course, he's third on the grid there, and he's actually looking super chilled out there. Just down here, if you can see him. But do you know why I think he might be looking a little bit chilled? In terms of his championship fight, it's more about the team collective. Jan, you were third in pole yesterday. You did help your teammate. You provided him with 2 toes. I have spoken to Ted already. I mean, have you got team orders now for today and tomorrow's race?
Yeah, obviously we got them yesterday already, so for sure we have them today. My main goal will be to assist Ted as much as I can. We missed out on pole yesterday by 1/10 with 30 kilo ballast, and giving toes was not easy. But I'm super happy he set the pole, and we can fight now for the team championship. But for the driver, I will give him an help as much as I could. But we are a bit surrounded by Hyundais right now, 3 against 2, so it's going to be tough.
Yeah, it's funny I'm asking you that because I actually spoke to your team manager yesterday, and he said no team orders. So someone's telling porcupines to me. But let's talk about this racetrack here in Macau.
Good luck, mate.
There we go. Good team spirit there. Let's talk about this racetrack here in Macau. We saw yesterday just how unpredictable it can be, especially with the weather conditions. Today we have a dry race, but anything can still happen out there.
Just to come back on what you say, actually Frederick told right because he was no team order, but by the fact Santi blew the engine in Q1 and he was supposed to tow me, then we had to prioritize Ted that is a bit ahead of me in the championship, so I could not get the tow, so I had to tow him, that's why. So he didn't talk bad, he said the truth. No. So about Macau, it's quite a tricky track. Yesterday, since the beginning of the weekend, the conditions are changing quite a lot. So it makes our life quite tough. At the moment, we haven't done any long run on dry conditions, so we have no clue about how the car will behave. We just guess the setup and we will send it. So after 4 or 5 laps, might be a bit of struggle, but we worked hard yesterday night to make sure it's less struggle as possible.
Best of luck. Thank you for chatting to us, Jan Erleschee there. I want to speak to Norby Michelis. Of course, he's our championship leader. He came into this round 10 points in the lead. He managed that yesterday in the qualifying session. He's still got 10-point lead. But honestly, that's not a lot here in Macau. Anything, he's in his car. I think I'm going to leave him to it. Anything can happen in Macau, and 10 points really is not a lot. And then we saw yesterday, anything can happen, and it does happen. Let's speak to Nestor Girolami, obviously Norby's teammate. Nestor, just a quick word just before you get into the car. Nestor's in the perfect position. He's got Norby in front of him, and he's also got his fellow countryman Esteban Girolami behind him. You're in a great position to defend your teammate. Will that be happening today?
Yeah, of course. I mean, main target is to secure the driver title with Norby. Yeah. From the team title, we are a little bit far, but everything can happen. So, yeah, main focus to defend Norby, get a good start, and then try to do my race.
And just quickly, yesterday P5 in qualifying. That's a good result for you personally.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the free practice, we were stronger, and also in Q1 we were very fast. But then the track was getting dry, and the car balance was not in the right window. Yeah. And I think we did our maximum. But yeah, with this. Bittersweet that you could have done better, but anyway, it's a good starting position, P5. And
best of luck, Babu. Thanks for chatting to us. I just mentioned him, Esteban Guerreri, fellow teammate of Nestor there, and also fellow countryman. He's actually getting in his car as well. I wonder if I can get a few words with him. Maybe I can. He came into the championship 10 points down. He's now 14 points down. He slipped from 2nd to 3rd in the general standings. I don't think I'm going to grab a few words with him. He looks like he's a little bit in the zone. But we did see yesterday his teammate impact the wall, and he actually got a little scratch. I say a little scratch on his car. It wasn't little at all. But the team, Goat Racing, had a lot of work to do last night because of the qualifying session. But Esteban's in the car. We're almost ready to go. Good luck to all the guys. It's time for race 1 here at the Kuma FIA TCR World Tour. Back to commentary.
almost ready to go here on the streets of Macau that have given drama all over the weekend, not just for the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour, but for all the other categories as well. Expect more of the same. David Anderson, Alan Hyde are trackside. The grid is full. The fans are expectant. On the one hand, you've got a touring car race to look forward to, which is always good value around Macau. On the other hand, an important hand, you've got yet another chapter in terms of who is going to win the championships, plural, Alan, because there's not just the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour, there's TCR Asia and TCR China up for grabs as well.
There is so much to consider, not just the fact that we have the Macau gear race, which has such a huge history. Look down the names of some of the winners over the history of the Macau Grand Prix, and you see the world's greatest touring car drivers, and some represented multiple times. But as you say, it's also a job for mathematicians, and they're going to be working pretty much flat out during this race, after the race, and before tomorrow, during tomorrow, and after tomorrow, to work out these championships that are to be decided. I always used to think, before I came to Macau, I always used to think this is an incredibly testing circuit, and it's almost a little bit unfair to finish a championship here because it is so testing. Then I came to Macau and realised it's the perfect place to finish a championship.
Because if you can win around here and keep out of trouble, then you deserve the accolades. There you can see Mikael Ashkener in the Hyundai getting good to go. Ashkener for the BRC Hyundai M Squadra Corsa team, overseen by Gabriele Tarquini. The team's championship is also up for grabs. We're talking drivers inevitably, but you've got, don't forget, also the Hyundai versus Lincoln Co. Cyan Racing battle within manufacturers. There is Jan Elache, who's been explaining just down on the grid about yesterday. Santiago Urrutia, he touched on, and how that affected team orders. Well, Urrutia had an electrical problem, so the dash went dead, the car ground to a halt, and that meant that not only was he out of qualifying, but it meant that he was therefore absolutely no use in terms of his teammate helping tow people around. So that's why they had to prioritise Ted Bjork, and it's also why Santiago Urrutia is going to start absolutely stone last. He's nearly in the ferry terminal so far back on the grid, is he? So Urrutia is going to be a man to watch as best he can be to make some progress here.
3-minute board displayed down on the grid, so the final few personnel being cleared from what was a very, very busy grid with all of the song and dance. We've had quite a bit of dancing going on the grid. Not seen that before leading up to the start of a race, but it's I think they were probably playing a bit of music down there, and the girls that normally merely represent their hotels from around the region here in Macau are also throwing some shapes down there on the grid. It's a great atmosphere, always a great atmosphere before any of the races here at Macau, and a packed crowd as well. We're just looking down at the those down in hospitality enjoying their lunch. They've got 3 world-class events to look forward to today. This is the first of them. 10 laps for the Macau gear race, then GTs later on this afternoon, and of course the qualification race for the Macau Grand Prix. All of that to look forward to, but for now it's all about touring cars.
We are going to concentrate, of course, on the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour, but I better just tick off the fact that in the TCR Asia Championship, it's Zhang Zhengdong versus Max Hart. We're very much the outsider now after yesterday, Huang Doyun. In TCR China, it was Jason Zhang ahead of Martin Tsao, but Martin Tsao took the 10 points for pole position by actually being 8th overall, so he is now ahead, and we'll try and keep on top of those as best we can, but the main focus very much is on World Tour. Martin Tsao and Andy Yan did a really good job, the 2 local drivers yesterday that got themselves into the top 12 that progressed to Q2. It was a challenging Q2 for Marco Butti, who crashed early on, and his car was then clipped by Dusan Bošović and also by Esteban Guerrieri. That's why he picked up a little bit of damage, because they just had to make their own gap, really, sort of barge through. It was almost stock car-esque, not deliberate, but the car bounced onto the road, and there was just about a Honda's gap when they'd been through it. The rest of the field, though, ready to go. There is the Honda number 62 from Goat Racing, Pepe Oriola's team of Dusan Bošović, and the grid now being cleared. It is going to be a 10-lap race. There will be 1 formation lap to get some warmth into the Kumho rubber on which they run. The officials clearing the grid of everybody, who would then make their way down to the pit lane and hope, with everything crossed, that there is going to be nothing now that they need to worry about in terms of repairs, and we have a clean race without interruption of safety car. Pole position then is Ted Björk. Mikkel Ashkener is with him at the front of the grid. Third on the grid, Jan Erlache, and then Norbert Mikelic lining up fourth. It is Nestor Girolami, fifth ahead of Esteban Guerrieri. Seventh is Ma Xinghua, and then eighth Martin Tsao. Ninth on the grid, Andy Yan, and 10th, Dusan Bukovic, with David Zhu being 11th, and 12th, Marco Butti. They were the ones that came into Q2. 13th is Jason Zhang, ahead of Zhang Zhendong. Rob Huff only 15th, ahead of Martin Shi, and then John Filippi with Rainy Hearn next. Sunny Wang 19th, ahead of Juan Carlos Xu. Max Hart starts 21st from Jamie Lai, Huang Goyun, and Li Guanghua. Then Gary Kwok is 5th, 26th, Yu Heng from Wu Yifan, Lo Se-hei, Benny Santosa, and Dipo Fitramadhan. Then Mansu Ming, and at the very back of a 32-strong grid, yes indeed, 32, Santiago Urrutia, who is just round the back corner, waiting for the indication that he can set off on this final formation lap. It's a very busy grid. It's going to be a really edgy race, this, and if we get through without incident, I would be amazed.
We've got top touring car drivers in the world here at Macau, and if you bear in mind that this is a 6.1-kilometre circuit which has everything, amazingly quick bends, curves, if you like, amazingly quick straights, and then very tight and twisty and incredibly slow hairpins. You've got everything here, and with the best tip-top drivers in the world competing, they go to spaces that you really don't think exist, and sometimes, just sometimes, it works.
It's a place where racecraft comes to the fore. Bear in mind, they've been to Vallelunga, purpose-built race circuit. They've been to Marrakesh Street Circuit, Mid-Ohio, then to Interlagos, to El Pinar, and then to Zhuzhou. So this is, again, a very different sort of circuit. The World Tour this year, 14 races, and although it's the second year of the World Tour, it is the first year that it carries an FIA badge. So illustrative of how the World Tour, which has been born out of the World Touring Car Championship and the WTCR Cup, just how strong it has been, how important it is to the FIA that it's been given that FIA tag. And we'll see at the end of race one how this is affecting the championship that you can see on screen at the moment. That is the view out of the front of Ted Björk's Lincoln Co. And picking up his pace as he works his way through, if you like, the mountain section of the circuit, that steep climb up San Francisco Hill, through Maternity, through Teddy Yip Corner, the Solitude S's, but do not expect it to be totally follow my leader through this part of the track, as we've seen, and Alan's touched on it in years past. You can overtake around there if you are really brave.
They have done, and you breathe in, you then finally allow yourself to breathe again, because sometimes it happens.
And the car breathes in as well, doesn't it? You can almost see it happen. Yeah. Aboard number 186 is Esteban Guerrieri, then now down to third in the championship. He's got 20 kilos of compensation weight, just to tally off who's got what in terms of World Tour. We have Ted Björk with 10 kilos, Santiago Urrutia at the very back and with 40, so he really is up against it. Jan Erlache has 30 kilos, Esteban Guerrieri 20, Mikkel Ashken at 30, and that's based on the results over the previous weekend rather than a championship position. So, on board with Norbert Mikelic. Has he got a problem, or is he just going slowly in the traffic? Slowly in the traffic, I think. But one or two nervous faces, because they all know they need their drivers to get through this safely now and to bank as many points as we can. Norbert Mikelic leads Ted Björk by 10 points after qualifying yesterday in the championship, as out of the Melco hairpin and down through Black Sands they come.
Yep, weaving the cars from side to side. Bear in mind that we have a dry circuit. We take that for granted here at Macau, because year after year it's very hot, it's always very humid. Generally we get sunshine and blue skies, maybe some days it's a little overcast, but normally it's dry. Not so this weekend so far. Today is a fully dry circuit, and they can really get these cars working properly, heat into the tyres, driving as touring car drivers want to do, and that's using the cars to the absolute maximum around such a demanding test over 6.1 kilometres of the gear circuit here at Macau. Look at this, the weaving, 4 lanes in normal Macau life, and you can use all of the tarmac to get as much heat into those tyres as you possibly can.
So Ted Björk, the 2017 World Touring Car Champion, the 2006 Swedish Touring Car Champion, 3 times a Scandinavian Touring Car Champion, and also the FIA Sports Car Champion from the SR2 division as well. Former single-seater racer, then he went sports cars, then to touring cars, in which he made a very successful career for himself. He lines up on pole position then with Mikael Ashkener, who was the 2021 TCR Europe champion. He was the 2022 WTCR Cup winner, and as you've been hearing, had that first tour win of the season, this season, at Zhuzhou last month. He will line up second on the grid, ahead then of Jan Ellershey, who comes from good racing stock, uncle being Ivan Muller, his mum being Cathy Muller, who raced here in Formula 3. He was a French Super Tourism champion, WTCR champion and the Cup champion as well. He's raced TCR all over the globe. Father a professional footballer as well, just to finish off the sporting attributes of the Ellershey Muller family. And he slots into place third ahead of the reigning champion Norbert Mikelish fourth. Gabriele Tarquini nearest the camera then. Spectacles on head as he looks at the timing screen, looks at the data, looks at the television feed as well. And the last few cars trickle into place. Standing start, 1 by 1 grid as we get set for race 1 of the weekend. The qualifying race, because it's going to affect how the grid will line up for tomorrow's gear race. But for the purposes of the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour, is a fully point-scoring event. And that means this really matters.
Last few cars come into place. The engine notes very soon will rise, and we'll get this race, this qualification race, over 10 laps around the gear circuit here at Macau underway. Tensions rise, and as oh, what a beautiful sight that makes as they are lined up, getting ready to start their first race of the weekend. Last few cars just in the back of your picture come into place, and we'll get the lights coming on. The engine notes rise, they will go out any moment now, and we'll get the race underway. Good start by Ted Bjork, good start by Ashkener as well, and Jan Ellershey is going to be side by side as they head down towards what is the very, very fast run towards, and already we've got a wheel off, we've got a tyre off, we've got debris.
We had one of the Linkicos that did not get away and was then hit from behind. So drama from the start as Ted Bjork leads the way. The rest of the field battle through. The whole field going back with an interruption. We get a couple of battered cars off the road as they come down towards Lisboa. For the first time, Ted Bjork trying to make good his escape. He's under attack there. Mikael Ashkener to the outside line. He's not going to get through there. And it's the last of the late breakers. Ashkener is out wide, but he makes the corner as others do not. Up the escape road there, tries to go out the Guerrieri. Others have to slow right down and limp through, but Bjork hangs on to the advantage. That could have been a whole lot worse, getting through Lisboa for the first time. They make it, and no they don't, because at San Francisco mayhem has broken out. The track is blocked. There's been more contact up the road, and Guerrieri's Honda, I think, is at the front of that, isn't it? Facing at 90 degrees to the traffic. Esteban Guerrieri has gone nose into the wall. Nobody else can get through, and the red flag is out. The race is being suspended on lap 1 in Macau.
Not surprisingly as well, because just count the cars. It's not surprising that the teams were looking slightly puzzled at what was going on there. They couldn't even see if their car was involved down there.
No.
And not least, some cars are held up, some cars are quite badly damaged.
Let's just tick off the first incident. It was Marcin Hua that didn't get away on the grid, and most people got round him. He was, as you can see, clipped on the left rear corner, and so that's him done. So Marcin Hua is out of the race. And then...
out of the car as well, I think.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. He'll be walking to the pit lane. But then we got them through San Francisco. Gary Kwok's car was the one that hit him, so that's the other one that needs retrieving. So that was one incident that was always going to need looking at. And then we got them to, what, turn 4, San Francisco, and it's all kicked off there. Possibly Guerrieri having, of course, been up the escape road, having gone out wide at turn 3 at Lisboa, coming back online and then being tagged and turned sideways.
So many of us would arrive at this scene and think, right, where do we start? But they will do this incredibly quickly. Doctors going around to make sure that everyone is okay, and that being the most important job. But, you know, they've seen just about every kind of incident here, the officials and the track workers, the marshals, and they will know, piece by piece, we can get the cars apart, we can recover them to the paddock or to the pit lane, they can get back and restart the race. It is incredible. It looks, when you look on the screen, like an possible and very long recovery from a situation like this. But I think it's fair to say these marshals are absolutely the best in the world for this incident. And look, it doesn't take long. You get the cork out of the bottle and the rest of the field can begin to make their way around.
Somebody has got somebody else's bodywork by the look of it. Somebody's bonnet stuck at the front. Guerrieri's car looks like that is not going to be able to get going. So the field getting through, now that the road opens up, drivers setting off, liquid spilled on the circuit being attended to as well. Which is the car that's further up the road? That's one of the Volcano cars, isn't it? That's either John Filippi or Rob Huff that's got involved in that.
I didn't see which one it was.
Yeah, Huff was ahead on the grid, albeit only by a row, but one of those, it must be Filippi, I think, because he's not got through the 4th sector, whereas Huff has. So I think John Filippi, Esteban Guerrieri are certainly two. You can see Filippi at the top of the picture. Guerrieri's car is the one facing the wrong way. So from that, this is the incident off the start line that's being attended to. We shall await news as to whether we go from the grid, from the original grid, or whether we go from the order as it is from the pit lane. But we'll try and piece it all together. Let's have a look at some of the replays of that dramatic first lap. So this is down at Lisboa. Ted Bjork fending off Mikael Ashkenaut, Norbert Mikelish third. And then look, Guerrieri on the brakes too late, goes wide, forces the Lincoln Co out with him. Others get up the escape road, and look, yeah, there's contact there, and that's what turns Guerrieri around. He actually spins in the middle of the pack, and then there's just nowhere to go on the inside. Some try and go through to the right and succeed. Others can't quite get to the gap in time, and all of a sudden the road is blocked. Here it is from another angle. Look left, because in a minute Guerrieri's going to get speared across the road. There he is. Bounces off cars, takes one of the Hyundais for a ride, doesn't he? And that could have done some damage there. And others pile in, and the road is blocked because you've got another of the Hyundai Elantras that gets turned sideways and blocks the road.
And it was actually, when you look at the replay, only 2 cars that effectively blocked the whole of the circuit. It just happened to be at 90 degrees to the barriers, and that's how wide the track is on that run down towards San Francisco Hill. But it's Huffy that's made his way back to the pit lane with a bit of damage on the right front of the car.
Drivers getting out of the cars because they might as well get some fresh air, or fresh-ish air. And Rob Huff goes and has a word with the team, and also with Dusan Borkovic.
Huh? I touched you because I think it was you were behind Goofy. I'm not sure. Because there was 3 in front. Ermash out wide. I was behind you. You went right.
Rob Huff apologising for the contact and explaining why there was the contact, because basically everyone was going for the same bit of real estate. So Rob Huff goes back to the car and, anticipating a long wait, he's going to take off his crash helmet and get some fresh air. And there is the operation for the clean-up. Now, which is the other car with its back to us? It is 50-something that's been delayed or eliminated. Trying to identify who it is, but we'll hopefully come to that. 51 maybe, which would be the car of Wu Yifan. Right, so there's more damage done to Guerrieri's car than perhaps first expected. That's going to need extricating. 56 of Benny Santoso got involved in that. It was his own bonnet rather than somebody else's, but in the incident it's peeled it back like a tin can, so he's arrived in the pit lane with that car looking decidedly strange. We'll have to see that in the pits in a moment.
Teams are going to be pretty busy now, and wondering how long it's going to take for this recovery out on the circuit.
So have a look at the start first of all. Look to the left of the screen, so from where the blue car is on pole position, because you'll see Marshwinghard does not go. He either stalls it or has a breakage, and most get past him, and then bang! Oh. That was Gary Kwok into the back, and he hits the barrier, and that's where that's where Santoso's car picks up the damage. Look, you suddenly see the bonnet peel back like a tin can. He carries on, so it wasn't in the Lisboa incident, which is this one. Very, very tight for the race lead, wasn't it? Bjork and Ashkenaut. Guerrieri wide up the escape road. Jan Elishe goes with him, and then Huff gets into the back of Guerrieri and Borkovic, and that's where Guerrieri gets turned around. So Huff and Borkovic getting themselves together, and Guerrieri right in the way, kind of thing. Ended up being given a little tap and turned around as well. replay on board with Guerrieri. And this, Alan, is going to be fascinating because after 3 corners, his world is going to change direction.
Certainly will, and it's always a bit of a boisterous opening lap for the touring cars. That's very much the nature, and as we ride on board, we're going to get a grandstand view of exactly what went on. This is the run down towards this classic overtaking place at Lisboa, the right-hander named after the Grand Lisboa, the very colourful hotel. It's unique as well, nothing like it anywhere in the world. Over to the left-hand side on the run down towards Lisboa they go. So look down on the inside, and then, yeah, straight on. You are only able to see the barrier on the outside, and then that tap right the way around. You go 360 degrees almost, but only looking at the barrier.
Right, so liquid to be soaked up, and the road is almost clear of cars, but it was Wui Fan's car that needed to be retrieved as well. Right, so let's hear the thoughts of 1 or 2 of the drivers while we have this red flag. Let's rejoin Lisa Leyland.
Well, as we just saw there, another dramatic start here in Macau. We barely got a lap in. Let's speak to Dusan, let's speak to Rob. Dusan, how was it from your seat? I mean, it's just pretty much chaos out there at the moment, isn't it?
From my side, I was, luckily I had the 3 positions dropped to the back. Then I was not in that mess. So I saw like Esteban, Marco, like a snooker for Martinez, how it looks one there, and then somehow I passed. Rob had a brilliant start. I never saw such a good start. Also in Jojo, what the name of the last race, he had a brilliant start. I had some issue with the sensor for fuel pump, but I know if they are going to solve that, but we'll see. Luckily, we are all of us are okay, but I feel bad for Esteban because he's a title contender, but this is Macau, and this is. I don't have much experience that he has, but always we have some problems here.
But Dusan, just picking up on what you said about Esteban, GOAT Racing. It was a tough day yesterday at the office for you guys with Marco. Now Esteban. In terms of that title, it's not looking good.
It looks bad for now, but I repeat, this is Macau. We have a race to do. I think that we will do a race now. And then tomorrow is still a race, so everything can happen also tomorrow. So never give up before the really end. Like when the judge says it's the end, then it's the end.
Absolutely. Thank you for chatting to us, Dusan. Let's move on to Rob Huff here. Rob, Dusan just said that you had a fantastic start, and in all fairness, you did need it because it was a tough qualifying session for you yesterday. How was it from your seat, and did you see anything from in the car?
I mean, obviously got a good start. I was back in 15th, so managed just to get flat around the outside of turn 1 and got a really good run through Mandarin. Then there was quite a bit of a gap to the guys in front. Arriving at Mandarin, at Lisboa, Erlasher was out a little bit, whether he outbraked himself or got pushed, I don't know, but he was quite wide. And then when I arrived there was Erlasher and 2 Hondas, and 3 into that space doesn't go. I tried to stay on the inside behind one of the Hondas, and then whoever was the Honda in the middle kept coming right and just went across the front of the other Honda. So that spun them round. Luckily they stayed right. I managed to get left and get through, but we got a bit of damage on the front right from where they were all trying to get out of it. But you know, going into Lisboa 3 abreast doesn't work. We know that for many years.
Rob, like you said, you know it for many years. You're a multiple winner here at Macau. You know the track, I can say it like the back of your hand. Is it fair to say it's not all about the speed out there? You just got to manage your expectations, you've got to manage the expectations of the car and also respect the racetrack.
Yeah, 100%. And exactly as you say, Macau, a lot of it is respecting the racetrack and each other, you know, and you know, the certainly 2 of the 3 guys that went in 3 abreast into Lisboa know that it's not possible. So you've just got to eliminate yourself from a situation like that, essentially. And of course, you know, it's never that simple when you're in the moment, but rather lose 2 or 3 places than DNF. So
thank you for chatting to us, Rob. Best of luck for the rest of the race. Time for commentary.
So good to hear from them down in pit lane. Thanks, Lisa, as the teams continue to do their final work to make sure the cars are strapped up and ready to take the restart. Quite a bit of damage inflicted on the various incidents that took place on the first time of asking. The sunshine has just come out here at Macau. That means the temperature rises as well. A chance also for drivers to bring their own perspectives of what went on during that first time of asking for the race to get underway, and talk to the teams and also get a bit of air as well. It was notable how many of them instantly wanted to get out of the car, take off their helmets and get a bit of air around their race suits as well, because it's not necessarily when they're driving, when they've got the adrenaline running and a bit of airflow around the car, they don't necessarily notice quite how warm it is today. Right, let's have another look at the start of the race. I was focusing on the front couple of rows of the grid, and it was Jan Ellerche that really rather missed out on this first time of asking. That's the first incident that we had, how high that wheel went, and the catch fencing here at Macau incredibly high to protect the crowds and the course workers around the field, and they do every year an incredibly good job of keeping everybody nice and safe. But that's such a horrible feeling with Marcin Wild's car not getting off the line and just waiting for the bang, and inevitably it came. So too did this as they go down towards Lisboa, the top two. So lucky was Ashkana to just be able to squeeze the car through. The rest of the field not so much. And then the incident on the run towards San Francisco Hill that caused the first of our stoppages. There we go. It's a look back at the start of the race. Another view, that's looking back from San Francisco Hill, which is quite a climb onto, if you like, the second part of the gear circuit here at Macau, where it gets altogether a lot tighter. And then the onboard shot of what happened for the first time of asking. It's always a bit inevitable, David, here when you've got these such vital races here at Macau. It's a tight circuit, incidents always happen, but you've got multiple championships to be decided as well. There is a lot at stake.
And cold tyres on the first lap, and. The first sector of the lap you are within at the moment on the way down to Lisboa, and the order for the restart or the resumption of the race will be taken from the timing point in that first sector. Obviously, you then have to take, as you see in replay, him going deep into the escape road, Esteban Guerrieri out of that because the car's not going to take the restart because of this. Bang, he got turned around. Borkovic hit him, others hit him. So Guerrieri will not take the restart, nor by the look of it will Wui Fan. But we do have a restart order based on how they cross the beam in sector 1. And that means it's going to be Ted Bjork ahead of Mikkel Ashkana. In third place, it's going to be Norbert Mikelish. In fourth place would have been Guerrieri, but that's going to elevate now Jan Ellerche ahead of the car behind him, Nestor Girolami. Although Girolami, yes, came into the pits fourth. That was because others, of course, ahead of him after the end of the first sector got themselves in a bit of bother. So the order is going to be put right in the pit lane, but it is Ted Bjork continuing in the lead effectively. That's the easy part of all of this. Once we get underway, we haven't yet had a restart time or a resumption time,
which is good news for some of the teams because they continue to work on the cars to patch them up and get them ready to take the restart. So you can see how much fluid has been dealt with down there on the run between Lisboa and San Francisco as well. Sunshine looks down on Macau, and I reckon this is the first time that we have had over 2.5 days here at Macau for 2024. The first time we've had proper sunshine. The view out of the commentary box here, looking over on the water and the colours of the paddock, it just looks normal Macau. Now, normal service resumed. We've had a wet track for 2 days here at Macau. We've had wind, we've had rain, but now we've got the crowds and sunshine of Macau. And boy, are they expectant for the afternoon's action.
And not only do we talk about happy drivers here, we always talk about happy fans and patient fans as well, because yes, they want to watch racing, but here we are with a race interruption. Now there is the Hyundai of Nestor Girolami having some attention done to it. Now that's interesting because Girolami's car was fourth at the end of the lap. It was a little bit lower down than that on the end of the first sector, but is all well. I don't think it picked up damage, but there's certainly something there that the team is grateful for this red flag for. They can go to work. The same being true also lower down the order of Sunny Wong's Lincoln Co.
Quite a few of them, I think, grateful that they can work on this.
Let's just grab a few words with our current points leader, Norby Michelis. Norby, excuse me, he's actually talking to Mikel Azcona. It'll be interesting to see what he's actually saying to him. But let's try and hear what he's actually saying. I will ask him, but it looks like they're quite deep in conversation. I mean, of course, there's a lot to talk about. No problem at all, Norby. Of course, you've got a lot to talk about. That was a dramatic first lap. How was it? I say first lap, it wasn't even a lap. How was it from your seat?
My start was good. I was immediately alongside Jan. Then wasn't easy because he was closing the gap coming to Mandarin. But I managed to keep the inside, braking for Lisboa. And not sure really what happened because I just received the notification of a red flag.
Norby, what were you just saying to your teammate Mikel there?
We were just discussing the best possible line because now it's a safety car restart. The blue cars on the straight are incredibly fast and it will be quite tricky to keep Jan behind. So I was just asking advice from Mikel what he would do in my position.
Okay, and just finally, let's just quickly talk about your championship. You came in with a 10-point lead. After qualifying, you still had a 10-point lead, which is a fantastic place to be in considering yesterday's session. It's so unpredictable here, isn't it? I mean, that's not a lot, is it?
Yeah, I prefer not to talk about the championship because as you can see today, you can make plans and most of the time it comes in a different way. So for me, I try to focus on what I can do today in the race, not to do mistakes, collect the points which are on the table, and I have the feeling that anything will be decided anyway tomorrow. So in the end, focus has to be on the race today, not thinking about the championship.
Absolutely. Okay, I agree with that. It's not over till it's over. Back to commentary.
Lisa, thanks. Just out of our window, we can see some of the wrecks that have been returned, and there's a lot of front damage to both John Philippi's car. I think we'll identify that at the top of the picture at San Francisco, and Wu Yifan. Lots of front damage. I'm therefore looking for a car with rear damage because I don't think it was the barriers that did for Wu Yifan, but he's obviously gone into something or somebody. But that's the car that's leaked all the liquid out of the bottom. And so for the restart, no Garrieri, no Filippi, no Wu Yifan, certainly no Gary Kwok, nor Marcin Kwa, because they never even got to turn one, never mind the first timing point.
I totally get what Norbert Michelis just said to Lisa down there, chatting away down in the pit lane. I don't want to talk about the championship points. They've got a lot to think about. Let's not worry about championship points. Let's do the best we can do. Sure. And you can only do what you can do, and let everything else pan out behind you, around you, and then see what we get at the end.
Let's grab a few words now with Santi Urrutia. Of course, he started, not to rub it in, but right at the back because of yesterday's qualifying session. But honestly, from that first lap, that's probably where you wanted to be because you managed to stay out of the trouble in the start.
Yeah. I did the start and then I saw the brief already in the straight, so I brake. And then I just let everyone go, and then I got stuck between T3 and T4. Just the road was, completely blocked. Yeah, I mean, now let's see. It seems like we're starting under safety car, so it's not a standing start. But I'm way at the back, so I mean, this is Macau, If someone crashes in the front, then just the road get the block. So I just hope for the best and to do a clean race.
Santi, like you mentioned, you are way at the back. You are carrying that extra weight as well. It is Macau. There's so much thrown your way during a session. What is your frame of mind coming into this race this morning? I mean, you can say, oh, no, it's going to be a tough day, but then it is not over until it's over. You don't know what's going to happen out there.
Exactly. I mean, Macau is Macau, so I want to have fun as well. I want to move positions. I want to go forward. So as many positions I can get will be a good thing for the championship. But to to have a good car for tomorrow as well is the principal thing. So sometimes you cannot control if you had a crash in front and then again the track get blocked. But we'll see how it goes. I think at the front, you know, they are fighting for the championship. They will be quite aggressive. I have some local guys as well in the front, so let's see.
Best of luck. Thank you for chatting to us, Santi Urrutia there. Back to commentary.
Now, the list of people that aren't taking the restart, Lisa, is getting larger and longer. I think we'd already identified there was no Ma Xuing-Pa. There's no Gary Kwok either in number 11. He won't be taking the restart. Nor will Guerrieri. We covered that. No Uri Fao, I think we knew that. Jamie Lai also, number 52, is not going to take the restart, so he got some damage. Andy Yan, which is a real shame because he was well placed on the grid, so we lose Andy Yan. And also Max Hart. Now that makes me wonder whether there was another incident. It must have been more cars that got embroiled within it, but I haven't spotted Andy Yan or Max Hart. Oh no, Andy Yan's was the Hyundai that got turned around, wasn't it, at the front of the queue? I said there was another car blocking the track. That was Andy Yan. Max Hart must have just gone piling into the back of him. But that's bad news for Max in terms of his TCR Asia hopes.
How many track workers are all busy making sure that the fluid down on the track on the run towards San Francisco is dealt with as quickly and as efficiently as possible. I don't know the figure of how many marshals there are around the circuit. It's a long circuit. Stoppages require a lot of work, inevitably, but there must be hundreds of marshals that are so very, very well trained to deal with all the incidents we have to deal with around the circuit. And a bit of barrier work required as well. That's not the work of a moment, is it?
No, I'm confused as to why we're being told Andy Yan and Max Hart aren't starting, because Andy Yan was 9th into the pit lane and Max Hart was 16th, so I would suggest that they might be able to go back out. Max Hart's car I can see is having work done on it, but at least it came back at the end of the first lap, so question mark over those two I would have thought, rather than a definitive non-start. If anybody's got damage that might be of a real problem, it would be Benny Santoso's car, which, as we saw, had all the damage at the front. Not a great day for Goat Racing again. Let's hear from team owner Pepe Oriola.
So it was a tough day yesterday in the qualifying session for Goat Racing, and again that first lap proved to be even tougher. Can you give us an update? I know Esteban's not actually doing the restart, is he?
Well, Esteban went for it. We knew that with the difference of points and seeing Norby already up to P3, he had to dive into Lisboa. Fortunately, he went wide by a few meters, and then on the rejoining, I don't think he saw that Marco was coming, and they crashed into each other. But it's a shame. The dream is over for us. It's still Macau. You never know. Tomorrow we start in the reverse grid with Esteban. But now we are here like waiting for a miracle, like in the casino.
Well, this is the thing. That was my next question. You were in the championship fight with Esteban. He came in with a 14-point off the lead. I can say it's not over until it's over, but let's be realistic. This does not look good, does it?
Yeah, I mean, since yesterday qualifying, that we didn't qualify already in front of Michelis, it was a bit uphill. I think it was a bit harder for us that we didn't get to try the car or Esteban feeling in the dry conditions. He didn't race here in the last 3-4 years, and the other guys did. So we missed a bit of performance in qualifying. So today it made us took a bit more of a risk that we should. But we were playing for the World Championship as a first year of the team, and you have to go for it. I prefer that my drivers go for the chances, like he did the whole year, than be there saying like, if I would have tried.
Exactly.
So nothing. Great job by Esteban the whole year. I cannot be more proud from him, from the whole team. The guys made an amazing job preparing the car for Marcos. And now let's see tomorrow if he can manage to get a win and live with a nice taste of the championship. But still, let's not forget it's our first year, and we will be back stronger.
Thank you, Pepe. Thanks for chatting to us on a lucky day for Goat Racing yet again. Back to commentary.
Lisa, thanks very much. So lots of teams taking this opportunity to effect some repairs, might be running repairs on the cars, but the teams are going to have a lot of work overnight. Volcano Racing, Goat Racing, Cyan Racing, have all got cars with serious amounts of damage. Others are being worked on in the pit lane. The Macau racing team have got to sort out Gary Kwok's car, and drivers getting ready. We understand the barrier damage and the other repairs and the track sweeping and clearance is almost done. And once that is done, then there'll be a sort of countdown time for the resumption of the race. Well, there you can see, bravo to everybody involved. The circuit is clear. You can see all the witness marks on the road where people hit the brakes or hit somebody else, and in the ensuing melee, cars got whacked around. So it is going to be a rather smaller number that we have ready to go back out. Those that are being worked on rather than are in the line are Benny Santoso's car, Max Hart's car I can see. And if that mechanic had just moved left, there he is, good, he's moved. I think also Martin Shee's Honda Civic from the Macau team. Others, though, have time to pose for a photograph.
Well, he's a star of Macau, isn't he? What a star he is. Rob Huff with so many wins in touring cars here at Macau, known as a master around the streets of Macau. So much so, he has a Madame Tussauds made waxwork of himself.
He's here all year round, isn't he?
So I had the weirdest experience in the museum last year because I was looking at Huffy's waxwork, never seen it before. Yes. And someone called out my nickname behind me, so I turned around and it was the real-life Huffy just behind me, and it was the most bizarre moment.
I do think the waxwork one looks a fraction younger. Might be wrong, might be wrong. Rob, fair play to him, also made sure that the waxwork carried a BRDC shield on it as well. Now, this is looking back at the start from Ted Björk's car. So he makes a very good getaway. Incidentally, we're into the 10-minute countdown before the resumption of the race. And Martin Shee looks as though he is unlikely to start as well. That's another car being worked on into this 10-minute period. So you're on board with Björk. You've got behind the cars of Ashkana and Mikulic. Now, Mikulic comes under attack, doesn't he, from Jan Erlacher. Now, we heard from Rob Huff about how Erlacher had gone wide, and we'll see in a moment exactly why. So this is where the toe kicks in. This is Ashkana trying to find a way through. He's in the draft of Björk's Link & Co. He goes to the outside line, but that doesn't work. But it does force Björk to brake late as well, so they scrabble into the corner. Guerrieri tried a very tight inside line. That didn't work. He went out wide up the escape road, took Erlacher with him, and then as they climbed the hill, it's all quite serene for Ted Björk, but for everybody else behind, rather less so.
Ashkanova was very, very lucky there. There was a centimetre, wasn't there, turning through Lisboa.
Ted Björk, you're very relaxed about this. Paul Ridgway, his engineer in the headset, offering thoughts and guidance on how they're going to treat the restart. Paul, who has been there, done it, got the T-shirt, and comes back for more every year. Great touring car enthusiast for many, many years, had his own team, but now doesn't have all that hassle. Instead, he can just go where life takes him and be a very successful race engineer, not only in the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour, but also in the British Touring Car Championship when the calendars don't clash. He's been a mainstay of that paddock for a number of years.
First met him around the BTCC many years ago when Rob Collard was running a little production saloon, Renault Clio, and running under his own banner in Collard Racing. He's a British GT champion this year, is Rob Collard, and that's where Paul Ridgway, where I first came into touch with him, and since then, wow, what a glittering career.
I think it was Mardi Gras Motorsport, wasn't it, that Paul Ridgway was involved in for a time, but that's going back quite a long time ago. Let's see whether it's going to be another race win for him. Let's see if we can catch up with Marco Butti next. Lisa, he's in the pits.
Sorry. Let's grab a few words now with Goat Racing's Marco Butti. Obviously, we saw him have quite a big impact yesterday in the qualifying session. Marco, firstly, just tell us how you're feeling and what actually happened from your seat yesterday in the qualifying.
Yeah, we had a big crash yesterday in Q2, but we ran very, very fast. But now I'm a bit lost because the crash is big. But yeah, now my main problem is my mate Esteban Guerrieri, my friend. The most friend I have there in this circus is out of the fighting championship. We had a crash, like a collision, a race collision. We don't have nothing to do. Yeah, I'm not, feeling good.
Yeah, I can imagine. And of course, we've spoken to your team manager. It's a difficult weekend for Honda. It's a difficult weekend for Goat Racing. Where do we go from here? We still got to finish this race. We still got the last race of the season tomorrow. Just have to do your best out there and try and keep motivated.
Yeah, we have to try to do our best, but yeah, not easy because the mind is in another. But okay, let's try. Let's see. We start now P8, so we recover a lot of position in the first lap. I mean, in the first sector. And yeah, let's see. We have the speed, so.
Absolutely. Best of luck, Marco. Back to commentary.
Good shout that to get to Marco Booty. Booty call, I think that, to go and talk to the man that was involved in a big off yesterday when he did a lot of damage to the Honda, Alan.
Indeed, and good to hear all the interviews that Lisa is bringing us during this interruption that we've got in our second race of the day here for Macau 2024. Sunshine glints down on the water which surrounds the gear circuit here at Macau, and also adds to the humidity that we have here at Macau. It is a very, very warm day. So spare a thought for the drivers that are sat in the cars.
Also spare a thought for one of the scrutineers who's just legged it up the pit straight, and the chief marshal on the start and finish line has been waving at him to slow down. You know, you don't need to be off the track. We've got a good few minutes yet. Calm, calm,
it's fine.
calm.
Yeah, just relax.
It'll be right. Anyway, the race will resume in 5 minutes' time. So it's been a long interruption. We have had the cars into the pits. They've notionally done a lap. The order in the pit lane is being sorted. As I say, we've had a question mark over Max Hart's car. It came back to the pit lane, but I'm told isn't going to rejoin. And Benny Santoso's car also looks unlikely to restart. So there's going to be a little bit of deliberation as to who does start and does not. Right, how are Lincoln Co faring at the moment? Lisa can find out for us.
So we have around 5 minutes left before the restart, but let's grab a few words with Frederick Varland, team manager from Lincoln Co Zion Racing. Frederick, I mean, we barely got a lap in there, and it is a game changer. Just that half a lap is a game changer in the championship. Esteban Guerreri is looking like it's over for him. From a team manager's perspective, and Ted just being 10 points off the lead, how are you feeling, and what's the strategy from here?
Yeah, the start was definitely not what we wanted. Really sorry for Ma that couldn't get away. I mean, he's well, that's the main thing, but yeah, we were really hoping to have 3 blue cars in the top 6 by now, and so it's a game changer for sure. Now we just need to get the head down and see that we can finish this race, and hopefully we have no more red flags like this. So.
Yeah, and of course, is Ma okay? Obviously, he's not doing the restart, and I guess still a lot of work for the team overnight as well.
Yeah, first we need to see if the car even is repairable. It was a really hard hit. Now we just focus on this race, and then we take the problems afterwards. So.
Best of luck. Okay, Frederick Varland there from Lincoln Co Zion Racing. Almost ready for a restart. It's back to commentary.
And the final 5 minutes of the countdown are almost at an end now. Race order will be Ted Bjork reminding you ahead of Mikkel Ashkana, and then it's going to be Norbert Mikkeler third. Fourth would have been Esteban Guerrieri, but he's not going to take the restart now, so that is going to elevate Jan Erlacher up ahead of him, or up ahead of the rest of them really, to fill that void. So the cars are going to be put in the order in the pit lane, released from there. Max Hart, we understand, won't start. We haven't had confirmation, but Benny Santoso's car is still being worked on, and there are lots of the scrutineers standing there. And when a scrutineer stands at the front of the car and stares, it's never a really encouraging feeling. So I would rather fear that after the damage that he picked up leaving the grid, remember in the Marshwing-Gary Kwok accident, Santoso's car is going to be order combat as well. So it will be possibly getting on for about 10 cars fewer when we resume this race.
Yeah, with multiple incidents taking place. That was quite a damaging first time of asking to get the first race of the weekend, the 10-lap race for the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour event of Macau, and the Macau gear race underway. There's someone that's seen pretty much everything in touring cars that there is to see at Macau. Gabriele Tarquini, still a huge figure in touring cars around the world, in motorsport around the world, and one of the most interesting guys to talk to about motor racing, and just a lovely character as well. So busy, taking every role that he does in touring cars, be it driving or running a team as well. Takes it absolutely as his lifetime purpose. It's across everything, isn't it?
He is. I think I'm right in saying his first ever race win in anything came in the British Touring Car Championship. He got to Formula One briefly, but without ever having had a race win. Just because the machinery he was always in was never that good, but he was able to do a deal here and get a drive there. But when he really all through touring cars, winning the championship in the UK in 1994, the reputation really sparked. He remains a great character and a great part of the paddock.
And a true Italian always responsible, his garage, for the waft of coffee beans from the start of a touring car weekend. You could always trace it down to Gabrielli, and he was always very happy to offer a nice espresso.
And Malcolm Swettenham, who was involved in his Honda days in the British Touring Car Championship, will tell the story about how the espresso machine had to be specific and it had to be sent for, because at the opening round of the championship, Gabrielli was unamused by the coffee on offer and said, "This is what we need." I think I'm right in saying that somebody was dispatched from the paddock to go and attend to the coffee machine.
Quite right too.
Indeed, he's our kind of bloke.
Priorities.
We are almost good to go. Thanks for your patience, everybody. Rob Huff's car sits in the queue. The officials have had the restart order issued by the FIA, by race control. As I say, there will be a fair few extra spectators now rather than being in the race, but in a moment or two we will go green and get the race back underway. The safety car restart is now on, and the cars are leaving pit lane.
So down pit lane they go then. They thread their way out back onto the gear circuit here at Macau under the sunshine, and as we get the cars that will be taking the restart making their way carefully down pit lane, we look at that multiple winner Rob Huff in the Volcano kart making its way onto track. They continue to thread their way down, and you can see the world's presser here as well. Instantly going to work, Ted Buell, to weave the car as much as he can. You can see the focus behind the wheel of the car, not to make any kind of mistake. Easy to make a mistake when you're weaving the car from side to side to get heat into the tyres. They've cooled down a fair bit. The temperature is now helping. Getting heat into the tyres has not really been that much of a worry so far in the last couple of days, dealing with wet tyres and damp circuits, greasy circuits. So, second time of asking now as they head through Lisboa, past the area of greatest incidents for the first time of asking, and up towards the right-hander at San Francisco. Because the cars have been released from pit lane, they're all a bit strung out, aren't they?
Yes, just to confirm, Martin Tsao has not left the pit, so he's not starting, so that's bad news for his TCR China hopes. Max Hart hasn't gone back out, nor has Marco Butti either. So we've lost seemingly number 199 Marco Butti. Rainey Herr hasn't gone out, number 2. So that car is still shown as being at pit in, and we just saw also being moved 72 of Juan Carlos Zhu. So there are quite a number not being able to take the resumption of the race. We've given you most, but even as we see the cars going out, there are more to add to that list.
They're going to be working away on the cars between now and tomorrow, of course, and we may well have a number of cars not taking this resumption of the race, but we could potentially have them for the second race of the weekend, the Macau gear race, which is the big one as far as the one-off event here at Macau is concerned. To etch your name on the trophy for the Macau gear race is something very special. The greats of touring cars are on that trophy, some of them more than once.
True enough, and to win around here, it's quite something. Of course, in the old days, it was a sort of opened category. It was a non-championship race for touring cars. As Group A became popular, it evolved to catch those cars from around the world. But now, although TCR is common, it is a round of championships, specific championships. And as you see, WTCR, TCR China, TCR Asia making a really full grid. And some people might say, well, too full, you know, bringing the extra drivers in, except it's, of course, an incident out of the World Tour drivers at the front that rather triggered it, sad to say, and has cost Esteban Guerrieri the chance of a championship.
So they continue to thread their way around the circuits, and the tight and twisty nature of the gear circuit here at Macau test the drivers not only in race conditions but also behind the safety car as well, because when you come up towards the Melco hairpin there is no room at all for mistake, and we have seen cars in the past not able to get around that corner. Now the circuit opens up and you can weave and get as much heat generated as possible as we get the official notification that the BMW safety car will peel off. We'll be racing at the end of this lap, led by Ted Bjork.
And Benny Santoso has been allowed out then, so number 56 has left the pit lane, others not being able to rejoin as the green flags fly, and we go back racing with Ted Bjork coming across the line, getting the jump on Mikkel Ashkana, and then Norbert Mikelic in third place, Jan Lachey fourth, ahead of Girolami, and the rest of the pack come pouring over the timing line then to get this race back underway with one extra lap added on because of the safety car intervention. They go toe-to-toe down there through Reservoir and head out of Mandarin for the first time. Down towards Lisboa. This is where Ted Bjork tries to get away. This is where Alache further back in the queue comes up to have a go at the two Hyundais, which I think are going to switch order, aren't they? So Mikelic tries to get himself up past Ashkana as they drop down towards the right-hander and he goes by. Good for the championship. Mikelic gifted second.
The switch is done. It's done nice and early, nice and cleanly as they head out of our view up San Francisco Hill. And a second bite at this, but Jan Lachey missed out on the first start and has kept it neat and tidy on this second chance.
Has indeed. So the gap opening up then. Ted Bjork getting away, got to get his sort of head back in the zone, hasn't he? As now you see Mikelic fending off Jan Lachey, and we've heard how quick those Lincoln Co's are in a straight line. And of course, towards the end of the lap, where the road is wider, they are fast. That's where the straights come. So Lachey getting himself into a position where he can challenge Ashkana as they wriggle their way. Then now down towards Faraway Hill. Ted Bjork trying to build that gap. Lachey on a mission, catching up to the Hyundais that can't live, can they, even through the twiddly bit, seemingly, with the race-leading Lincoln Co. And on the back of them is Nestor Girolami, another of the Hyundai drivers. We've got that teams battle, of course, between the Cyan Racing Lincoln Co's, between the Hyundai team, which is the BRC Hyundai N Squadra Corsa, and that's going to be played out in this race. I think we'll have a champion come the end of it. They climb the hill to Donna Maria.
But they will say down in pit lane they don't want to talk about the championship, but for sure they'll be thinking about it. And Ted Bjork is doing his level best on this opening lap to extend a bit of a gap, and he shows his intent. He's put in an overall best, a purple in sector number 3 here, just trying to get a bit of a gap, a bit of breathing space, as Norbert Mikelic now puts in a purple in sector 4. The game is well and truly on.
It is indeed, and really this is the first time they've been through these sectors at proper race pace, isn't it? Because we had the red thrown by now on the opening lap of the race. As down they come, there is one slow car there getting out of harm's way, limping back. That's one of the local Hyundais, I think, was crawling around the circuit for reasons immediately apparent. But the leader comes by, and Ted Bjork then getting away inexorably now. From Mikelic in second place, gap back, third is Ashkana, and fourth, right on his tail, is Jan Lachey as they go now down through Reservoir. And this is where the second of those bright blue Lincoln Co's is going to make a move. Down towards Mandarin they will come. Lachey has a tentative look to the inside. This is a really ballsy part of the circuit. You've got to be so brave through that right-hander. And Lachey is brave, and he puts himself in the draft, ready to have a go. Down to Lisboa. And as they head towards the braking zone, on the outside line comes Jan Lachey. He's not going to do it on the outside. Wants wide in and tight out. Can't do it there, though.
You can certainly intimidate, can't you? And I think that's what Lachey was doing that time, going down towards Lisboa. Didn't take a risky manoeuvre there on Ashkana into the right-hander at Lisboa, but certainly was showing intent. So close to the back of the third-place car at the moment. Meanwhile, we do have a situation that we have a 1.5 second advantage at the conclusion of lap number 1 for Ted Bjork over Norbert Mikelic, and we keep an eye as well on Rob Huff, this story that's going to emerge over the course of 2 races. Qualifying didn't go the way of Huffy yesterday, but he is now up to 7th place.
And it's Martin Tau ahead of him, who, with respect, he ought to be able to pick off. So top 6 beckons for Rob Huff, but he's not going to win the race, I don't think, given how strong the opposition is up the road and given the pace of the cars. Of course, these are manufacturer entries in real terms, whereas the Volcano Motorsport squad, for whom Rob Huff drives, is very much an independent team. Benny Santoso under investigation for moving to the fast lane during the race suspension. But the race leaders in the meantime come up through Donna Maria. We are looking at, remember, 11 laps because of the extra lap added on with that 1 lap of safety car. And up front at the Malco hairpin, Ted Bjork not getting away quite so much now.
No, it's peculiar as well, because really pushed on the opening lap after the resumption of racing. But now on sector 2, not even a personal best. Sector 3, not even a personal best. Sector 4, not even a personal best. Now that's slightly perplexing, we'll see what that does as far as the gap between himself and Norbert Mikulits in second place. But this is not really a push lap for Ted Bjork, and I can't see a reason why.
Unless it is purely that, he doesn't need to push across the mountain section. He can just wait for here, the wider, faster part of the circuit where he knows the car is quick anyway, and his last sector is a personal best. So towards the end of the lap, that's where he's able to turn up the wick. He's almost playing with the Hyundais, you could argue. Mikulits then in second place, still third is Ashkener. Now, this is where we expect demon things from Erlacher. Up into sixth, by the way, is Rob Huff, and he's done the fastest lap of the race in the process. But they're dropping back in fifth spot, Nestor Girolami, and he will be the next target for Rob Huff, who has got to make up about 0.6 of a second as they drop down towards the right hand of Lisboa, and there's the fight on for third and fourth. Ashkener versus Erlacher, who's done the absolute best sector one.
Whatever car Rob Huff is in, whatever team Rob Huff is driving with, he can turn it on for the gear circuit at Macau, can he not? A 2:32.1 for Rob Huff, up into sixth place, past Martin Cow, as you said, and up into sixth place overall from a lowly qualifying position for Rob yesterday. Now this time, Ted Bjork is putting in purple sectors, goes purple in sector 2. It was just 0.3 of a second down to Norbert Mikulits on the conclusion of the previous lap. But this time, I think Ted Bjork is pushing on the tight and twisty part of the circuit.
Maybe it's purely that now that he's had a lap of warmth into the rubber, he feels a bit more confident to push those Kumhos, whereas he didn't on the first lap, didn't need to on the first lap, because he knew where he could exploit the strengths of the Lincoln Co. And interestingly, Erlacher has not yet been able to do much about Ashkener, has he? Despite the fact that he's good in sector 1, he wasn't able to make a move and is not yet able to make a move on the mounting part of the track as well. Huff sixth, closing on Girolami. So can we get him onto the podium? It's possible by the end of the race. Through Donna Maria go the race leaders, and we are currently on lap 5 out of the 11.
Erlacher is, I think, maintaining that gap and trying to stay as close as he can to Ashkener, but needs a little slip-up, I think, to present the opportunity, because they seem so very, very evenly matched. Ted Bjork puts in a personal best in sector 4, and that compares to Mikulits not doing so. Didn't do so on sector 3. None of them did, actually, go down the top 6, and no one has put in a personal best in sector 3, but personal best for Ted Bjork in sector 4. They all pan out, head down towards the conclusion of this lap. It's going to be lap number 5, which is completing at the end of this.
And Ted Bjork's advantage of 1.2 seconds. Last time is 1.6 seconds this. Third, Ashkener. He is in turn 0.8 up on Erlacher. Then it's Girolami. And there, Rob Huff goes through in sixth place, having got past and pulled away from Martin Tsao, who is therefore the leader of TCR China within the race. And that's looking good for him as far as the championship is concerned there. 8th is Dusan Vukovic, 9th is Daishan Zhang, and 10th is David Zhu, as the cars come now out of Mandarin, down once more towards Lisboa. And Erlacher is confusing me a little bit here, because in theory he should have a quicker car. He's always good within sector 1, but he's never close enough by the time they get to Lisboa to have a go. Girolami to Huff then. Sector 1, Huff quicker by just under 0.2.
And you made the point earlier on, bear in mind that these are manufacturer cars that we see with the Lincoln Co's and the Hyundai's right at the front of the field. Rob Huff, not so. He's driving with an independent team over the course of this weekend here at Macau. And if you were an independent team, how pleased would you be if you signed up Rob Huff, that you know goes so well around Macau? He's just put in an overall best sector for sector 2, but this is an interesting overall best sector to the 1,000th of a second, exactly the same time in sector 2 as second place Norbert Mikulits,
who did it first on that very same lap. But yes, the same sector time to the 1,000th. And as the cars now wriggle their way downhill once more, Huff edging closer to Girolami. He's taken hundredths out of him in sector 2, not 10, so it's harder work from here on in. But he is getting there as the leaders make the run once more. Up from Police to Moorish, they go through that right-hander. The next climb is up to Don Maria, and Huff getting nearer and nearer. There he is, to the back of Nestor Girolami. So it is now Ted Bjork, in fact, with the fastest lap of the race. He did that last time by to try to stretch the margin. And with his main title rival, Norbert Mikulits, behind him now, it's another important situation, this, because he will be on for 30 points for a win, 25 points for second place. So we could be looking at a 5-point margin just in favour of Mikulits going into tomorrow's race, if things stay as they are.
I've often asked Rob Huff what is the key to success here at Macau around the gear circuit. He, in a touring car, would know as well as anybody. It's a very short answer. It's a short word, his answer, and essentially it translates into bravery. You've got to be brave around the streets of Macau. And brave equals quick, doesn't it? As we see the top 6 come through, they're completing now 6 laps in the book. The advantage for Ted Bjork, 1.7 seconds over Norbert Mikulits, and Ashkana and El Haché continue their battle for 3rd and 4th. Girolami and Rob Huff complete the top 6. 6 laps are now complete.
7th Martin Tau, 8th Dusan Burkovic, 9th Jason Zhang, 10th David Zhu. As down towards Lisboa. This time, El Haché does have a look to the inside of Ashkana to no avail, but just by darting out of the draft there, hopes to unsettle the Spanish driver, but it doesn't pay out for him. Girolami, meantime, the Argentine driver keeping Rob Huff at bay. So, of course, the further up the order Huff gets, the harder it is to make the progress, isn't it? Because you're now dealing with some of the big guns, the double Super TC 2000 champion Nestor Girolami, but Huff getting nearer as they come now on towards Teddy Yip and then down to maternity. And a little bit wide there goes Girolami. This is going to be a proper battle, isn't it? Because you can feel, even watching it, the pressure getting to it.
I've seen Huffy have a nibble and make places up on this tight, twisty section. You hold your breath, you breathe in, the car does the same. And I have seen overtaking manoeuvres work on this section of the circuit, but boy, do you have to be brave. Ashkana goes purple in sector 2 with Jan El Haché still right there behind. 6 laps are in the book. We're watching Rob Huff, the multiple race winner here at Macau, not just in the gear race, but other tin top categories as well over the years. For Rob Huff, currently down there in 6th place. Make no mistake at all. His family are his biggest supporters, and whatever the time of day or night it is, they will be tuning in and watching this back in the UK and cheering on Rob Huff.
His family and you are his biggest supporters. I think you're a Huffy fan, aren't you?
Very much so.
We've got a yellow at Lisboa, and so at turn 3, it's towards the rear of the pack, I fear. Somebody has had a moment. Looks like Benny Santoso's car went up the escape route. He's under investigation anyway, but he's rejoined, so the road is clear. Here is Ted Bjork down towards the right-hand of Fisherman's, and Bjork's advantage is just enough. He might not be getting away massively, but he only has to win by 1,000th as long as he wins. So Ted Bjork up front, heading for the point, and there's nothing, it seems, that Mikulic there in 2nd place can do.
No, 1.7 seconds the advantage that Ted Bjork had over Norby at the conclusion of lap number 6. What's it going to be at the end of lap number 7? Bjork comes through, Mikulic comes through. It's come down 1.5 seconds, and Ashkana, defending from Jan El Haché, has put in the overall best lap at 2:31.59 over the course of lap number 7. So Ashkana, far from making the mistake that El Haché is hoping for, has responded by putting in a best lap of the race under pressure. That's a good lap.
It is. They've both got 30 kilos of compensation weight as well to the lug round, as Nestor Girolami in a straight line gets away slightly from Rob Huff. 8/10 was the margin between those two as they broke the beam last time. Down through Lisboa on lap number 8 then now. So Ted Bjork edging closer to a 3rd victory of the season.
So this is the first race of the weekend. It's another 10-lap race.
Change for 7th place as Dusan Burkovic dives up the inside of Martin Sau, and that was a good move. So through goes Burkovic, and Martin Sau, to an extent, prepared to let him go because he knows that that's not his fight. Okay, he can score World Tour points, but he needs to make sure he's scoring in TCR China, and he could be on to be the champion by tomorrow afternoon.
Great support down there in the pit lane with the connections of Dusan. And we now have this very, very close battle on the tight section.
That was Santiago Urrutia, who, partly thanks to all the carnage on the first lap and just getting past Huang Doyon, is up into 14th from 32nd on the grid.
Remarkable that, isn't it? A very unhappy Friday and a much happier Saturday here at Macau. It is just wonderful being on board these touring cars, threading their way through with the barriers and the walls. You get just what a view, a superb view of how claustrophobic this part of the circuit is.
True enough, and down to the Melco hairpin comes Ted Bjork then, with Norbert Mikulic there in 2nd spot. The gap back to Ashkana in 3rd, to El Haché in 4th. And then for fifth place, Nestor Girolami goes very deep into the Macau hairpin, just breaks a fraction too late, and that is going to give Rob Huff an even greater chance of getting through come the end of the lap, because he will have the momentum coming off the corner down through Black Sands.
Coming out of the Macau hairpin is a remarkably important part of the circuit, because it opens up down through Black Sands, down towards Fisherman's and Arben, quick parts of the circuit. You get a good exit from Macau, carry the speed down into the final couple of turns on the gear circuit, and that could set you up for a good move. You're thinking ahead on the run down towards Lisboa. It is very, very important to get a good exit from Macau.
They're sitting in the pit lane out of the race. You can see one of the local drivers, frustration abounds as down towards Mandarin, Huff cruises onto the back of Girolami. This time around it was half a second between them when they came over the line, and he's possibly now near enough to make a move. It's going to be a bold move, but it could be on down at Lisboa if he's in the draft, if he gets the toe, if he's really brave on the brakes. But Girolami comes off the inside line, and Rob Huff has to dutifully stay behind as they go into Lisboa now on lap number 9 out of 11.
Better to get sixth place at the end of this race than not finish at all, I would reckon. So Rob Huff doing a jolly good job there in sixth place, and thinking, okay, well, maybe there'll be a better opportunity presented, but not worth risking anything on this occasion. However close he is to the back of Girolami's car, under a bit of pressure. You can see that, the puff of smoke there, as they were heading into this tight and twisty part of the circuit, with Teddy Yip on the left-hand side, the wall on the left-hand side around Teddy Yip and into the Solitude S's. The two of them absolutely tied together. You wouldn't want to see that in your mirror, would you?
Not hugely, no. As you look at Arrutia, still making progress as he goes now through Lisboa. Big quite a drive this, but remember that for race 2 it does him precious little good, because you only reverse the top 10, not from the race, but from qualifying. So he's still going to be at 32nd, be at the ferry terminal tomorrow. Ted Bjork comes out of the right-hander of Moorish, goes up the hill towards Donna Maria. It's a longer section than you think that, and it's also pretty steep. Now through that long left, and you still climb before you just tip over the brow, heading up towards the Macau hairpin. Huff on the inside of Girolami, trying to unsettle him, trying to force a mistake out of the Argentine driver, and it almost came there.
It's exactly what he's doing around that long left-hander at Donna Maria, up towards the Macau hairpin. Huffy got a good exit from here on the last lap, and Girolami not so much. This time they both go through together, and the circuit opens up now. The run down through Black Sands, down towards Fisherman's. The two of them absolutely tied together. This the battle for fifth place, and Rob Huff with all that experience, all that success here at the gear circuit at Macau. He needs something to give here. He may well be on the tail of Girolami. He needs the tiniest of errors, as they are about to complete 9 laps going in the book at the end of this one, already completed by Ted Bjork, our race leader. And now the gap has extended between Ted Bjork, the race leader, and Norbert Mikulits in second place to 2 seconds.
As indeed, and Ted Bjork heading for a first win on the streets of Macau. But importantly for him, for the championship, the third of the season, and importantly he's ahead of Mikulits, who in turn is not going to be challenged by Ascona. There is a drive-through penalty for Benny Santoso for what it is worth, for being in the fast lane when he shouldn't have been, and then moving to the working lane while the race suspension was there. So he's going to be given a drive-through, but as I say, it matters not. He was last down for pits anyway. He's a long way back as the leaders go out of the right of Lisboa, and you look back on the climb, the steep climb up San Francisco Hill, the modern skyscrapers on one side, the older flats on the other, heading up towards Teddy Yip and then Paternity, with Ted Bjork 2 seconds to the good, and he's on lap 10. Last lap he will start next time around, and it's setting him up nicely this for the championship maybe.
Certainly is. Ted Bjork, yeah, looking for the top step of the podium here at Macau for the first time. It's been close. He's knocked on the door. About to maybe look at the going on to the final lap. Just keep everything neat and tidy. Keep that gap between himself and Norbert Mikulits, and take a top step here at Macau. Is going to be something special in the career of Ted Bjork. And as we look towards the final part of the gear circuit, any moment now, with the barriers on the left and the right, and the walls on the left and the right, they negotiate those tricky right-handers at Police and Moorish. Such a test in a touring car and a GT car. Big puff of smoke from the tyres there. Back to this battle for 5th place with Girolami defending from Rob Huff. Rob Huff has put Girolami under a huge amount of pressure. He's been there pretty much for the entire race since the race restarted after suspension. You need something to give. You can't force your way through here around the streets of Macau. And Mr. Girolami has not offered that opportunity thus far for Rob Huff. Jan Ellershae has put in a couple of personal best sectors towards the closing stages of the race. No one else has in the top 6.
And onto the last lap has gone Ted Bjork. The gap's down a little bit to Norbert Mikkelsen, but I think that's Ted Bjork driving within himself again. As long as he's quick on this part of the circuit, which is the way he can do the overtaking, he can be as slow as he wants up the mountain section. Mikkelsen second, Ashkan third. Now that's good news, isn't it, for the championship as far as the BRC Hyundai M Squadra Corsa is concerned, because they've got 2 cars up there, second and third, whereas it's a 1-4 for the Lincoln Co Cyan Racing Squad. Is this Huff's chance to think about a move? He might be thinking about it, but he's on the outside line again, brakes as late as he does, and Girolami makes sure there's no real opportunity to get through there.
And again, I think being 6th place for Rob Huff in this position is better than throwing it all at making 5th place and it not working and not getting a finish, because Rob has equipped himself very, very well during this race, and he's not going to take any unnecessary risks. So often those moves down at Lisboa don't work. There's a bit of experience at work, and Rob Huff has driven a great race here, and so too has Ted Bjork, and we're running on board with Ted in the 111 car, and looks to be on course. The gap came down a little bit between himself and Norby on the last lap. Came down by the factor of a couple of tenths of a second, down to 1.8 seconds at the end of lap number 10. But that's a nice cushion to have to go into the final lap.
And it will be also enough, this, to give Cyan Racing the team's title. So, although it's a 1-4 for Lincoln Co's, add the points up and add them to what they've already got, that's going to be okay. They can take the championship, as down towards the Melco hairpin for the last time comes Ted Bjork, Norbert Mikkelsen, Michel Askinen, and then Jan Ellershae. Second, third, fourth, concertinaing into the braking zone. Girolami gets sideways then as he hits the brakes, but again, there's no real opportunity for Rob Huff to go through, and the narrowness of the road means that by the time Girolami has sorted himself out, that just gets to the end of that part of the track where Huff could have made a move, but it's too narrow anyway, so Girolami is back in his stride as they come now down towards the final corner of race 1 of the weekend in the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour.
We have this to look forward to again tomorrow. What can Ted Bjork do today? Because today it's going to be number 1 for Ted Bjork. Takes a win here on the streets of Macau. Car number 111, the Lincoln Co takes a win, and the team, Paul Ridgway and the rest of the team, congratulate each other, and so too do they down at Hyundai for Norbert Mikkelsen, who takes 2nd place to a tune of 1.8 seconds. A great result for Ted Bjork.
And Zhang Zhendong has won TCR Asia thanks to his win, and Max Hart not finishing the race, and that's going to give us now 5 points between Mikkelsen and Bjork going into tomorrow's race. It's going to be a proper championship showdown, and on a reverse grid, or a semi-reverse grid. Top 10 on today's grid will be reversed for tomorrow, just to make it even more dramatic. So that's going to put Ted Bjork 10th, but Norbert Mikkelsen, remember, who was 4th on the grid, is going to have the advantage tomorrow on the starting order. So it's going to be really interesting tomorrow to see what the teams do, isn't it? How they play that chess game to slot their drivers around to give Mikkelsen and Bjork the best chance for their respective teams. But it is Lincoln Co that wins the team's championship.
So Ted Bjork very happy with the job that he has done. He really didn't put a wheel wrong, did he? Kept it neat, kept it tidy. He got a nice little gap at the start of the restart, and he looked extremely focused all day yesterday when we were going through qualifying, and he has done absolutely what he came here to do. Say, we don't want to think too much about the championship, but I'll tell you what, there will be now. And looking at the points heading into tomorrow, Ted Bjork very, very good work. Ticking the box for 10 here at Macau. Norbert Mikulits 1.8 seconds behind in second place. And Mikkel Ashkuna completes the podium position. So we'll have the podium presentation in due course. We'll see the drivers arriving back in Parc Ferme. Jan Elashay completes the top 4, with Giolami and Rob Huff completing the top 6. Bukovic in 7th place, and Martin Tao in 8th place, with Jason Zhang and David Chu completing the top 10 at the end of 11 laps, the slightly increased distance for race 1 this weekend for the Macau Gear Race and the Kumo FIA TCR World Tour event of Macau. So our race winner threads his way for the final time on Saturday at Macau, down from the Malco hairpin, will onwards and inwards into Parc Ferme, and I think there'll be reasonably, you can see Mikulits just wiping the sweat from the eyes down inside the cockpit. It will have been an incredibly hot event inside those cars, and made all the more so from the time they spent down in pit lane. And kind of roast yourself when the cars come to a stop and you're still in the race overall, still in the fire retardant underwear as well. Down in pit lane, that's when you really start to get just a little bit too warm. And Ted Bjork will be very grateful to head into pit lane and arrive down in Parc Ferme and get a bit of fresh air. Glance down at the information panel inside the car, and we'll bring the car to a stop, indicating where the car needs to go. Where do I need to go? That way. And a full turn on the wheel to get the car in the right place and prepare for the press attention when the car comes to a stop, and to take the applause of the team as well, because into the technical check area down at the entry end of pit lane and the number 1 board as well, Ted Bjork brings the number 111 car to a stop down in Parc Ferme. A moment to reflect and to assimilate the job that's been done here in Macau today, and then to get the netting down at the side of the car, climb out of the car, and for the first time, fists in the air for Ted Bjork. Pops the netting inside the car, back inside to get the helmet off as quickly as he can. After celebration with the team, they come down to offer their congratulations, and so too the world's press as well. And team champion confirmed. That's good to hear. So double celebrations for Ted Bjork, and a good job. He's done quite a lot of that. The hand heart emoji to the cameras today, and Ted's got a lot of love with good reason. He's going to be on the top step of a touring car podium at Macau, and very well deserved. Phew. Off comes the helmet, off comes the balaclava, and receives the podium cap, number 1 on the side of it. And that is a very happy race winner. Confirmation, Ted Bjork wins here at Macau, round 13 of 14 for the TCR World Tour event here at Macau. Norbert Mikulits in 2nd, Askiner in 3rd, Elashay, Giolami, Huff, Bukovic and Cow complete the top 8 for round 13, the penultimate round of the season for the Kumo FIA TCI World Tour event of Macau. Confirmation of the rest of the finishers for our penultimate race of the season, and the first of 2 events here for the TCR cars for the Macau Gear Race, which we look forward to tomorrow. Confirmation of the results all the way down to 24th place as we prepare for the podium, and with the press down there in pit lane all assembled around Ted Bjork's car in the technical check area, and we're going to hear from a winner at Macau, down in pit lane.
Ted Ball, massive congratulations for you. You turned that pole position into your third victory of the season, the first here in Macau. Plus, you helped the team seal that team championship. What a race for you.
It was fantastic. So I decided from the beginning, if they want to beat me, they have to be so fast, you know. So I just give it everything. It was my track. You know, it felt like my track. It was so good. But I got all the good support from the team, and you know, just they fixed the car perfect. I could just enjoy it.
Yeah. Well, enjoy this moment, but tomorrow you're just 5 points off the lead. It's going to be a good race.
It's going to be a good race, but they showed today that they want a clean fight. It was big respect, you know, no issues. Ascona had, you know, a little bit of try in the beginning when he was close to me, but I'm very proud of the respect that I'm getting from the others. So.
Congratulations for today. Thank you, Ted.
Lisa down there, thank you very much indeed. Great to hear from our race winner. Cool, calm and collected, and absolutely delighted, not just with the race result for himself personally, but also for the team as well. Confirmation of the driver's standings, and yeah, just 5 points between the two of them now. 10 it was going into that first race of the weekend. Ted knew exactly what he needed to do, and he has done exactly that. Win the race and bring the gap down to 5 points. Heading into tomorrow with the forecast that we're going to have hot and dry conditions for the Macau gear race. And so already here at Macau, you can see the wheel trolleys are being brought out onto the circuit because we are counting down to our next race, our penultimate race of the day, the qualification race for the Macau GT Cup and FIA GT World Cup. So preparations are taking place and cars are going to be released for that very soon indeed. But we have yet to enjoy the podium presentations for our first race of the weekend for the Macau Gear Race and the TCR cars, the Kumo FIA TCR World Tour event of Macau. Confirmation of that result, Ted Bjork, Norbert Mikulits and Ascona on the top three steps of the podium. And that podium presentation will come up, and very quickly it's going to be the presentation of the grid for our GT race as well. Those mouth-watering cars are going to be very soon here on the grid at Macau. Before that, the podium presentation will be conducted, and it's been prepared. The presentations for the overall top three and also the winning team all represented, and then we'll have a second podium for the trophy for the Kumo FIA TCR World Tour in Macau as well. And the FIA Touring Car Commission President Alan Gow will make the presentations for the FIA element and that podium, and we have various dignitaries and representatives of sponsors involved in this very important weekend here at Macau that will make the presentation for the overall top 3 for the Macau gear race as well. 2 podiums coming up, and driver standings confirmation once again that Norbert Michelitz leads from Ted Bjork to the good of 5 points, just 5 points between the two of them. And if you bear in mind that we have a shuffled grid for our final race of the weekend, we have a mouth-watering prospect. Local time tomorrow, 10:55. Don't miss it here at Macau in the UK. That will be in the middle of the night. I'm sure many of you will be tuning in for that championship showdown. The showdown that we've enjoyed so many years here at Macau, and we will have it all unfolding. Local time, get underway, 10:55 tomorrow morning. Right, so as we look over to the podium, we can see the world's press are lined up on the gantry, which is directly opposite this huge podium with the LED backdrop, a massive television screen behind the podium, and the various officials are down there and can look down from the commentary box onto the grid as well. And now we get a view of the podium. That's normally an indication that we're pretty close to getting the drivers onto the top 3 steps on the podium. Right, chance for the teams to talk about this unique event and the unique challenges. There are smiles all around. As far as the championship is concerned, well, can do what they can do tomorrow. They've done everything they can do today in the penultimate rounds of the year. And we are ready with our podium presentation.
Event of Macau Race 1. First of all, let's welcome the winning drivers to the podium. On the second runner-up, number 196, Michael Azcona from Spain. Our first runner-up, number 105, Norbert Michelitz from Hungary. And the winner is number 111, Ted Bjork from Sweden. And our team winner is Lincoln Co. Zion Racing. The representative is Alexander Musavski. Welcome, gentlemen. And now, it's time for the national anthem for the winner. Now let's invite the presenter to the front. I would like to invite Mr. Nuno de Luz Madench, Vice Secretary General of SJM, to present the laurel and the trophy for Macau Gear Race to the second runner-up. Michael Azcona from Spain. Congratulations! Thank you. And now, I would like to invite Dr. Hui Quinyang, Secretary General of SJM, to present the laurel and trophy to our first runner-up, Norbert Michelitz from Hungary. Thank you. And now may we invite Ms. Angela Leong, Director of SJM, to present the laurel and trophy to the winner first. Number 111, Ted Bjork from Sweden. And also to the team winner with Representative Alexander, please receive the trophy and the laurel. Thank you. Please remain at the center. Let's take a group photo together, please. Would our guests please gather at the center? Please look to the front for a group photo together. Thank you, wonderful. And our Drivers, please look to the front. Please look to the front and let's take a group photo together, please. Please look at the center front at our media zone. Our cameras are there to capture your very special moment. All right, congratulations. Would all the winning drivers please remain on stage? Thank you, all guests. Thank you very much. Would all the drivers please remain on stage, remain on the podium? Thank you. Please remain, would all the drivers please remain on the podium? Please remain on the podium.
So that was our podium presentation for our first race of the weekend for the TCR cars, the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour event of Macau. And we've got the Macau gear race to look forward to tomorrow.
Thank you, and also I would like to invite Mr. Machalo Lotti, WSC President, to present the laurel and the trophy to the team winner, please. Welcome, Mr. Lotti. It's Lincoln Cole Scion Racing, and the representative is Alexander Musavsky. Thank you, and I would like to invite our presenter to the center. Let's take a good photo together. Please gather at the center of the podium, and let's take a group photo together, please. And of course, with our winning drivers as well, with all the trophies.
GT cars around the streets of Macau are something to savour. We are about to have 12 laps of them for GT3 machinery and so many mouth-watering cars represented. Look at them. Raffaele Marciano, last year he was oh so dominant. He was quickest in qualifying. He won the qualification race and he won the final race on Grand Prix day. He starts off on pole position today for the qualification race in a BMW. Last year in a Mercedes, this year in a BMW. And superb yesterday with a 2:15, 2:16, 2:15.509 around the gear circuit. That is a car on the second row of the grid. And we say so many beautiful cars are represented here at Macau, and really just incredible to launch the huge power of this GT3 machinery under the confines with the barriers and the walls of the gear circuit here at Macau. A real test for this car, for these cars around the gear circuit of Macau. As we look down on it with the BMW safety car lined up right at the front of the field, you realise just how well populated this is, not just by GT3 machinery, but also by the various teams and all of the representatives of the sponsors. Quite a lot of Instagram reels are being prepared down there on the grid as well. There's the world's press line up on the grid as well. Now, David Addison is going to be down there to hopefully get a word with a few of the drivers before we get this race underway. But the way the timetable has worked today has been very, very quick. Let's get down to David Addison, who will get the chance to really sample the feelings of the drivers with David.
Hello everybody, welcome to the Macau Grand Prix grid and welcome to the grid for the qualifying race for the FIA GT World Cup. Now, it is a mega grid this. If you go through the who's who of GT3 racing, probably every name that's behind me will be on it because it really is just outstanding. And this, the first race of the two of the weekend, the result of which determines the grid for tomorrow's main race. Now, before we get into the race itself, let's go and have a walk and see who we can find. I would do this to my cameraman, wouldn't I? I'd take him one way and then find a driver the other. We need to start with the man that won last year's race, and it's Raffaele Marciello, who was a Mercedes star last year, now in BMW, and Lalo, nothing's changed. You're still on pole position. Thoughts ahead of the race?
Yeah, let's see. I mean, yesterday was a strange quality, let's say, but I mean, at the end was the same for everyone. So we did a good job. Yeah. So I mean, I'm happy to be on pole. We know how much it matters there, but yeah, today, you know, it's for nothing. So we just have to try to finish the same position, and then the big fight will be tomorrow for sure.
You're in the right place. You've got this lovely long fast section ahead of you where the car can stretch its legs, the road is open and fast. It's a case of staying ahead there because up the mountain section it's so narrow.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to beat Thierry in BMW, so that actually is always quite quick in the straight, but everyone is saying that the BMW is too quick in the straight, but last year I was first also with MG, and the MG normally is not fast in the straight, so I mean, it's not so nice when people always complain. I mean, at the end, the BOP is the engineer work, not our job, so we have to do the best of what we have, and yeah, for sure I will try my best to stay in front in Mandarin, and after Mandarin, then yeah, for sure it's easier to control the race from there, but we have many cars, so safety car also can be an issue at the safety car restart, but then I have luckily the advantage of the speed, so let's see.
Raffaele, good luck. Let's keep walking around the grid, because if we go to the other side of the front row, we might be able to find Dries van Thor, who has fled from his car for a moment, possibly drivers getting into the shade. So let's go further up the grid. What's that? 5 minutes, so it's going to be rather quick this, to see if we can very, very rapidly grab Mauro Engel, Sprint Cup champion in GT World Challenge Europe. Mauro, this is the ultimate sprint race, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
Thoughts? You're going to be able to get past these two BMs?
It'll be tough with their top speed, but we'll give it a try.
Excellent, we'll better let you get in the car because the 5-minute border's gone. That means the grid is almost ready to be cleared. Now, this first of the two races then is going to be an absolute star race, no question about it, because you've got some absolutely top drivers jumping into the cars. We've heard from Raffaele Marciello. Dries van Thor is another one. Vincent Vos, the team principal of WRT, we'll talk to instead. Vincent, great place for Dries to be starting this.
Yeah, well, it's only the qualifying race, so let's see where we are after the first lap, and let's build up from there.
What are the strengths of the BMW around here? Where is it really good, and why is it so good?
I mean, yeah, it's very good, let's say, in the first and second sector.
Okay.
And then we are struggling a little bit in the more twisty part, but yeah, it's a good compromise, I would say. It's a car which was quick here last year, seems to be again there, but as we know, we did not see much yesterday.
Okay, two BMWs on the front row, two different teams. Is this going to be a fight between the two, or is this all about BMW?
I hope it's also two factory BMW drivers in the car.
That's the right answer. Vincent, good luck. Vincent Vos, the man behind Team WRT that operates that car on the front row of the grid. Right, I better get off the grid. I've got a commentary box to stand in. It is nearly time to go racing at Macau.
David, thank you very much. Absolutely worth it. Super work down on the grid. Great to hear from Raffaele Marciello. As cool and calm as you could possibly imagine. And we said we have the world's top drivers. Look at the helmet, which has been specially prepared for this unique and one-off event for the FIA GT World Cup and the Macau GT Cup. Raffaele Marciello very proud to show that helmet design off on the various social media channels in the run-up to this weekend. And this is the first race that we've got over the course of this weekend for the GT cars. GT3 machinery, I know, has grown and grown and grown here at Macau over the years, and with very good reason. The world's top drivers all competing around this hugely demanding circuit at Macau. And as we've now had the 3-minute board, David will make his way back up to the commentary box. And look at the designs on the cars that are unique for this weekend. Dries Van Tours, we just heard from the team boss of Dries's team, WRT, and the design on that car unique to the Macau weekend. Looking at Raffaele Marciello inside the car, strapped in, ready to go. Opportunity to get the last few wafts of fresh air into the car. It's a hot day here at Macau as the teams wheel the tyre trolleys back into the paddock and pit lane, leaving just the drivers and the members of the team directly involved in the starting of this race. Antonio Fiocco lines up in 4th place on the grid, and then we go back to Mauro Engel, who we have heard from down on the grid with David just a couple of moments ago. He has won here at Macau in the Macau GT Cup, first in 2014 and 2022, and first in the GT World Cup in 2015. Sheldon van der Linde, a former DTM champion, with a wave for the cameras, gets himself ready for the start of this race, lines up 6th on the grid in his BMW, and that is a view of the GT3 machinery. Very colourful, very unique to this event here at Macau, and that is how the grid will line up. Raffaele Marciello, just heard from him, carries the number 1, won here at Macau last year alongside Dries Van Tour. The BMWs on the front row of the grid. Mercedes and Mauro Engel alongside the 83 Ferrari of Antonio Fiocco on the next row of the grid. Augusto Farfus in a BMW. He has won the GT element of the Macau weekend here in previous years and did so in incredibly fine style. And Sheldon van der Linde lines up alongside on the grid. Huffing and puffing, David has arrived back in the commentary box, but superb to hear from Raffaele Marciello and Mauro Engel down there on the grid. The reason it was superb to hear from them, they are as cool and as calm as you can possibly imagine. The crowds are expectant, and you can have a couple of moments, David, to get your breath back, because I know it's a long way back up to the commentary box.
It's not so much that, it's just longer when you're slaloming past thousands of people, it feels like, who have all come out here into the sunshine. Green flag lap underway.
I bet you're pleased you've done a couple of laps of the circuit over the last couple of days to get yourself ready for this, because this is one of the highlights of the Macau Grand Prix weekend. GT3 machinery around the confines of the streets of Macau is something very much, David, to savour.
I didn't glean a lot from the grid, I promise you, other than...
you showed us how cool and calm they are.
Well, and the diplomatic answer of Vincent Voss. The one thing I did manage to gain is that Jules Gounon, who crashed his car yesterday, reporting back that all is absolutely fine, and it needs to be to get Jules up from near the back of the grid. So the drivers now with these Pirelli tyres, getting the temperature generated, weaving from side to side. We have got one non-start. I think I may have mentioned the fact that we lost Luca Enchley yesterday with quite a big accident.
I didn't get that far.
We lost Luca Enchley yesterday after quite a big accident, sad to say. And the car, well, what's left of the car has been certainly put into crates. That's a very badly damaged machine indeed, but the rest of the grid is good to go. Quite a surreal moment this morning out running. I've got about 1.5 kilometres away from our hotel, which is near turn 2, and there are all these containers just by the side of the road. And because yesterday it was dark, today was daylight, I had a look, and one was Craft Bamboo Racing, one was Yak Motorsport for the touring cars, and that's where they're all stacked.
You found where they live until this weekend.
Found the extra paddock. Yes, exactly.
When they get the chance to get out of the box and to really show what these cars can do. They are supreme GT cars, GT3 cars, representing so many manufacturers, the very pinnacle. And while we talk about the pinnacle, there is a man that has absolutely made his name here in Macau, not just in GT3 machinery, but also in single-seaters, taking the crown in the Macau Grand Prix. Edo Mortara, and it's fantastic to watch when you see Edo at the wheel of the car around the streets of Macau, because the absolute complete concentration. The thing I've noticed in previous years watching Edo at the wheel, he barely blinks.
Yes.
Around the circuit here in Macau, he barely blinks.
Yes, there was Mirko Bortolotti, Lamborghini factory driver, who was much the same, and we ended up changing him to Mirko Blinkerlotti, because when he finally did blink, got slowed down, he sort of went for it. It's going to be a mega race, this, and so much of it will depend on the run down towards the first corner. You had Raffaele Marciello touching on it with me down on the grid, because after you get to Lisboa, the road narrows. I mean, it doesn't look that bad, but these are big, wide, beefy cars, and anything that's good on the first couple of sectors of the lap then has the advantage over the mountain part of the track, if you like, because it is so narrow. Though it's going to be a rolling start as well, so the cars will get themselves into the 2x2 formation. Pirelli tyres, everybody runs on. GT3 Racing, with the rule set that we operate, created by Stefan Rattel, the SRO Motorsports Group founder and Chief Executive Officer, and it has been a massive success story. There's something like, estimated, between 1,500 and 1,800 GT3 cars still around and still racing as well in either contemporary or historical club level events. It has been just mind-blowingly good, and you're about to see why, because the cars are all driven by star drivers. They are all looking fantastic because of their liveries. And more than anything, on a grid of different shapes and sizes, different brands and different colours, you are about to enjoy a symphony of outstanding noise. And let that begin as they come out of the R bend. The pace car peels into the pit lane, the lights change. Raffaele Marciello gets a very good start. There's a bit of contact between Mauro Engel and the Ferrari alongside of Anthony Fuoco to go toe-to-toe, going through a reservoir for the first time. Ferrari on the outside, Mercedes of Engel, the white Mercedes on the in. The BMW's almost rub as well, and Vantor gets his nose ahead of Marciello. This could well turn out to be for the race win. Sheldon van der Linde, fifth, trying to buy into it as well as they go down towards this bar. Is Vantor in the lead? Up the inside goes Farfus, up the inside goes Engel. He gets a face for the Fuoco in the Ferrari, who manages to block him out, but it is going to be Dries van Thor who has managed to hang on, but he goes deep into this bar. He's got a little bit wide-eyed fear. Who is going to come out the other side of all of that? It's Marciello who's gone through. Raffaele Marciello leads.
Commitment at the start of the race. We promised you excitement, and we've had it already. Dries van Thor got the best on the run down to Lisboa, going a little bit wide, we presume, and allowing Raffaele Marciello to take back the place that he will feel he earns into Lisboa, having qualified on the front row and pole position for this first race, just a qualifying race. Looking back from Marciello's BMW at Dries van Thor.
Wow, wow, and again, wow. And you could see there the Macau experience of Raffaele Marciello, couldn't you? Say, come on, Dries, you can have a go, because you ain't going to break in time. And you could see the gap open up on the inside, and he ducked back through. So now, Raffaele Marciello leads the way, but a really good first lap by Antonio Fuoco to get himself up past Mauro Engel. Mauro is another Macau maestro, but he's stuck back in there. Fourth place, Farfus is fifth, Van der Linde is sixth. And then in seventh place, Laurens Vanthor. Vanthor, the elder brother of Dries. But now, look, Raffaele Marciello getting away a little bit.
He is, yeah, the BMW of the number one BMW, Raffaele Marciello, showing a little bit of daylight between himself and the second BMW driver, Dries van Thor, as they head their way around. It is quite remarkable getting around the Melco hairpin in a little road sport, let alone a GT3 machinery. And Raffaele Marciello, what's he doing on this first lap of the race? He is dominating, which is what he did in the race last year. He has got overall best in Sector 1, overall best in Sector 2, overall best in Sector 3 and Sector 4 as well.
But Dries van Thor there in second place now needs to sort of regroup, doesn't he? He needs to think, OK, Raffaele knows his way around here. I just need to rebuild this next couple of laps. Chip away, and he does. He takes the absolute best in the last sector until Sheldon van der Linde goes through. So these BMs looking very racy at the moment. In third place, making his Macau GT debut, Antonio Fuoco. And then in fourth place is Mauro Engel. Augusto Farfus is fifth, Sheldon van der Linde sixth. The best portion now is Alessio Picciolino there, seventh. He's got himself up past Laurens van Thor. 9th is Christopher Haase in the Audi, and 10th Eduardo Mortara. To my eye, that lead gap is coming down by Nats and Sheldon van der Linde closing on Farfus, who is closing on Engel.
We said that we have the best drivers in the world. The proof of that is that for all of the positions, they were squeezing each other off the line and on that run down towards Lisboa, and they all made it through. They all worked out which bit of tarmac they could legitimately have, and they gave each other racing room. That is a masterclass, a textbook way to get these races at Macau underway.
Absolutely. The race director, I think, has had a word, and they've all responded correctly, as you see there. Farfus ahead of van der Linde, a little bit of a gap back for the two Porsches. Picriello and Van Thorn, 9th Christopher Haase, and a bigger gap back for Mortara. He's kind of the best of the rest, ahead of Ricardo Feller, and then in 12th place, Danny Junqueira. First time, just touching on Mortara, first time we've had Lamborghini represented as a factory outfit in the FIA GT World Cup. And from the FIA's point of view, it's an important race within its portfolio to have the FIA tag attached to the Macau GT Cup. It doubles up as the FIA GT World Cup. This is the qualifying race, main race tomorrow. This is the BMW in second spot, then making the climb now from Moorish up towards Donna Maria.
Twisting GT3 machinery around the tightest part of the circuit, around the long left-hander at Donna Maria. You can see the race leader up there in front, the BMW, as they head into the Melco hairpin. Twist down from there, that's where the circuit opens up, and they can really stretch the legs of this powerful machinery. And one thing we did mention, David, when we saw the grid, just how many manufacturers, the cream of the crop, all represented here at Macau.
Absolutely right, and there is the man that won Le Mans this year, Antonio Fuoco, ahead of Mauro Engel, who's won pretty much everything there is to win in GT cars. And Mauro Engel, the best of the Mercedes AMG drivers right now, demonstrably so, in fact, in 4th place. Everywhere you look, there's BMWs, though. A 1, 2 and a 5, 6 for BMW. Farfus 5th, van der Linde in 6th place. And a bit like last year, Porsche not having a great time because they're not staying with the leading group, Picriello nor Van Thorn, who are in 7th and 8th places. Best lap of the race, though, done by Dries Van Thorn last time around.
About to say, he brought the gap down to just under 7/10 of a second between himself and the race leader, Raffaele Marciello. This is the way to do it for Dries Van Thorn, to chip away now, put in quick lap after quick lap, and bring that gap down between himself and Raffaele Marciello. Good luck if Dries Van Thorn is expecting, hoping for Raffaele Marciello to make a mistake. He being one of the supreme stars of GT racing around the Macau Kia circuit over the last few years. We always look back to a couple of years ago, a tremendous battle between Marciello and Mauro Engel, currently down there in 4th place. It was absolutely breathtaking, wasn't it?
Absolutely right. It showed the bravery. It was Engel that triumphed in that one. And we were then denied the race, really, because Marciello had a mechanical problem on the first lap. That was in the COVID era, when the poor guy had spent over a week quarantining, like all the visiting European drivers, and then the car gave up on him in the opening lap of the main race. But right now, he has got Van Thorn coming back at him, but you just get the feeling, don't you, that Marciello's Macau experience will kick in again, and he'll know where to turn up the wick should he need to. But Dries Van Thorn, who is another very, very successful driver, and actually the bulk of his championship successes have come in GT World Challenge Europe Sprint Cup. He won that 3 years back to back. He's been a class winner at Le Mans, he's been a winner of the Nürburgring 24 hours as well, so, you know, you're looking somebody here, and they're all the same pretty much, these drivers. Their CVs dripping with title success.
Yeah, 3 times a champion in the GT World Challenge. Sprint element, an enduro element and a sprint element represent the GT World Challenge, and Dries Van Thorn has shown himself to be an absolute expert in that field of racing. This is perfect, really, isn't it, for Dries? A sprint race in GT3 machinery.
The other thing just to throw into the melting pot about Dries Van Thorn here, he's driving for his regular team of WRT, whereas for Raffaele Marciello, OK, he knows the car, but he's racing for one of the local teams, a successful local team as well. But Dries Van Thorn, Vincent Voss, the team principal you heard from on the grid, they go back year after year, race after race. So Dries knows exactly what he's expecting from this car and what to ask for and what to get. And down he comes with the margin having stretched up to 8/10 now as Lello. Raffaele Marciello does the fastest lap of the race.
That's the way you respond, doesn't it, when you're at the front of the field? Raffaele Marciello with a 2:18.1 a response, an overall best lap of the race, and it extends the gap over Dries Van Thorn by the tune of 0.2 of a second, 0.8 of a second between Marciello and Van Thorn at the end of lap number 3.
So race leaders currently work lap number 4. Replay of the start. Have a look at Vanthor, really good getaway. Now look at Fuoco and Engel, they touched, and also Christopher Halser and it was Ricardo Feller up the inside. He got crowded out as well in the other rowdy. But this was where Vanthor was mega brave, and he got round the outside, just going down towards Mandarin. That takes commitment. Fuoco up the inside of Engel. Van der Linde tried to follow through, didn't he, in the red and blue BMW, but then he was mugged by Farfus. Engel got blocked out by Fuoco. Now keep your eye on Vanthor. He's got the lead, but he's not got the right line, and he braked just slightly too late. Look at his line compared to Marcello's. Might only have been half a car's width wide, but it was enough.
And I reckon there would have been a fairly limited gap between that car and the barrier as they went around Lisboa. That was, yeah, quite a moment for Dries van Toor, I reckon, as the rest of the field safely made their way through. It was very busy behind them, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was rather, yes.
Yeah, just a little bit too close, but the great news is that they all got through, and we are now being treated to a race that can actually get into some kind of flow, and that's maybe something that everyone here at Macau over the last couple of days has been hoping for, because we've had wet, tricky surfaces, and in fact on day one we were a little bit worried about the BMWs. They weren't faring awfully well on day one when it was wet, when it was greasy, when it was slippy, but when it really counted yesterday on a drier circuit, the BMWs were able to show exactly what they could do. Lock out the front row, that's what they did.
And a new fastest lap briefly done by Fuoco, now done by Van der Linde, illustrating what BMWs can do. Lead gap 9/10 of a second, and Mauro Engel in the hitherto dominant Mercedes AMG is in danger of losing a place, isn't he? Because another driver like Mauro, who has won the FIA GT World Cup, Augusto Farfus is right there behind him, and so Fuoco third is getting away. Now can that Ferrari do anything at all about those ahead? Last time Fuoco lapped quicker, and if he can shake off Engel, who's a bit busy fending off Farfus and Van der Linde, that might just go in favour of Fuoco.
Fastest lap of the race has now gone to Augusto Farfus. He has won the GT World Cup, the FIA GT World Cup here at Macau as well, and he's currently down there in 5th place with Sheldon Van der Linde just behind, who looks to be putting in a pacey lap this time. He's got overall best in Sector 1 as Sheldon, a former DTM champion is Sheldon Van der Linde. Augusto Farfus with the overall best lap of the race, a 2:17.7.
Down the hit cam towards us then as you look at Mauro Engel running in 4th place, getting away on that part of the track from Farfus, and that brings him nearer to Fuoco, but the Ferrari did lap quicker than both the leading BMWs last time around. So if Engel starts to have to defend that 4th place, it does help Antonio Fuoco, but when he's not, the Ferrari is kind of in no man's land. It sort of falls away from the BMWs, but it's just quick enough to keep the Mercedes AMG at bay. Talking of which, I mentioned pre-race Jules Gounon reporting his car was okay. Maybe not quite so, because Jules is still stuck in 22nd place. He's not been able to get himself up a position at all, and that's a bit of a surprise given that it's his 2nd visit, and he is here for a different team this year and with a bit more experience, but still the troubles seem to be there for Jules Gounon, and he's lost about 5 seconds to the traffic ahead, so maybe it's still a legacy of the damage yesterday.
So disappointing for a driver that is so able in a GT3 car, not able to shine, not able to show exactly what he can do for the 2nd year running here at Macau. Such a shame.
It is, but Macau pace doesn't translate everywhere, and the other way around. As you see Fuoco then, Le Mans winner ahead of Mauro Engel, this year's GT World Challenge Europe Sprint Cup champion with Lucas Auer. And as they go across the timing line, new fastest lap done by Marcello. Tyres are getting all nice and hot, fuel load is getting nice and low, so the car's getting quicker as the race wears on, and he's now over a 2nd clear of Vanthor, who could argue, well, you know, I'll still be on the front row for tomorrow's race, I'll have another go for the race lead. But there is a bit of pride at stake here, and Raffaele Marcello wants to go to bed tonight knowing he's a winner yet again on the streets of Macau.
This is such good news. This is how you do it. So we can get into a groove in this race. We've got 5 laps complete. The world's best GT drivers are giving the crowd what they want, and that is to see wheel-to-wheel racing right the way down the order. Here's a great example. Heading into, we've got a Lamborghini, and that is the Lamborghini of Eduardo Mortara. He is a rock start here in Macau. He can't walk from point A to point B without young people, old people, middle-aged people wanting a photograph, wanting a moment with Edo Mortara, who has stood on the top step of the podium in GTs and in single-seaters here at Macau. He is a legend around Macau, and he is giving the crowd exactly what they want. Good close racing.
And he's busy battling with Ricardo Feller, who was last year's Sprint Cup champion in GT World Challenge Europe, the German GT champion to boot as well, the ADAC GT Championship. Right, what's going on lower down? Because Thomas Preining's Porsche 15th, Laurin Heinrich, who had an off in qualifying 17th, and Adley Fong in the Kuromi Rabbit liveried Audi. He is also a bit mired in the traffic in 19th place. Looking at Fuoco 3rd and Engel 4th, Ferrari versus Mercedes AMG, coming down to the Melco hairpin on this 6th lap in this 12-lap race. And as they turn through the corner, 5th and 6th BMW, 7th and 8th Porsche, Picciarello ahead of Vanthor. Here's 9th, that's Christopher Haaser. Get back 10th, that's Mortara. 11th, the Audi is Ricardo Feller. In 12th place, Danny Juncadeo, the yellow Ferrari. Yippee 13th, then Ralph Ahrens, blue and white Mercedes. 14th, Thomas Preining. 15th, Daniel Serra, the black Porsche. Laurin Heinrich, then Matteo Cairoli, then Adley Fong in the Kuromi Audi. Then Leo Yi, and there's a big wait before James Yu arrives, and then Jules Gounon after him. That was your top 20 at Melco. There are your leaders at the end of the lap.
Leaders coming up to complete 6 laps. 6 laps in the book now for Raffaele Marciello with a 1.2 second advantage over Dries Vanthoor. 2 BMWs at the front of the field, and then the Ferrari of Antonio Fuoco. And if you win the Le Mans 24-hour race, you are pretty good. In 3rd place, Ferrari, and that's good to see here at Macau. Great to see a Ferrari right up at the sharp end.
And again, that being quicker than the BMWs ahead last time. Fuoco means fire, doesn't it? Well, he's well ignited now as he goes after Vanthor and Marciello. And this is the view heading down towards Lisboa. You can see the barriers on the right. There's a corner somewhere, and you kind of have to guess where it is, because all of a sudden, there, look, the barriers just recede on the right-hand side, and that's where you aim the car. Blind corner. Armco barriers either side of you, and now the climb up San Francisco. This is Mortara's view. You're 10th at the moment.
Enjoy the noise as you go on board with Eduardo Mortara. Unbelievable to get a driver's ear view of what goes on around the streets of Macau. Such a mechanical process and such a busy cockpit.
But there you've got somebody, a master at work, as you made the point. Winner in GT, winner in F3 for the Grand Prix here. So if anybody knows what they're doing around this lap, it is him. This car being run by Vincenzo Sospiri Racing, and it's perhaps unfair to really judge him this year because he's in a new brand and a new team operating it around here. So there's quite a learning curve going on compared to some of the other brands and teams that have been here for season after season. But Eduardo Mortara trying to make some more progress at the start of tomorrow's race, which will be the main FIA GT World Cup race itself. Down to Melco hairpin now.
Threading his way through the Melco hairpin where the circuit begins to open up.
Danny Juncadeo is there in the white and green Craft Bamboo Racing Mercedes. Behind him is Yippee. We're looking further down the order. There goes Kuromi and Li Fong at the wheel. And this is through Black Sands. Yippee in the yellow Ferrari ahead of Ralph Ahren in number 7 Mercedes. Race leaders have just gone across the line, incidentally, and the lead margin is up to 1.2 seconds now. On board with Yippee.
Sort of waxes and wanes, doesn't it, between 1.2, 1.5, 1.6. Does that suggest that Raffaele Marciello has this very much under control? The gap between Dries Vanthoor and himself, the 2 BMWs at the front of the field. The best lap, personal best of the race, has just gone the way of Dries Vanthoor in his efforts to bring down the gap between himself and Raffaele Marciello. Is that opening lap going to be the only chance that Dries Vanthoor has during the course of a 12-lap race for this qualification race for the FIA GT World Cup of Macau GT Cup here? Of course, the big race tomorrow to look forward to, where the grandstands will be packed. Absolutely no space in the grandstands tomorrow. There's very little space in the grandstands today as they enjoy the GTs. 5 laps to go, 7 laps in the book. Dries Van Tour is really mounting a challenge now. Overall best in Sector 2.
Indeed so, and he was slightly quicker in Sector 1 as well, wasn't he? So he's piecing this lap together nicely. Raffaele Marciello knowing all of that experience, not only of here, but of GT racing globally. Multiple champion, multiple race winner, and making this look relatively easy up front. Mauro Engel, though, has suddenly woken up. Absolute best Sector 3. So Engel starting to hustle on behind Cuoco, but this is Raffaele Marciello at work.
See the two little golden stars on the just in front of the chin of Raffaele Marciello on that helmet, and they represent the 2 wins that he's had in GT racing here at Macau. A beautiful design of the helmet.
It is indeed. Looking at the pack coming through, in a moment you will see Danny Juncadeo's green and white Mercedes, behind which is the yellow Ferrari of Yefe, and then a little bit further back after that, you'll see it in a moment coming to the top, just out of Donna Maria, the blue and white Mercedes of Ralph Aaron. Now, he's here as a racing driver. There he is, look, coming into shot ahead of the purple Porsche. 14th he runs, but when he's not behind the wheel, he's also the team manager for Prema Racing, which of course has got 3 cars in the FR World Cup, the Macau Grand Prix itself.
Busy weekend, busy weekend, and bearing in mind, we'll see them lining up on the grid in just a few moments after the conclusion of this race. So, wow,
helmet off, headset on.
What a preparation, eh?
Well, he can go back to the drivers and say, right, I know what the circuit feels like, I know where the rubber might be, know where it might be slippery. So there is Ralph Aaron, very accomplished racing driver himself, had a few years away, went off to work with Prema, and then somebody noticed that, hang on, you're still quite a good graded driver. So he was brought back into GT racing a couple of years ago. He's also been on a 3 times winner of that world-famous event, Alan, the Palaga 1,006 kilometres.
We know it and love it well. Dries Van Tour is really mounting this challenge to put on the pressure on Raffaele Marciello. He's brought the gap down to 1.1 seconds, and he has done so with the fastest lap of the race, 2:17.099. 8 laps complete, 4 laps to go, including the lap that they are on. And Augusto Farfus in 5th place is doing what Augusto Farfus does. It is to be the quickest of any in the first sector. Year after year, he does this.
So last time around, another 2/10 pulled back by Dries Van Toor there. Look, Mortara getting perilously close to the concrete. Ricardo Feller right up behind it. The Audi R8, of course, it's a similar platform on which the Lamborghini comes from. It's a venerable car now, the R8. It's the LMS GT3 Evo 2. It has moved on from its introduction a good decade plus ago. But Audi Sport's commitment these days is being limited because of the Formula 1 concentration. But Ricardo Feller and Christopher Haase, who are here still on the factory payroll and still able to deliver, still very, very quick drivers indeed. Mortara climbs to Donna Maria, running in 10th place. Ricardo Feller in 11th. Currently we're working lap number 9 of the gear circuit, with the absolute best sectors being almost distributed evenly amongst the top 5 drivers at the moment. Van Voort is on another quick lap, and let's see how much closer to Marciello he has got. Vincent Voss of WRT did say on the grid, you know, it's about representing BMW. Yeah, that's fine. But just like Dries Van Toor wants to be the winning driver, Vincent Voss wants his team to be top dog within the BMW rank. So it's still game on here. They're going now through Reservoir, out of that fast left and the speed building. The gap between them is down to 9/10 of a second. Another fastest lap of the race by Dries Van Toor, 2:17.020. We're on that 10 and 12. It's game on.
It really is, and this could present us with a very, very exciting final 3 laps, as if the 9 laps we've enjoyed already hasn't been exciting enough. Dries Van Toor is chipping away lap after lap now. He's putting in the fastest lap of the race, 2:17.020 for Dries Van Toor. This is impressive stuff. It's going to give us a grandstand finish if it carries on this way. Personal best for Raffaele Marciello, but it was still 2/10 away from the lap that Dries Van Toor has just put in.
But we were saying in the course of qualifying what a laid-back character Raffaele Marciello can be, and he's quite at ease to say at the end of it to Dries Van Toor, you know, that fastest lap, you know, all that pushing, I still won, I'm still the winner. You only have to win by 1,000th of a second as long as you win, and that is uppermost in his mind.
Such a character, isn't he? There are so many characters in motorsport around the world, and none so much as in GT racing, and Raffaele Marciello is one of them. A huge character, always as cool and as calm as you could possibly ask for. But Dries Van Toor He's not taking this line down. He's in second. He's brought the gap down to less than a second at the end of lap number 9. At the end of this lap, there will be only 2 laps to go.
And Lawrence Vanthor, who was down in 8th in the second of the Porsches, has also just done an absolute best Sector 3. So out of nowhere, the Porsche suddenly responds. The leader's concertinaing a little bit, and actually it's not just Dries Vanthor, is it? It's also Antonio Fuoco, who is looking a little bit closer. Okay, last lap he wasn't quite so rapid, but he did get away from Engel by 0.4 of a second, and there is that gap. So Raffaele Marciello will be on the radio to the team. The team will be giving him the information that he needs about the number of laps to go, about the gap over Dries Vanthor. And they all know that really he's getting through this. Yes, you want a good grid position for tomorrow, but you also need the car in one piece. And out of the R-bend, up towards the timing line, comes Raffaele Marciello. He goes through now. The BMW booms past the pits, and another lap boxed off. The gap is up again to just over a second. These 3-litre turbo BMWs, the M4 GT3s, ahead of the 2.9 turbo 6-cylinder Ferrari. And then the grunt-and-go front-engine Mercedes Amaro Engel. And this isn't something we often say. The Mercedes dropping back. They've been the dominant brand, Mercedes-AMG, for the last few years. But right now, it's very much advantage BMW.
It is, and I'll say it again as well, a great Tampa Ferrari in a podium position at the hands of Antonio Fuoco in 3rd place. We've concentrated on this battle for the lead of the race, and rightly so. The Tampa Ferrari doing well here at Macau is super stuff. Mauro Engel, meanwhile, he is such a great driver around the streets of Macau. He's also one of those cool and calm characters. When you spoke to him on the grid, smiling, beaming, he does it throughout the weekend here at Macau.
And I know I bang on about it, but he is the most Australian of Germans. He had a couple of years in V8 supercars, and boy, can you tell, because he's still got that Aussie twang in his accent, and he's got all of that Australian showmanship that the touring car drivers have to play to the cameras. He's a cracking guy. Now, here, Marciello and Vanthor still running close together. It's about 1 second, that margin between them. And Dries Vanthor trying to edge a little bit closer. Let's see the cars coming up the hill. And Marciello goes into Donna Maria now. Let's have a replay here. Now this, have a look at Marciello. This is coming out of Black Sands. And look, lots of tyre marks on the ground. He's so quick out of the right-hander of Fisherman's. That's where he's able to steal that march over Vanthor. And if you're putting rubber on the road there, just by acceleration, you're trying.
You are absolutely trying, as indeed the complete field have, because we have 10 laps complete this lap and 1 more to go in the qualification race for the Macau GT Cup and FIA GT World Cup as well. And Raffaele Marciello for BMW leads Dries Vanthor for BMW. They come up towards the line, are about to go onto their final lap, and look how close they are, down to 0.7 of a second. Dries Vanthor, another fastest lap of the race. Grandstand, stand by.
Last lap, BMW looking for more Macau honours. Of course, it's been a successful round in the Macau GT Cup, successful too over the many years of the gear race. But right now, it is Marciello from Vanthor. The gap was only 0.7 when they came over the line. Down towards Lisboa they come. Vanthor is going to be close by the end of the lap. He's not going to be able to have a go, I don't think, unless Marciello makes a rare mistake. Fuoco in 3rd, and Mauro Engel has dropped back now to the best part of half a second away. 5th is Sparta, 6th is Van der Linde, and there might be a change here because Mortara has got Ricardo Fellow right up behind him. Down towards Lisboa they come. Audi on the outside. Mortara says, look, I've got a waxwork of me in the museum. I'm Mr. Macau. Know your place. You stay behind.
I've got a waxwork of you?
Yeah, exactly.
No, stay where you are.
There you go. You're 11th.
Raffaele Marciello and Dries Vanthor on their final lap. 0.7 of a second between the two of them. And then this mouth-watering battle between Mr. Macau, Eduardo Mortara, and Ricardo Fella as well. Tantalising stuff for the crowds here at Macau that are enjoying the sunshine and GT3 racing around the streets of Macau. This has been perfect. It's what we've all needed after the last day and 2.5 days. with tricky conditions, wet conditions, greasy conditions, and now they can stretch their legs and show what they can do.
And Vanthor is closer, and he did the fastest lap last time through. He was 3/10 quicker, but I think Marciello's got everything under control. It is going to be close. It's going to be a great photo finish for BMW, isn't it, with the two cars in the same shot. But Raffaele Marciello will be ahead. Dries Vanthor in second place. And again, Marciello is so good through this part of the racetrack, down through Black Sands, heading now through Fisherman's. Let's see whether he's able to put 11s on the road again. Dries Vanthor still charging behind him. Fuoco third, and Mauro Engel is going to drop off the podium for a rare time at Macau. Checkered flag will be at the ready to round out Macau GT Cup qualification race, won by Raffaele Marciello from Dries Vanthor in second place. The gap at the flag, 0.666 of a second, which is a devil of a time. Antonio Fuoco takes third ahead of Mauro Engel. Augusto Farfus fifth, and Sheldon van der Linde sixth. Then he does the best lap of the race as he takes the checkered flag. Sheldon van der Linde sixth. Seventh, Alessio Picariello from Lawrence Vanthor. Christopher Halser ninth, and Edo Mortara just hangs on to 10th. And we got through without a yellow, without a safety car. You've just witnessed the world's best GT racers on one of the world's great tracks.
Doing what they do, absolutely supreme. I didn't dare say that, but we got all the way to the end of the race. We saw the checkered flag. The crowd have seen what they wanted to see, a proper race. Let's get on board and see what happened at the start of the race that set this up for victory around the streets of Macau. There's Dries Vanthor looking back from Raffaele Marciello. Dries Vanthor was quick off the line, goes to the outside. This is the run down towards Lisboa, and this is what's really set up the rest of the race.
Fuoco through on the inside of Engel, but he goes wide, so Engel tried to have a go at him. Up the inside of both, tried to go Farfus. Sheldon van der Linde was looking for a way through, but this is Marciello's view. Now we're going to see what Vanthor did wrong. And look, he just brakes ever so slightly late. Is there a gap? Is there a gap? Side by side, look, on the run to San Francisco. And that is how you do it. Two respectful GT drivers, but Marciello had track position on the inside. Job done.
A masterclass in how to give racing room and respect. Absolutely supreme. Wow, we're lucky.
What a drive, hey? So, Raffaele Marciello triumphs again, but a really interesting race, a fascinating battle between those two BMW drivers. But you've seen, and Alan's made the point already, how it can be done around the streets of Macau, because we didn't have the carnage that other categories have had over the course of the weekend. Maybe the message is getting through.
He's got number one on the car, and he has been number one consecutively now for a long time. The quickest in qualifying last year. Won the qualification race, won the FIA GT World Cup last year, and now takes pole position in 2024 and the first race win. Raffaele Marciello, that's a lucky helmet he's wearing, and he will be as cool and as calm as you can imagine when he gets out on the car.
There are lots of drivers over the course of the history of motorsport that can claim that, you know, I should have been a Grand Prix driver, and Tom Christensen is a very obvious one. But bearing in mind that just over a decade ago, Raffaele was the FIA Formula 3 European champion. He was tipped to be going to Ferrari maybe to do more than just test drive. It never quite clicked for him in single-seaters. Instead, he has won largely for Mercedes-AMG. This is first year for BMW. Championship after championship, race after race. Sports car racing has been lucky to have him in a sense, but just wonder what might have been in single-seaters. Dries Vanthor came likewise from single-seaters, had a couple of years of Formula Renault into GT racing. And Antonio Fuoco, the same, Formula Renault champion, Formula 3 race winner, and then sports car racing came unlocking, GT3 and hypercar. And all of those top three not only represent BMW or Ferrari within GT3 ranks, but in world endurance in hypercar regulations as well. So the adaptability, you're not just talking going from single-seaters to GT cars in your career, but going from one feel of car, one type of aero, one weekend to a different the next.
Super result for BMW, super result for Ferrari as well here at the Gears circuit at Macau. They had one job really. It was to take the fight to Mercedes, and I think they have both done exactly that. The lead Mercedes off the podium. Mauro Engel in fourth place, Christo Farfus in fifth place, and Sheldon van der Linde completes the top six. BMW came, saw and conquered at Macau. What will happen tomorrow for the privilege of holding high the FIA GT World Cup?
Well, it's going to be down to the start, isn't it? But of course, Dries van Voor showed intent, showed what he can do, but it was that tiny little slip down at Lisboa, and that will haunt Dries overnight, and it's going to be in his mind tomorrow as well. But well done, he says to Raffaele Marciello. The next thing that Dries needs to do is just have a saunter through the paddock and go and say to his big brother, I was second, where were you then? Oh, only ninth, was it? Oh, okay. I'm going to the podium. Back soon. So well done, Dries van Voor, second place.
Could you take my phone and take a couple of pictures? Would you mind?
Yes, because you're not busy.
It's the first time that we think that both of the Van Voors have been at Macau, and that's good to see. Although Dries won't be thinking too much about that at the moment, he will be thinking about the job that they have done today for BMW. It's a super day for BMW. Yesterday was as well. They locked out the front row of the grid, and now they lock out the top 2 places on the podium. Super stuff for Raffaele Marciello. I said he'd be cool and calm and relaxed, didn't I? He really is, as they are
That's
being...
a pretty safe bet, though.
Yes, indeed. You can see the joy as they are going to be taken over to the holding area for the podium presentations.
And Matteo Braga from Pirelli is there with the special Pirelli award, the Pirelli Racing Activities Manager. So although there are trophies for the podium, Pirelli with the Dragon Trophy, giving that to Raffaele Marciello. So nice touch from Pirelli to help to support the event, and another one for the trophy cabinet for Raffaele Marciello. So as the drivers make their way to the podium, in the background Laurent Granville, the race coordinator, getting everybody to where they should be, and we can see Raffaele Marciello the winner by 0.6 of a second from Dries van Voor, and Antonio Fuoco third, Mauro Engel fourth from Augusto Farfus and Sheldon van der Linde, Alessio Picariello seventh ahead of Lawrence van Voor, then Christopher Haase with Edo Mortara in 10th place. In 11th spot in the end, it was for the best of the rest, if you like, at the end of the GT Cup race, Ricardo Feller, who couldn't quite find a way past Eduardo Mortara. Danny Juncadeo was 12th, Yefe was 13th from Ralph Aron, and then Thomas Preining, Daniel Serra, who looked good actually early on in qualifying yesterday, and got quite a long way down, but he was ahead of Laurin Heinrich and Matteo Cairoli. Adley Fong 19th, and Leo Yi was 20th, ahead of James Yu and Jules Gounon in 20th place. And I offer you the next fact purely for Alan Hyde. Kuromi the Rabbit has made it through unscathed.
We didn't get a chance to talk about Kuromi the Rabbit. When do you want me to start?
Well, I'll give you 1 minute without deviation or repetition.
pouco. Uma prova que vai então ter Rafael.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 71st Macau Grand Prix. And now it's time for the trophy presentation ceremony of the Macau GT Cup FIA GT World Cup qualification race. First of all, please welcome our winners to be on the podium. The second runner-up, number 83, Antonio Fuoco from Italy. Welcome. And our first runner-up, number 32, Dries van Tol from Belgium. Congratulations. Woo. Please proceed on to the podium. And last but not least, our winner, number 1, Rafael Marcello from Switzerland. Congratulations. And now, may we invite our presenters. First, please welcome Ms. Frederica Falk, Senior Vice President of Global Marketing of MGM, to present the laurel and trophy to our second runner-up, please. To number 83, Antonio Fuoco from Italy. And now, please welcome Dr. Iwan Disci, Senior Vice President of Hospitality of MGM, to present the laurel and trophy to our first runner-up, number 32, Dries van Tol. Congratulations. And we would like to invite Mr. Han Tian, Executive Vice President of Strategic Marketing of MGM, to present the laurel and trophy to our winner, number 1, Rafael Marcello. Congratulations. And now, let's take a group photo. May I invite our guests together at the center of the stage? Yes, please. And let's take a group photo for this special and glory moment. Let's look at our camera. Wow, what a moment. Congratulations and thank you, our guests. Would our winners please remain on stage? Please remain. Yes, and now it's time for our quick interview. May I invite Chris? I'll pass the time for you, please.
Thanks very much. We'll start with Antonia. Antonia, well done. Welcome to Macau. How was that? You had a lightning start. Looked like you were very much on the limit through the first 2 turns.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good start. As you said, quite on the limit with the Maro, but everything went well. At the end in Macau, you need to risk the first couple of corners, so it was okay. So now we try to do our best tomorrow on the main race.
A difficult weekend to come in with all the weather that we've had. The track has been different every time.
Yeah, it was also my first time with GT here, so it was not easy to get to the rhythm, especially with the practice we had. But overall, we had a good weekend so far, so we just need to keep pushing and try to do our best.
Well done. Thanks for your time. We'll have a quick chat with Dries. Now, Dries, you gave that a real good go at the start. Got the lead briefly.
Yeah, well, it wasn't really intentional. It wasn't really the intention, but I saw Lello had a big moment in turn 1, and I had a massive run on him, so. Well, I decided to go, but yeah, unfortunately I made a small mistake going into turn 3. At the end, it finished like it started, so not a bad starting position for tomorrow.
Yeah, there's nothing between you. I mean, you kept up with him the whole way through. Sometimes he was a bit quicker, sometimes you were a little bit quicker.
Yeah, it was a good fight, but at the end, it was most important to bring the cars back home, that they're in one piece for tomorrow. And that's what we did. So indeed, it was a good fight. So I think it will be cool tomorrow.
I think so too. Well done, well driven, Raffaele. Well done, fantastic drive. You had to fight back because this man made you work hard for the first 3 corners.
Yeah, it was an interesting fight, but luckily went a bit too deep in Lisboa. So then I was able to overtake him back, and then it's pretty difficult to overtake back. I mean, in a normal green lap. So then it was just to control the race until the end, but yeah, I mean the conditions are not very easy. The track is quite slippery, so you always need to take care.
Are you still finding your way with the car and the setup, everybody, this weekend, because it's been so different with the weather each time?
Yeah, I mean for sure it's impossible to have the perfect car in no condition, but at the end it's a matter of try to adapt quicker as possible, and I mean when you're in front, then it's a bit easier.
Another great job. You're on pole tomorrow. Good luck. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Your race winner, Raffaele Marcello.
Thank you, Chris. And once again, congratulations to all the winners. And we hope to see you again tomorrow. Thank you. And we look forward to our upcoming race. See you soon.
We are about to enjoy a qualification race for single-seaters here at Macau. It is for the FIA FR World Cup here at the Macau Grand Prix. And as we wait for the personnel to appear down on the grid, any moment now we will enjoy the build-up to our qualification race for the FIA FR World Cup and Macau Grand Prix.
The 2024 Macau Grand Prix, the 71st running of this historic event, is set to get underway with the qualifying race. New for this year is the FR chassis, replacing Formula 3, and it has given us a fantastic entry. Two really interesting qualifying sessions, one wet, one dry, both full of drama and incident, and a grid headed by the American driver Ugo Ugachukwu. The pit lane has just opened. The cars making their way out on circuit. David Addison and Alan Hyde are trackside, and both looking forward to what promises to be a really good race, because even though we've had 2 free practice and 2 qualifying, we haven't really got a proper pattern, have we, as to who is quick around here, because a rhythm has been hard to find for all the incidents.
We have not had a day so warm. 27 degrees the air temperature and well over 30 degrees the track temperature heading into our first race of the weekend for single-seaters. And yesterday in qualifying, it was all about patience and concentration, and that was exactly what Ugo Ugachukwu, one of the development drivers for McLaren, has been so for many years, was able to reign supreme. Pole position for the American, and we're about to see for the first time racing this weekend, and the first time really in perfect conditions. Nice, warm, sticky tarmac for brand new rubber, and we see them heading around the circuit to line up on the grid, and it will be the first time that we've seen this particular car racing around the streets of Macau.
And this particular type of car is the Tatius F3T 318 chassis. They have 2-litre Alfa Romeo badge engines, the Autotecnica Motori engine. They'll do 0 to 100 in 3.3 seconds. They'll nudge up to 255 kilometres an hour. So these are still serious bits of kit. And around this 6.1 kilometre lap, 38 gear changes per lap. And we've also had drops of rain being reported at turn 21, and that's not far from where we are at the start and finish line. So a wet and dry circuit would be another curveball to throw at them, including at this man, Tuka Tappinen. You're riding on board with him to the grid. We rode on board with him yesterday, where at about this very corner, he suddenly understeered wide and went crank into the barrier.
And we weren't predicting really that we would have drops of rain ahead of our first single-seater race. We were just talking about the perfect conditions and the opportunity for slick tyres to be working around the circuit, and all of a sudden Macau offers another element of drama, as if with a circuit like this you didn't have enough drama just in having cars racing around a 6.1 kilometre circuit around the streets of Macau. Then all of a sudden we get the question mark over the weather.
The drivers are coming into the pit lane not because they have a problem, but because the regulations allow to come through the pit lane for 1 extra reconnaissance lap. And that means that all the officials that are standing there making sure the teams go the right way down the pit lane, the personnel, now have to scatter out of the way themselves, because Oliver Goethe aboard number 1 is making his way through the pit lane. Tuka Tappinen likewise, just to get 1 more lap of knowledge of the circuit, just to get a little bit more warmth into the tyres. And it's also a psychological thing. They've not gone to the grid. Why? I better not go either. I'll follow suit, go down the pit lane. But it does have a benefit. It's just another lap, another bit of mileage around the circuit, because actually, despite the track time afforded to them, so many red flags have we had. Was it 8 in qualifying yesterday? 7 yesterday, and how many on Thursday?
5.
5, plus what happened in free practice. Therefore, it's been so bitty. Getting in mileage, getting in full laps, clear laps, has been very difficult indeed. And they also here can do a practice start look on the exit from the pit lane.
It was a testing day yesterday, not just for the single-seaters, but for everybody with the conditions, the way they were. For many, the first opportunity they had had to drive around the gear circuit in drier conditions. And in total, over all of the forms of racing that we had around Macau yesterday, we had 22 red flags. Yes, we went through and added them all up yesterday evening.
And also yesterday evening, while you were doing that, Rui Marquez, who is the race director, and Emanuele Pirro, who looks after the single-seater commission, got all the drivers together. And whatever is the next thing from the Riot Act, it was read to them about respecting the circuit and about respecting each other, because it was getting silly by the end of yesterday with so many stoppages.
It was so difficult for the drivers, those that stayed out of trouble and had to retain that psychological focus down in pit lane for a very, very long time. And that was when Ugo Chukwu rather proved the fact that he had a bit of experience here at Macau, knew what the key was to unlocking it, to be ready to go and put in that killer lap when it was required, and he did exactly that.
The top speed of these cars, which is on the way down to Lisboa, 255 kilometres an hour, you're on full throttle for over 65% of the lap, which is quite something. It does show how fast the lap Macau is. They're all running on a sustainable fuel as well this year from ETS, and a 2:19 in the end was pole position yesterday, although estimated lap times were 2:14, so maybe drivers getting into a rhythm, and as a race car's fuel load comes down, we might be able to get better than 2:19. We shall see, because of course drivers and teams come here with limited experience and data of this particular chassis. Yeah, okay, it's a kind of Formula 3 style car, but they haven't got a Macau setup to just slap on and go racing. A number of the drivers are returning to Macau because either they haven't won it or they love it, or both. A number of drivers are new to Macau. A number of drivers are new to Macau and this car. The FR chassis that runs in Formula Regional events. There's one in America, there's Japan, there's Oceania, Europe, Middle East Championship at the start of the year. The Middle East champion was on this grid, Tapinen. This is a man returning, Dino Beganovic, who, if you think back 12 months, was very quick within the F3 Grand Prix, but crashed on his way to Lisboa in the main race, the Sunday Grand Prix itself. Made that move on the inside and then couldn't get the car slowed down. He was in the wars yesterday because, having gone fastest, he came round a corner and found an accident had happened right in front of him, blind right-hander. His teammate Alex Dunn had already hit the parked car of Rintaro Sato, and Beganovic ploughed into it as well. So his grid position doesn't really reflect the pace that he has got. He is 15th on the grid. Also thinking of the grid, James Wharton, who is 14th, got a 3-place grid drop last night because he was adjudged to have misjudged the speed of Jin Nakamura's car, got into the back of him and then propelled Nakamura into the barriers down at Arbenne. So Wharton copped a 3-place grid drop as a consequence of that. And
Dino Beganovic is one of the drivers where you really do see at work the fact that being quick, having great racecraft around the streets of Macau, that's not enough. You also need a little dose of luck as well, and sometimes luck can play against you, as Beganovic realised yesterday. Let's see what today's race. It's quite a joy to be travelling on board around this second reconnaissance lap, second lap from pit lane, twisting around the barriers and the walls of the top part of the circuit, the tight and twisty section on the gear circuit here at Macau. The long right-hander, left-hander at Donna Maria leads up towards the no overtaking zone at the Melco hairpin. It's enough to get these cars threaded around the corner, let alone thinking about defending or attacking for a position in the race. And that is the reason why throughout the course of 4 days for the Macau Grand Prix, no overtaking at the Melco hairpin. It's not allowed. This is where the circuit opens up after the Melco hairpin, down through Black Sand on towards Fisherman's, and the final turn is Arbenne, and that's where they will see all of a sudden the grid already populated with the teams, and very soon with all of the representations of the sponsors and the local hotels in this region. And for many of these drivers, some as young as 16 years of age, they will have never known a race build-up quite like a build-up to a race at Macau. Today is the qualification race. Tomorrow, add an awful lot of ceremony in the run-up towards the start of the race.
It's looking rather dark overhead, dare I point out, as Dino Beganovic comes up to the grid. So this could be a very difficult time for the drivers and indeed race control, and it could be that out of 10 laps ahead of us, towards the end it starts to get a little bit inclement, and they're all on Pirelli slick tyres for the start of this race with, as Alan has made the point, Ugo Chukwu on pole position, the McLaren junior driver,
just seeing some of the teams looking up to the sky and holding the hand out as you do your own personal barometer for, is it raining? Is it not? Did I feel a spot of rain? And at this point, leading up to the start of the race, you almost have psychological rain. I'm sure I just felt rain. I'm sure I just felt drops.
Well, the teams will be ready with yet more wet tyres. Normally, they have a real panic about when to use the sets of slicks available to them, because you want to keep a set for this race and a fresh set, if you can, for the Grand Prix itself. They only have 4 sets of Pirelli slicks. Well, they barely scratched the surface of that. Only really one session, and that was Q2 yesterday. Have they had to think about them? The countdown here continues, and the 5-minute board is going to be imminent.
Yeah, the countdown to the qualification race is far shorter than the countdown tomorrow, because we will have ceremonial start to the race tomorrow, which is very traditional. Always brings a smile to the face, because it couldn't happen anywhere else but Macau before the Macau Grand Prix.
And it's something new for the drivers, you know, because many of them may have been racing at big events if they've been in a support category to a Grand Prix, let's say FIA Formula 3 or FIA F2. But to be out of the car, to stand for a group photograph with the dignitaries from Macau SAR before the race, that's quite something. And it's interesting to see how they cope with it, because some are quite happy to go through that. Others are all a bit nervy, a little bit uncomfortable, because they want to be in the car and thinking about the race.
I'm sure none of them have been involved in lining up on a grid alongside a massive chicken. And I've just seen a massive chicken making its way down the grid. I'm not sure it's the peacock that we saw earlier on, is it?
I can't see any chickens. You're just fantasising.
You wait.
No.
You wait.
Lights out of bed again. Matron. Definitely you. This is the man on pole, Ugo Chukwu. And also lining up at the front of the grid, a driver with experience. They were both in last year's F3 race. This is Oliver Goethe. Now, he's not a regular FR racer. He's been away in F3 and then stepping up to F2 at the end of the year. But he wants to crack Macau, and here he is. Different type of category for him, different chassis, different car, but he knows the circuit.
Had an unusual qualifying as well yesterday, because when the car came into the pit lane, the fire extinguisher was deployed by accident, and then the team had to work to clear up the inside of the car and fit a new extinguisher.
And somebody was posing a question to us on Twitter last night. Was it because he'd gone to the scrutineering patch and one of the scrutineers had done it? And Oliver Goethe said it was all down to him. He just sort of moved his hand at the wrong angle, the wrong time, and touched it. All down to him. He took full responsibility. You've seen Noel Leon lining up third. You've seen Enzo Dallini fourth, and their fifth is Mari Boya, who was in FIA F3 this year, but did race in the FR Middle Eastern Championship at the start of the calendar year. Mari Boya driving like Noel Leon for the KCMG IXO by Pinnacle Motorsport team, the Mexican and Spanish partnership. Some teams have got 3 drivers and some have got 2. And for Evans GP here is Cooper Webster, who is also an esports driver for the Oracle Red Bull racing team. Former Carter, former BMX driver, and last year's Indian F4 champion, and has been racing in F4 in Australia this year, 7th in the title race. There's a big chicken there, or is that a peacock?
Looks like a chicken to me.
7th on the grid was Freddie Slater, the British driver, next to a chicken. And 8th is Teofil Neal. There he is in number 14, which is the Sansalot car. And Teofil Neal, last year's Spanish champion, 9th in FR in Europe this year. Evan Gilter next on the grid, number 17, last year's French F4 champion, and a race winner, 7th in this year's Formula Regional European Series in the so-called FRECA Championship. There is number 26, which is Matteo De Palo, who had a tough day yesterday. Couldn't really unlock the pace out of that car, but De Palo has been racing in FR cars in Europe and the Middle East this season. And Rashid Al-Daheri here has been in F4, both in the UAE and Italy in the Euro 4 Championship. So he makes the step up to this car, even though he raced here last year. 3rd
in a Formula 4 piece of machinery. Let's see what they can do. He can do in an FR car.
Jin Nakamura's car repaired overnight after being Whartoned. Got fired into the barrier at the R bend by slightly overzealous James Wharton. So Jin Nakamura then lining up 12th on the grid, and their 13th is the MP Motorsport car of Matteo Colnaghi, who has been the runner-up in the Spanish F4 Championship this year, so makes the step to these cars for the first time, and of course this track for the first time as well.
Some really young drivers represented down on the grid, from 16 years upwards. And if you think about a young driver on the start of their single-seater career, 16 years of age, to tame the gear circuit at Macau, that's something special. And of course, they have been around this circuit multiple times on simulators. There is nothing that compares to the bumps that you feel inside the cockpit of an FR car around Macau.
Dino Beganovic you're looking at, just for James Wharton, the runner-up in FR Europe. Dino Beganovic for the Ferrari Driver Academy, 6th in FIA Formula 3 this year with a couple of race wins. But in these sorts of cars 2 years ago, he was the European champion. So you know, he perhaps felt that last year's Grand Prix got away. He comes back, he steps down to a degree into Formula Regional machinery, to FR, but he wants to win. And that's true of lots and lots of drivers that come back, switch categories, go sideways because they want to race at Macau and they want to win at Macau.
Such a busy grid, isn't it, as the personnel are invited to make their way back into the paddock, and well, they'll be watching the race unfold over 10 laps around Macau. And you can see, as you look at the wide shot, of everybody leaving the grid apart from the few team members that are involved in the starting of the car, and the packed grandstands as well. I'm sure they will have one eye to the sky as we do. It's very, very hot. It's not quite as humid as it was yesterday, up to 98% humidity yesterday. We're down in the 80s today. It's jolly warm and there is a threatening sky.
So the grid is being cleared, and that means that when the personnel have gone, these cars, these drivers will be left on their own, with Ugo Ogachukwu on pole position and Oliver Goethe lining up second, ahead of Noel Leon and his teammate Enzo Deligny. It is Murray Boyer next, ahead of Cooper Webster, then Freddie Slater and Théophile Néal. Evan Gilter and Matteo De Palo come next from Rashid Al-Daheri and Jin Nakamura, starting 12th, ahead of Mattia Kolnagi, and then with his grid drop, James Wharton, then Dino Beganovic, and the top 16 rounded out by Valerio Rinicella. Alexander Abkazova comes next, ahead of Alex Dunn, who should be one to watch with pace, but he was unlucky to be involved in a crash yesterday. Came across a parked car, then Sota Agar and Turka Tapanen, who is a FR champion, but a long way back after crashing in qualifying yesterday himself. Tiago Rodriguez was here in F4 last year. Lou Rushi crashed on Thursday. He's ahead of Rakuta Kobayashi and Jet Bowling, who had a crash at the end of yesterday's session. Rintaro Sato, Kai Darianani and Kanato Lee round out the order, and that sky is not a nice car.
It's looking threatening, isn't it? Very threatening. It's been jolly windy over the past few days here at Macau as well. You can see the flags are just fluttering gently, so that's good news as far as the wind is concerned. But those little drops of rain that we were given notification on the timing screen just before the cars left pit lane, they are going to be in the back of their minds throughout this race.
And race control will be keeping an eye to this. They will be fully aware that everybody's on slick tyres, and they'll be fully aware that there's a tipping point between going slowly on a greasy track and it just being unsafe on a wet, and therefore they might have to intervene. So we will have the 1 minute board shown shortly. That's the point at which engines fire, the last engineers leave the grid and then make their way down the pit lane. After that, pretty much it is out of their hands unless we have an incident. Now, Ugo Ogachukwu there, the man on pole position, who was last year's Euro 4 champion, the sort of pan-European German-Italian F4 championship. And you see the McLaren logo on the side of the car, part of the junior programme. 11th in the FR European Championship this year for the Alpine-powered cars. It does kind of prove, doesn't it, on a shootout on a playing field like this, which is such a great leveler. It doesn't really matter what your season's results are and what reputation you come with. It can be made or broken here in Macau.
It is a blank sheet of paper. It is a unique race and requires unique skills over the course of 4 days for the Macau Grand Prix. But you can absolutely bet, without a shadow of a doubt, that the motorsport eyes of the world are focusing on Macau this weekend. Whatever they're involved with, whatever the various personnel involved with motorsport are, if they are at a Grand Prix, a Formula 1 Grand Prix, if they're involved in touring cars, if they're involved in GT racing, they'll be watching these races.
Over the years, whether it has been from its early days in sports cars through Formula Atlantic to Formula 3 to Formula 4 and the FR chassis this year, it doesn't really matter what the category. To win here, to be on the podium here, is quite something. And every year, Reputations are made at Macau, heroes are found, and there'll be some more over the course of these 10 laps and tomorrow's Grand Prix itself, with the grid now just about clear. Looking down into the pit lane, nobody is yet fretting about getting a set of wet tyres on standby, so I think they're still fairly confident. But it might be a wet walk back to the Myriad hotels near the gear circuit. 1 minute board shown.
And it would be really good news if we can have a dry run for the qualification race. It will be the dress rehearsal for the Grand Prix tomorrow, and very soon the cars are going to be released on their formation lap here around the streets of Macau.
Lights go green, green flag shown, and 1 or 2 a little bit slow away there. So one side of the grid not getting away. That's behind Noel Leon, isn't it? Now, if everybody goes past him, he'll have to start at the back, and there's another car behind. No, it's not Noel Leon, it's Murray Boyer, forgive me, his teammate. So Murray Boyer has not got going, but others, I think, might have been caught up behind. Have they all got going behind on that row? Yes. If the last car passes Boyer before he moves, he should start at the back of the grid. It may be that he can't start at all and needs the marshals to push him off the grid. So there you go. All that hard work in qualifying, the importance of a good lap time, and it can all be thrown away if you can't get the car off the line. And if you stalled it, rather than it be a breakage, it's all on him.
A third row start all of a sudden becomes a back of the field start. If they can even get the car going, it might be some kind of technical problem with the car that has prevented the car from starting. It might just be that things didn't go according to plan inside the cockpit. This looks like some kind of technical issue with the car as the team rushes over to Murray Boyer's car. What a shame.
I think it's the sort of slave battery that they might be trying to take and fire up the car. The trouble is, when they've been hot and then they stall, it's not an instant restart. It's a good sort of half a minute plus, so it can, if you like, cool down and then go again. So it's fired up now, but Murray Boyer should, in theory, start at the back of the grid.
A potential promotion for Freddie Slater, who would have started just behind. He's got a blank bit of tarmac in front of him. Murray Boyer has got going now, which is good news. Needs to press on and catch up to the rest of the field, so that's good news that Murray Boyer's car has started and one to watch during this race.
Not only that, but he's also got to press on to catch up with everybody else, because we don't want to be waiting for a long period of time before Murray Boyer arrives on the grid. So he will be pressing on, but hopefully the team will be on the radio to him, advising him of what the start process is for him. The former Spanish karting champion. He was for the Campos team in Formula 3 this year, 15th in the championship, but did race in FR machinery at the start of the season. 5th in last year's FR Middle East Championship as well. So he's one of those drivers that is very active during the winter, keeping his hand in. The FR Middle East Championship has been a popular one in recent seasons. The cars then now turn their way up through that long left of Donna Maria. Down they come now to the Macau hairpin, where there is a permanent yellow flag, no overtaking, and the reason for that is very easy to see. It is the tightest of tight corners, look, and so there is no way you could think about going side by side round the corner. And they trickle their way down the hill, still trying to get the warmth into these Pirelli tyres, and then they'll slot into place on the 1-by-1 staggered grid, pole position being on the outside line here. That's where this man, the very tall Uga Chukwu, will start, with Oliver Goethe lining up with him, then Noel Leon, then Enzo Deligny, and then a gap where the car of Murray Boyer should have been.
It's getting rather dark here at Macau. Just looking out to the grid spots just in front of the commentary box here as the cars weave on a dry circuit to get heat into slick racing tyres. I just wonder about this, you know, it has got a much darker in the last 10 minutes or so.
And let's have a look at the rear of the grid to see where Murray Boyer is. He's overtaking. And I'm not sure that's what he's meant to be doing. I would think a drive-through might be coming for Boyer here, because, as I said at the start, if you're overtaken by the very last car, you should start at the back, and race control will be looking at that, I'm sure. He's going to come to the pit lane.
Into pit lane.
Fair enough. Fair
right,
enough.
Right,
do the right thing that way.
Yep.
So Boyer pits, and wanting to make sure he's at the pit exit line in plenty of time. So Boyer will start from pit lane, and that now means that we are awaiting the front of the grid. History is about to be made. It's only, in quotes, the qualifying race, but it is the first time an FR chassis has raced at Macau. So Mari Boyer comes down the pit lane, the rest of the pack into position. The last car, therefore, that we will await is that of Kanato Lee, and when he arrives into position, everybody else will be ready and waiting. The drivers will wait for the 5-second board and then for the lights to go red. When the lights are extinguished, the qualifying race for the FIA FR World Cup, the Macau Grand Prix, will be underway. Ugo Ugachukwu on pole position, Oliver Goethe with him at the front. Green flag at the back says we're ready to go. And 5 red lights are on now. When the lights go out, it is going to be blast off. And a good getaway by Ugachukwu. A good start by Leon as well as they make the run down towards Reservoir for the first time. Goethe up the inside, tries to squeeze alongside Ugachukwu for the race lead. He is alongside, and he's just possibly fractionally ahead as they come down towards Mandarin for the first time. Leon in 3rd place, looking to try to make a move. He's in the wheel tracks, in the tow. Goethe has got Delaney in the other Red Bull livery car right up behind him. Freddie Slater is in the mix. One wide, one in the wall. Yellows fly, car damage in the middle of the road. It has kicked off at turn 2, and we are going to have an interruption for sure. But who will the race leader be as they get to Lisboa? It is Ugo Ugachukwu. He breaks fractionally late, but he survives it. Goethe 2nd, and Leon is going to be 3rd.
The rest of them stream through Lisboa. It is Ugo Ugachukwu that has fended off the attentions of Oliver Goethe, and we have stricken cars that will need to be tended to. The course vehicles come into place. One driver out on the left-hand side of your picture. Identify those cars in a couple of moments. Meanwhile, we are with our race leader, who, despite having to battle very, very hard off the line with Oliver Goethe, who I thought for a moment had a nose in front, Ugachukwu got the better of Lisboa and is now able to pull out a bit of a gap over 2nd place Oliver Goethe.
We're awaiting news as to whether or not the race is going to have to be interrupted. At the moment, it's still green lights and green flags around the circuit. You saw 2 cars off, one rather broken and vacated by the driver, another one parked up against the wall as well, as Ugo Ugachukwu then tries to make good his escape over Oliver Goethe in 2nd place. In 3rd it is Noel Leon, and then Enzo Deligny back in 4th as they make their way up now towards Donna Maria for the first time. Good first lap this though, on cold tyres by Ugo Ugachukwu, and he is clear as we go. Safety car. The safety car will pick him up at the end of the opening lap of the race.
Yeah, as they thread their way around the no overtaking point on the circuit, around the very, very tight complete turn on themselves at the Melco hairpin, and then on the run down. Let's have a look back, in fact, at what happened after the start of the race, as we see Ugo Ugachukwu bringing the field into play.
So you can see in the background, one just loses traction, slides wide. It's already crippled as it comes across the road. And surprisingly, we didn't lose as many as we could have done. One car very, very, very fortunate to avoid all the mayhem.
Good job done on avoidance. It's very much the name of the game. Yeah, big bash there coming out of the very, very quick corner, and quite a bit of debris splattered onto the circuit as well. Let's have a look from Tappanen's car.
So down towards Mandarin he goes, and bang, right ahead of him, and Tappanen in the wall as well. So he got caught out, I think, by the pace of the car ahead. So that is one of the fancy drivers of the weekend, took Tappanen out on the way down to Lisboa. Tappanen has gone, and he's not the only one.
We were on board with Tappanen yesterday when the wall was hit. We can do the same again today. So disappointing for a very, very quick driver. And Tappanen, unfortunately, with yet more damage on that FR car. We're going to be busy once again overnight, are they not?
Yeah. I think the other one we lost, sorry to interrupt you, was Soto Ogawa. That's the other driver that's not, as far as I can work out, gone through the first sector. And the car's being told to keep in the middle of the road as they come through turn 2 to avoid all the debris and all the marshals and all the track work that is going on. So, big hit. Let's have another look. Leaders come through. You can see cold tyres on the limit. Ogawa ploughs into the wall. And Tappanen, we didn't really see from that shot, but he was following the pace of the car ahead, and he ran wide as well. But that's a very broken FR chassis, that tattoo chassis of a car. Here it is. Wait for the band. Wallop. And in goes Tappanen behind him. It's quite fortunate. More were wiped out on the inside of the road there. On board with Tappanen. Let's listen in. Sickening noise, isn't it? So as Tappenden, I think, as I said earlier, was judging his pace against the car ahead, that was wrong. He was always going to be wrong. 2 gone. Turn 2.
And it happens in a split second. When you ride on board and you see it all unfold, you realise just how quickly the dream is over here at Macau.
So they will all slot in behind the safety car. These laps all count, of course, for the purposes of the Grand Prix. For the purposes of the qualifying race, they all count within the 10, so the race remains live, albeit under controlled conditions. And it's not so much clearing cars out of the way, that's easy. Hook, crane, move. It's getting all the liquid soaked up, isn't it, and any debris out of the way.
How quickly they are deployed into action, though. The marshals around the circuit, there'll be hundreds of them around the 6.1 kilometre gear circuit, and they know exactly what they need to do. They immediately go into action to get the circuit ready to get things back underway, and they are working away industriously, and the rest of the field are going to have to be thinking about keeping the heat in the tyres on the parts of the circuit that they are able to get a bit of heat weaved into the Pirelli rubber as they make their way around the final part of the tight and twisty section of the gear circuit here at Macau, under the control of the BMW safety car. Only 1 lap so far complete with the requirement of the safety car to be deployed. We just had the GT3 race, qualification race here at Macau, and it was a unique event, if you like, because with so many very big and powerful GT3 cars, we ran from lights to flag without interruption, which was just such a joy for the drivers and for the spectators as well, because they were able to get into a groove. But it's when you have a race which has interruptions, the ultimate concentration that the drivers have to maintain is really brought into test. It was tested yesterday in qualifying, and straight away in the qualification race it is brought into play once again.
There are more junior single-seater categories around these days, and at an equivalent level as well. So these drivers, as we've touched on, have been busy in the winter months racing in similar chassis. They have full-time summer programs as well. But you're starting with drivers, of course, at a much younger age. We often talk about 15, 16-year-olds or junior single-seater categories that there never were in the early days of a Formula 3 Grand Prix at Macau. So although the circuits remain the same and we're looking at cars of a comparable level, you're looking at drivers that, even though they have done a lot of racing, are a little bit younger than the grid would have been, let's say, 20, 25 years ago.
It's true, and if the budget allows, with racing the way it is globally nowadays, you see drivers in the seat of a race car every weekend. When you're going through the results of FR championships around the world, you can see that drivers have been competing in Asia, in Europe, and all around the world.
So we're still behind the safety car for one last look, I think, from the drivers at the incident zone, so they can just assess where the speedy drive might be, and then they'll be good to go pretty shortly. And we can have another look at the start. Good getaway by Uga Chukwu, and Oliver Goethe did his level best to get up alongside him. Couldn't quite get his nose in front, could be the other side of Mandarin. Almost a bit of wheel banging at the back, but Uga Chukwu around the outside of Reservoir, then had the inside line for the next corner heading down towards Mandarin. Noah Leon in third. You also get an idea of just how bumpy the circuit is. It's wide, it's open, it's fast. In the background, there's the impact. The bodywork flies. The yellow flag, I think, was waving even before the car hit the wall. And that was Ogawa out of the race. The safety car will be in this lap, by the way. We'll go back racing this time. This is Dino Boganovic's view of the start here. Lights out, blast off, good launch. Slightly better than the car ahead of him, Matteo Colnaghi, so he closes up there on the Italian, gets up the inside as well, sits on the back of James Walton as they turn their way through that left of Reservoir. So Boganovic has already gained 1 place. Foot absolutely nailed to the board at this point. As a lift, he ducks up the inside of Walton there. That puts him on the inside for Lisboa, and it all gets a bit crowded ahead of him. Can't make a move there because there's traffic in the way. Now there's a corner coming up. See if you can spot it. Barrier to the right, barrier to the right, barrier to the right. There it is. And they all crowd and funnel their way through that right hand that almost comes up unexpected. You know it's there somewhere, but you just can't judge it because the barriers are so high and you sit so low in the car.
That's a great view of what a good start he got as well, but just no opportunities. The circuit didn't open up and present any more than one place to be made up after a very good start. This is on board with Alex Dunn, who was so very impressive here at Macau last year. He finished second, I think, in this race, the equivalent race last year in the qualification race.
And in fact, on the outside there, on the left, you just saw Ogawa come steaming up to try and go round him, and then the car got sideways, so he was probably having a bit of an optimistic go to get past Dunn and carried too much speed into the corner. Dunn on the inside, look, getting crowded up the curb as well, and just about makes it through.
That was a squeeze, wasn't it, on the run down towards Lisboa. And as I said earlier on, it's not just skill that you need at Macau, you also need a little sprinkling of luck as well.
The climb up San Francisco Hill, but to the outside. Now that's brave, having a go there, and has done it. He has, just about. He's got the inside line for the next corner. Fair play. Wow. Alex Dunn going ahead of Matthew Kolnagi, and boy, did he deserve that.
That was a squeeze, wasn't it? And you had to maintain your line and your courage as well, and he did exactly that. Superb, absolutely superb.
So we're going to go racing this time, Alan. Ugo Ugachukwu, Oliver Goethe, Noah Leon, your top three. And you saw off the standing start the importance of getting a good run all the way from the timing line to make the move, to be in the wheel tracks, to get a toe on the way to Lisboa. And it happened again here. But look, Ugachukwu has absolutely bolted coming out of Fisherman's, and that's bad news for Goethe.
Weaving the car so early and right up to the last minute as well, getting heat into the tyres. Ugo Ugachukwu gets the race back underway and carries across the line. The green flag waves, and already with a little bit of a gap over Oliver Goethe. So here we go, racing again around the streets of Macau. It's Ugo Ugachukwu that leads.
Black flag for Murray Boyer. So he is being black flagged from the race for what he did on the formation lap after he stalled it. So Murray Boyer's travails continue as Ugachukwu comes towards us. He's going to be on for third place. The battle, isn't it? Leon versus Dalini versus Freddie Slater, who was in the F4 race last year. But Goethe, using the toe a little bit, is catching up to the race leader as they drop down towards us. James Wharton is being given a 10-second stop-go penalty as well as the cars funnel their way there through Lisboa. So Ugachukwu leading Goethe, the gap down a little bit. You're on board with Dino Beganovic. That means you're 12th. Absolute best in the first sector. Beganovic hunting down Rashid Al-Daheri ahead of him.
Twisting their way through this very demanding up and down section, left and right, the barriers, the walls, everything you have to contend with on the gear circuit here at Macau. And they funnel through. The good news is that we seem to have got away without a problem after the restart. Ugo Ugachukwu, meanwhile, got the best of the starts.
He led over the line by nearly a full second, so Goethe had to try to claw back some of that with a toe in the first part of the lap. 5 sectors to this lap, but Ugachukwu getting away. Absolute best sector 2 and sector 3. So Goethe, Leon, tiny gap back to Delini, Slater, and then Cooper Webster 6. That's the order.
Police and Moorish, tricky right-handers, one after another on this high section of the circuit. Onto the long left-hander at Donna Maria. Through they go, threading their way up towards the no overtaking point at the Melco hairpin. You can see the LED panel flashing green. After that point, yep, overtaking allowed once again. And a good exit from the Melco hairpin sets you up for a good run down towards the end of one lap and the start of the next. So many overtaking manoeuvres are started at the exit of the Melco hairpin.
Absolutely right, and a bit of tyre screen even as the drivers push on, coming out of Fisherman's down towards our bend. This is going to be the end of lap number 4, and we've had a change. In fact, 4-6 race, Tiafar Nayo getting himself up past Cooper Webster. Now, last time the lead gap was 9/10 of a second, Ugachukwu to Goethe. Ugachukwu has extended it to 1.3 with a new best lap of the race, so the American is looking very strong up front. Third is Leon. Fourth is Delini, and then Freddie Slater in 5th place. But Ugachukwu now, I think, has just about broken Goethe, hasn't he? He's getting away, building that gap as they come through the right-hander of Mandarin. slippery surface flag out in the background, and let's just see whether Slater can make a move against Deligny. Look back, red and white car Slater, there to the outside of the Red Bull liveried car of Enzo Deligny, who tries to cover off the inside line, and Slater not able to duck up the inside of him.
Slots in behind, around the right-hander at Lisboa they go. Very quickly they'll be to the bottom of San Francisco Hill. That's where they are now. Accelerating up the hill, you can see the undulation there. It's quite a climb, this, as they go up San Francisco Hill, and then they have to deal with the tight and twisty section of Maternity, the right-hander, the left-hander down at Teddy Yip with the wall on the left-hand side, and then into the change of direction, one after another of the Solitude S's.
Slater looking much quicker now than Deligny as he tries to find a way by. He's just trying to force a mistake out of the car ahead of him. But Uga Chukwu, in the meantime, is continuing to build the gap, isn't he? Well, he was, although maybe on this lap in Sector 2, it has come down ever so slightly in Sector 1, just marginally quicker was Goethe, but then it's normality restored in Sector 3, because that is where Uga Chukwu falls away. This is for second place. Goethe taking no Leon with him, but they need to stop thinking about each other, really, and try and get onto the back of that car. If they can close on the run towards the end of the lap and therefore be able to challenge at the start of the next, it could be a whole different story.
I was thinking exactly that. Oliver Goethe has got a bit of a deficit to make up to Ugo Chukwu in the lead of the race, but also keep an eye to the mirrors as well, with Noel Leon right there in his wheel tracks, and in response to that, in Sector 4, Oliver Goethe has put in an overall best sector. So going quickest in Sector 4 is the second place car of Oliver Goethe. Let's see what the gap is going to be at the end of this lap between first and second. Uga Chukwu had the fastest lap of the race. Will he do so again? It was a 2:21.7. Up towards the line comes the race leader, and what's the advantage going to be? It was 1.3 seconds between first and second. It's down to 0.7 of a second with a fastest lap for number one, second place, Oliver Goethe.
So that now puts him in a really good position to have a go on the run down towards Lisboa. He's got away from no Leon, so the gap second to third is extended. That means Goethe can concentrate on the attack, not the defence. Another little battle lower down. You can see there as Evan Gilter comes up to have a go at Macchio De Palo. That is for 8th and 9th, and a bit of a quiver under braking from Uga Chukwu. Goethe right there behind him. Was that enough to force him wide? Slater goes deep into the corner as well. They're all braking later. That is Niall going straight on as well from 6th place. Cooper Webster goes back ahead of him. Another one up the escape road. This is Alex Dunn's view. Cars from the left, cars from the right. He's going to be able to hang on to one place just about, but it all got very busy ahead as Teofil Niall rejoined ahead of him. But did Uga Chukwu go a little bit deep into Lisboa? The answer is no. He's survived, he's still in the lead, although Goethe is still hunting him down.
The gap was brought down to 0.7 of a second. The escape road at Lisboa has been rather busy on this lap, has it not, as they get themselves back onto the circuit. And that was good anticipatory driving by Alex Dunn, with the car rejoining and just thinking, OK, we need to stay out of trouble. Let's not think about this too much. Just make sure we've got enough tarmac to ourselves.
But oddly, Uga Chukwu has just vanished up the road now, having thought for a moment he might have gone a bit deep into turn 3, Lisboa. He's built the gap quite markedly, it seems, over the rest of the lap from Goethe. Still third is Leon, but Slater is up to 4th then, so he did get past Deligny out of shot. Deligny's down to 5th. So Slater is there in 3rd, and we've got a yellow flag still within turn 3, apparently. We saw one car rejoining, but timing screen still saying the yellow flag driver trudging away. They'll try and unravel in a moment who it is as the cars come out of Melco now.
It gets darker and darker here at Macau. It's 4:10 in the afternoon. It's the qualification race for the Macau Grand Prix of 2024, and we get a safety car intervention for the second time in this qualification race.
And I think it might be Colnaghi that we have lost. So Mattia Colnaghi is off. I think I'm right in saying it's Colnaghi, but it's at Lisboa. And so our second safety car intervention of the race, and we are on lap number 6 here. So obviously the officials don't want too many laps under the safety car, but it is a long lap, so the race can be neutralised to get the car out of the way. I'm noticing umbrellas going up once more in the grandstand, and I'm noticing people thinking, maybe I might just go indoors now. So maybe the spots of rain are coming. You've been teeing them up. They might be on their way as the safety car awaits. So the race leaders in the background weaving around. To tell you what, on the restart, Oliver Goethe had better not fall for the same stunt, had he, and be caught napping like he was first time around. Let's ride with Alex Dunn down to Lisboa. We saw the end of Teofil Niall's dramas and how he pulled back out in front and how it all got very busy. But this is all the way from the start of the lap. So you're on board with Dan. He's in the wheel tracks here, looking to try to get the run, get a tow past the old race control building, down through Mandarin to the outside line, edging closer to the traffic ahead. Hard on the brakes, his car quivers under braking now. Have a look at the escape road, because here comes TFR Nail back in front of him, and cars have to scatter, and the one to the right was the one that had to just lift, and Dunn was able to nip round the outside. Tell you what, we've seen it twice in this race. If there's a more opportunistic driver than Alex Dunn, I've not found him yet.
Yeah, that was really, really good stuff on board with Alex Dunn. What a treat this was, as we saw Ugo Chukwu and Oliver Goethe going down into Lisboa and getting a real wiggle on it as well, turning into the right-hander.
Nail was nailed, wasn't he? He got hit by Cooper Webster. That's why he went up the escape road. Webster braked a fraction too late, got under the gearbox, and that's what dislodged TFR Nail to send him up the escape road. And
just looking at the overview, we were on board with Alex Dunn on that very, very breathe-in moment down at Lisboa. That was something else.
Wipers are on the safety car.
Yeah.
So it is starting to spit with rain. The wipers are on the safety car now, and they're all on slick tyres, don't forget. So tiptoeing their way, I think it's the mountain section of the circuit, if you like, the back part that's got wet first, but there are more than just a few umbrellas in the grandstand. Those that have a brolly have got the brollies up. Those that haven't, they're heading for home. They're heading for Sanctuary.
They've been giving out free ponchos. I hope they've got plenty in stock, because we now have a race suspension. With the rain coming down, we go into a red flag period, and it's properly wet now, I'm afraid, and therefore, yep, safety being absolutely of paramount importance around the streets of Macau. The race is suspended, and slick tyres are potentially not going to be the order of the day. So they thread their way around, being very, very careful with a circuit which has been dry pretty much all day. And now with the ponchos and the umbrellas up, it's a rather testing situation for the drivers and for the teams as well. But I hate to tell you, I told you so, it has been getting progressively darker since the cars formed up on the grid, and with that notification which came when the cars were released from pit lane that we had maybe a couple of drops of rain in the air, I think this was always going to happen.
You might think to yourself, well, it's not that wet, and surely it's up to the driver to decide if he wants to tiptoe round and think it's a passing shower or come in for wets. Well, yeah, that's one side of the coin, but this is a circuit like no other. It's fast, and it's, as we've seen over the weekend, got plenty of parts of it that can really bite. So when you're talking about really young drivers, it doesn't probably make sense to take that decision away, as in, look, we're going to neutralise the race, you'll all go into the pit lane. Now, at this point, if you want to change, you can, but we're at least going to give you the chance. That's, I think, the rationale behind it.
You can't take the risk, can you? We've talked about these young drivers. So many of them have never experienced the gear circuit at Macau. We have seen so many times, not just this year, but over pretty much every year of the Macau Grand Prix, the gear circuit here at Macau can bite. And in these conditions, it can bite really hard indeed. So with 4 laps to go in this qualification race for the FR cars, decision taken, neutralise the race. How wet it is around the circuit. We can certainly look in real life, in real time, out of the commentary box window and see everyone in hospitality just below us in the grandstand with umbrellas up.
In the pit lane, mechanics don't look overly concerned. They are languidly getting parts ready, but they're not rushing in and out of garages as though they want to shelter from the rain. So there is rain in the air, but I don't think it's hit this part of the circuit quite as much as it had around the rear of the circuit, up on the run from San Francisco Hill, for example.
It's been a very hot and humid day. They're probably welcome of being cooled down a little bit in pit lane, because it has been a very, very warm day indeed.
The interest now is going to be exactly what level of rain we get around the circuit, because it could be that by the time they bolted wets on, it's passed, and actually you could have got away with slicks anyway, or some people may elect to stay on slicks. The driver will have an idea of what it was like up the back part of the circuit. they've all got an idea of what it's like here, but that to me looks like a dry pit lane.
It does, and then we look out of the window and the tarmac is two different colours outside the commentary box on the start-finish line. It is two different colours of tarmac, but certainly close to the pit wall, it does look greasy. It does look like it's got a bit of a sheen on it as you look out of the window. So now a choice is about to be made down in pit lane. Tyres are being brought out, they are just being laid next to the cars, and no decision ultimately being made at this stage down in pit lane. But one thing is for sure, those dry weather tyres are losing temperature. They will lose temperature very quickly as they sit motionless down in pit lane. Umbrellas, teams, that's the order of the day as the cars arrive, and a little bit of time is required to make a decision. What do we do?
Well, having just been outside, the race is going to resume in 10 minutes. On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the lightest and 10 being the most, I would say half. It's a few almost inconsequential spots. Heavy spots, but spots. Not saying it's not worse around the back of the circuit, but honestly, if you're sitting in the pit lane now, you'd be hard-pressed to think, yeah, I've got to go wet.
The point I was just highlighting really is that immediately the cars come to a stop, those sticky Pirellis start losing temperature, and they will do so very quickly as well.
So it's a bit wet down through Lisboa and San Francisco, that section of the circuit. That is wet down at Lisboa. Now that, I can offer you this via Strava. That's about 2 kilometres away from where we are, Alan. So if that. So it shows you how patchy the rain is, doesn't it? It's almost dry here. The chap in front of me just put his umbrella away. So it's wet down at Lisboa, and we certainly saw it wet up the hill. What do you do? On a circuit like this, you don't want to put yourself in the wall, do you?
On the run down towards Lisboa, that looked really greasy, really slippery. Coming up San Francisco Hill as well. That's not nice.
No, but
on a slick tyre, not nice.
The bigger problem is, where you on a slick, the bigger problem is going to be braking for Lisboa, because up the hill there, you can just defend. People aren't really going to try and get past you. You might be able to tiptoe up the hill, and then the lap improves. But it's going from a high speed on a slick into that wet zone at Lisboa that will be the big problem. The rest of the lap you could probably get away with, probably.
They have a few minutes to decide exactly what to do, and for the first time now we see decisions being made. So a change of tyres for Noel Leon, and they would have potentially, they've got a big screen down in pit lane, so they would have got a chance to see our camera angles around the circuit of just how wet it was going into Lisboa.
And they've all been told wet tyres are mandatory. You're not having a choice, we want you all on wet. We're not having a situation, think race control, where you heroes on slicks put it in the wall and we have yet more accidents. You're going on wet, come what may. I think they'll struggle to, well, they're only going to have 3 laps, aren't they? 2 laps maybe. If it were much longer than that, they'd probably overheat quite markedly. But for the sake of a safety car lap and maybe 2 racing laps, go on wet, you'll be fine.
Yeah, the safest option really, and having seen the level of slipperiness on the run down towards Lisboa, potentially that's a very, very safe idea coming from race control. Put the treaded tyres on and send them out for the conclusion of this qualification race. The heroes are going to be potentially made tomorrow for the Macau Grand Prix. Heroes won't necessarily be made in the qualification race. However, you could spoil every chance you've got in the qualification race today. So let's put the treaded tyres on. I didn't have this in the potential notebook for this afternoon to have rain at the end of the day. The motorcycles turned their first wheels this morning here at Macau. They dealt with a drying circuit. It was just a little bit damp when they went out for pre-practice first thing this morning. They had back-to-back free practice and qualifying, and they were able to complete their qualifying session in the dry. So for the first time today now, we have rain around the streets of Macau.
And for them, better it happens now than in 12 hours' time. So at least, hopefully, if it does pass through, the track will dry. So everybody being given the instruction to go onto wets. No argument about that. The drivers, in some cases, just out of the car, stretching their legs a little bit. So race control, the race director Rui Marquez, Jeanette Tam, his deputy, electing to tell everybody that they need to be on wet tyres. Race order then, Ugo Ugochukwu ahead of Oliver Goethe, and then Leon, Freddie Slater up to 4th, just before the interruption ahead of Enzo Dellini, Cooper Webster 6th, ahead of Matteo De Paolo, James Wharton 8th. Now Wharton had a stop-go, which I don't think he's done. Rashid Al-Daheri 9th, and Evan Gilter rounding out the top 10. Dina Beganovic 11th, Teofil Nile 12th, Alexander Dunn, Alex Dunn 13th, Jin Nakamura 14th, Valerio Rinicella is in 15th place. My suggestion would be we'll be out of the pits and 1 lap behind the safety car, and I hope it's only 1 lap, because otherwise we're going to have very little racing other than maybe the last lap of the race.
This qualification race day here at Macau. This is the final on-track action of the day. We get things underway a little earlier than previously planned. There is a revised, on the Macau GP website, there is a revised timetable for tomorrow, because unusually we have the Motorcycle Grand Prix first thing tomorrow morning, warm-up and bikes racing out for the coveted title of winner of the Macau Grand Prix first thing this morning, and then all four-wheeled action for the rest of tomorrow. For now, this is the final on-track action of the day.
Drivers getting back on board, so Alex Dunn will clamber back on board the car and see what he can do for the resumption of the race then. So the race is suspended, to use the word rather than stopped. They'll carry on in the same order. So effectively what we have is what you would under the safety car, just not going round and round in circles all the time. But the one difference is that you're being allowed to change tyres, indeed commanded to change tyres.
So pretty quick getting ready for back in the cockpit for Alex Dunn. This looks like quite a hasty process.
Yeah, make sure everything's right. His father Noel Dunn, Formula Ford racer and champion. Alex slots the crash helmet back on. It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, you make the point that some of them almost look to be in a bit of a rush, bit of a hurry doing this. I'm kind of surprised they all jumped out of the cars, because it was never going to be a very long stoppage, was it?
No, I would agree with that, and this does look quite pacey. Normally they give themselves loads of time to get in the cockpit, get ready, get comfortable, get themselves in the zone. Single-seater drivers, young single-seater drivers, do that more than anyone else in racing. I can chat to touring car drivers right the way up until the 3-minute board down on the grid, and so too with GT drivers. Try and have a conversation with a single-seater driver within 10 minutes of the start of the race, and they just look beyond you. They they are in the zone. They are visualising. They've been taught to do it, visualising the start of the race, and getting a conversation out of them to break that concentration is very nearly impossible. So this...
But it's not a cultural thing, is it, in terms of the race culture? Touring cars, GT, being interviewed on the grid is quite something, but it's not a thing in junior single-seater ranks, really, so they're not used to it. They're not expecting it as much as anything. You're right, I mean, they are in the zone, but it's not something they ever have to expect.
I've tried it. I don't like being turned down, to be honest.
That is horrible.
Boy, oh boy.
And I would rather suspect that's coming our way. So if it's coming from... It hasn't passed over our head, so it must be coming from the other direction towards us, and that's the way we walk at the end of the day back to hotels. So the fans at Lisboa bedraggled, and maybe it's going to be more than one safety car lap after all, just to let them get used to the conditions. So it would be one of those quirks of irony, wouldn't it, if we end up with the entire remainder of the race behind the safety car to the checkered flag, but let's hope it's not that case.
That could potentially be an option, you know, as the rain comes down ever heavier. That looks like a very, very difficult run. At least they are on the right tyres. Really good calls from race control as well. And you would imagine that they have access to the most advanced weather forecasting and radar signals of what's on its way here to the gear circuit at Macau. But with hindsight, really good call to make it mandatory to bolt on those brand new wet tyres.
But it does seem as though there's only that one sort of loop of the circuit, Lisboa, and if you sort of cut a section off the track, that's the wet bit and the rest is dry. So it's going to be interesting to see when we do go behind the safety car on the outlap exactly where else is wet and to what degree.
Pretty critical part of the circuit as well. It is the iconic overtaking position on the gear circuit of Macau. And very, very wet indeed, which they will discover when they are sent out from pit lane. Let's have a look at how the circuit is. So through Mandarin and on the run down towards Lisboa, it starts to get wet. And that is a very quick part of the circuit. They're about to find out just how wet it is. Fortunately, they have the right tyres for that part of the circuit, because that is quite a test.
That is serious rain, isn't it? Heading down to Lisboa now. But here, it's barely doing anything. There are some umbrellas up, but yeah, that is heading our way. So it is going to be a very wet track before much longer. Right then. This wasn't in the plan, was it?
30 seconds until they are released behind the safety car from pit lane. Ugo Chukwu has done everything absolutely right so far. Now we have an extra element thrown in to the mix of the qualification race for the Macau Grand Prix. It's wet, it's dry, it's greasy, it's everything. No pressure there then.
But that pressure is diminished to a degree as long as you're behind the safety car. So Ugo Chukwu is probably quite happy just to follow that round for the remainder of the race. We go back to the safety car then as the race resumes. So safety car for an indeterminate number of laps. We have done 7, 3 laps to go. Please, let's not have 3 safety car laps and then a token finish to the checkered flag, because we do want to see some racing, don't we?
We would love to, and I'm sure the drivers would love to as well. This opportunity to race a powerful single-seater around the iconic streets of Macau is a gift for a driver. Dry here behind the BMW safety car as they weave those brand new Pirelli wets up to some kind of temperature for the first time, and then
look at that.
You go round the corner and the windscreen wipers, they're going to go on full mode, aren't they, very soon, because that is very wet indeed. There are cars down there, they are FR cars, but they are in a ball of spray. As you can see the view from the cockpit of Dino Boganovic's car, that is very, very wet indeed. And as they go into Lisboa, into the right-hander, well, they have the right tyres for the job.
They do, and there's a lot of rain there, admittedly, but it is one section of the circuit, and are we getting to a point in motorsport where we're saying we can't have a run in the rain? Let's hope not. Yeah, I know there's a lot of rain there. Of course, you're also not dealing with a regular track surface. You're dealing with public roads, so there are different types of tarmac there and different ages of the tarmac, which might also trick the situation. Yeah, it's slippery, but look at this up the hill. That's fine, bone dry. So like I say, you sort of cut that one loop off the circuit and the rest is okay. Or okayer.
Yeah, a little bit more okay. Still slippery, but as they twist their way up through the section, the tight and demanding section of the gear circuit here at Macau behind the safety car, they get to find that out firsthand now, and this is going to be a real test of these young drivers' skills, what to do and where to do it. But on the run down towards Lisboa from the very, very fast Mandarin, it is fully wet, very, very wet indeed. Once again, this view from Dino's car, and just working out where you can put the power down. And as you get higher and higher on the gear circuit at Macau, well, that's all right, isn't it?
Yeah. So here, it looks absolutely fine. So it may well be that, as I say, the rain is heading back towards the start line rather than just staying down at Lisboa, but we will wait and see what the race director elects to do. No sign yet the safety car will be in this time, but they're coming up towards Moorish. So this is lap 8 out of 10, remember.
Ugo Chukwu is making the most of every single opportunity to just get 1 or 2 weaves of the car to try and get those tyres up to an operating temperature. And that is experience that's coming into play for Ugo Chukwu, because of that section, the section of the circuit they've just been on, there is barely room to move the car from side to side to get heat into the tyres, but Ugo Chukwu making the most of every little tiny opportunity to do that.
So the safety car coming down through the Melco hairpin through Black Sands. Maybe race control would like it to go through once more. So at best, we're going to get 1 racing lap, at best. Because they're on lap 8, they're about to start lap 9. So 1 racing lap, seemingly, as the lights stay on top of the safety car. The race control officials will be in contact with Pedro Cuchero and his observer, who are in the safety car, saying what's it like, and he'll say it's really bad down at Lisboa, but it's all right the rest of the lap. So they'll give them maybe one more chance to have a look at it, see what it's like, and just get a feel for it at a slower pace before they are released back to racing. But the lights are staying on top of the safety car.
Yep, so another lap behind the BMW, and it is quite bizarre, the conditions around this circuit. Look down to the grid hatchings as they go on to lap number 9. 8 laps will go in the book now for Ugo Ugachukwu behind the safety car. And you see Oliver Goethe in the background making the most of this drier part of the circuit to try and get the tyres up to temperature. Well, they are coming down towards the one little section of the circuit which is really, really properly wet.
But is it as wet this lap as it was a lap ago? Well, we'll find out, won't we, in a moment, because as they come through, it doesn't look as bad, but in fairness, it looks worse with the spray. It doesn't look as though it's raining quite so heavily, but it just looks worse because the cars kick up the standing water, and that part of the circuit's not draining. That's the problem. But it's, yeah, there's no denying it's wet, but a lot of that's the spray rather than the rain.
And one thing you do have to do with wet tyres on a dry circuit, and quite a lot of this circuit does look to be pretty dry, is cool the tyres down. So it's a peculiar thing. This is the water that will cool the tyres if they are a little bit over warm when they're in race conditions. So a small opportunity to cool an overheating wet tyre. Hopefully they won't get the chance to do it over just one lap. Pretty sure they will be racing at the end of this one. They've had 2 acclimatisation laps, haven't they, behind the safety car?
Yes, because you think, well, if we were always going to run the rest of the race behind the safety car, why waste the set of wets? Why add to the cost for the teams? Why go back out? Why not just call it? But because we could see how wet it was on the cameras. Anyway, fingers crossed.
It's wet up here as well, isn't it?
It's greasy. Yeah, it's damp. But
I think it's wetter than it was the previous lap.
Maybe you're right. Yeah. Drivers then with the Pirelli wets, jinking around, keeping the warmth in them. But the safety car brings them through to the end of lap number 9. And hopefully one more lap. My fear is they will carry on behind the safety car. It will peel in at the end of the last lap and we'll have that token run to the checkered flag for all the cameras. But we do want a racing lap.
I think you might be right. We shall wait and see what instruction comes from race control thus far. And with the advantage of a little bit of hindsight, I think really good decisions have been made by race control in the run-up towards the restart of this race to choose essentially for the teams and for the drivers what tyre they will be on for the conditions. Well, I would hate to see them all barreling down into Lisboa on a slick racing tyre with the amount of water that's down there. That would not end well. So a wet tyre is the order of the day, under the control of the BMW safety car up towards the Melco hairpin, which from here looking down looks absolutely dry, doesn't it?
I think if the safety car were coming in, we would have been told by now.
You might be right.
So it looks as though we are going to run to the end under the safety car, which makes one wonder why the cars were released, unless it's come as a bit more of a surprise that it was quite so bad. So the safety car comes now through Fisherman's.
And also, as you quite rightly said, race control in touch with the huge experience inside the BMW safety car, and they're feeding back exactly what it's like to be driving. It's one thing to be looking at what the tarmac looks like on the television screens, but when you're behind the wheel of a car, then you've got a much, much better idea.
So on to the last lap. Still behind the safety car, so we have the result, unless anybody crashes on the last corner when the safety car, as I suspect it might do, peels in and they run to the checkered flag. It looks better for television, for cameras, for marketing to have a checkered flag waving than a red, doesn't it? So that largely seems to be why these things happen. But to go out and do 3 laps behind the safety car does seem to be a rather curious way of finishing the race.
The teams watch on the pictures and the data that they get down in pit lane, and as we follow the cars around this final lap for the qualification race for the Macau Grand Prix, first time we've got the FR cars here at Macau, and they finished the qualification race in an unusual way. But this Macau Grand Prix weekend this year for 2024 has been unusual. It's been a very unusual collection of days of weather and challenges that they have had out on the circuit. Been coming here for 12 years now, and I've not remembered rain over a prolonged period. It's certainly not been under the worry of very, very strong winds coming to Macau as well.
I would certainly say that there is less water on the road than there was when the cars were released. The first lap through there was a lot of water sloshing around. Yeah. It's a shame in a way that we couldn't have held on for half an hour. I know you didn't want to be watching cars in the pit lane for half an hour, but it would have eased perhaps, and water dissipated to a point where it was runnable. But anyway, we are where we are. The race control team have made the decision, and so Ugo Chukwu is the winner of the FIA FR World Cup qualifying race, notionally, because he will bring them round at the end of this lap. And the safety car may well peel in. There'll be a checkered flag, but you've got a result.
And Ugo Chukwu has driven an exceptional race. Let's discount what has happened since the weather changed. He was doing everything he needed to do, controlling that gap over Oliver Goethe in second position. And as we watched the BMW leading Ugo around, he was really impressive in a very difficult qualifying session yesterday, keeping his head, working out exactly what he had to do, when he had to do it. He delivered yesterday in qualifying, and in the race today, he is delivering once again. Albeit the checker flag will come out in the order we see them heading through now. Police up towards Moorish, and the continued run towards the top part of the circuit. But Ugo has done absolutely everything that he has been required to do. Super work by Ugo Chukwu, the driver that is involved, has been involved for some years now with the McLaren driver development program. Still only 17 years of age, from New York in the US, and with the support of McLaren, looking after his, so far, very impressive single-seater career.
So Ugo Chukwu then taking a race win in a much interrupted race. What did we end up with? 2 safety cars, and then the red flag, and then a 3rd safety car for the restart to the end. And tell you what, if you have the contract to supply the safety car, you're almost guaranteed a lot of airtime, aren't you? Because that has been very busy today.
And it has done a super job of bringing back information to race control about conditions out on the circuit, as Ugo Chukwu bunches the field up and comes up towards the conclusion of the final lap of the qualification race, behind the control of the BMW safety car. The wipers going very quickly indeed on that BMW, as it will peel off and allow the drivers to take the checkered flag for 10 laps complete in the qualification race for the FIA FR World Cup and Macau Grand Prix.
Ugo Chukwu then, from Oliver Goethe and Noel Leon, will be the top 3 as they make the run up towards the checkered flag, and Ugo Chukwu coasts across the line, doesn't have to accelerate because nobody can overtake him, and there is your ceremonial finish to the qualifying race. Some drivers were weaving around, getting warmth into the tyres, thinking they were going to go racing, but it was never going to be. That is the checkered flag to complete the qualifying race. That is the grid for the main race, barring any penalties that are lurking in the system. And for the RHGP team, Ugo Chukwu, then the race winner. So he was able to control the first restart by charging ahead of the opposition, and that one was able to just coast up to the line. But equally, he knew that nobody could ever make a move against him. But he didn't have to accelerate, he didn't have to stress the car, he could just take his time and bring the cars through safe and sound.
He did everything right yesterday in qualifying. He's done everything right today in the qualification race. And Ugo Chukwu takes the first little bits of Macau history, puts himself down as a winner around the streets of Macau, albeit not yet a Grand Prix winner, but he is a race winner around the streets of Macau. The very unusual streets of Macau, part wet, part dry. But with racing now complete what weather will we have tomorrow is what we begin to start to think about here, because normally it's a foregone conclusion that we will have hot, warm, dry, sticky conditions at Macau. This year, in 2024, it has been a completely unpredictable turn of events for the weather. But Ugo Chukwu takes his little bits of Macau history.
And in fairness to him, I know he didn't have to do all that many racing laps, but he didn't make a mistake, did he? He knew what he had to do and when he had to do it, and so Ugo Chukwu, coping with everything that was thrown at him, a very impressive safety car restart for the actual racing bit. Ignore the ceremonial finish, but by dropping back and then accelerating very, very early, he was able to catch Oliver Goethe slightly napping, and that meant that he deprived Goethe of that chance of being able to attack on the way down to Lisboa, which is the one key section of the lap, as we saw on the first lap of the race, where you can make a move. So he'll be well pleased with that. Last year, okay, new to the circuit, new to the type of car that we had for the Grand Prix last year, didn't really sparkle. So much of that, though, was down to what happened in qualifying, which, as we had been talking about yesterday, was a lottery in itself.
That was really hard work yesterday. They dealt with so many interruptions, but when required to do so, they had to turn it on. And Ugo Chukwu did so almost at the switch of a button, and he has provided exactly the same professionalism today, and it has paid off. A race winner at Macau, heads the field down from the Melco hairpin down through Black Sands. This is the driest part of the circuit, and runs down towards the entry to pit lane at the end of this slow down lap. And the marshals have all worked very hard over the course of 3 days here at Macau, and no doubt they will have a busy day tomorrow, racing all the way from first thing. We get the added bonus of seeing motorcycles compete for the Macau Grand Prix on race day here at Macau tomorrow.
Which is something unusual, isn't it? So that's good to see. Let's hope we don't have any more overnight rain, because it's, as you say, very odd that we've had so much in the last few days. And it's thrown the timetable up in smoke. It's probably giving people quite a lot of food for thought for next year as well, in terms of the content, the timetable, and how you structure it all, because you always learn lessons at Macau. You always find new things that crop up to test you, and that will be, I'm sure, discussed by the Macau Grand Prix committee as well.
Into pit lane they come. The top three are funneled off to the right-hand side and will head over towards the Parc Fermé area, and then we have the build-up towards the podium presentation for our qualification race, with garlands and trophies to be presented, and Ugo Chukwu can tick off one of 3 boxes for the weekend: pole for qualifying and qualifying race, top step of the podium. Top 3 head into Parc Fermé, and we'll see in a moment the very, very tall American driver getting out of the race-winning car.
And there is the very dry final part of the circuit. Odd, isn't it? Because we were initially told spots of rain at turn 21, so towards the end of the lap, but it was all down at turn 3, Lisboa, where it hit. Ugo Chukwu, the winner, from Oliver Goethe and Noah Leon. 4th to Freddie Slater from Enzo Deligny and Cooper Webster. Matteo De Palo 7th. James Wharton 8th. Now, I don't think he ever did his stop-go penalty, so that's probably up for discussion. Rashid Daheri 9th and Evan Gilter in 10th. Then Dino Beganovic in 11th from Tefal Nayal, Alex Dunn, Jin Nakamura, and in 15th place, Valerio Rinicella. After him, there was Rintaro Sato and Thiago Rodriguez. And you can see that long line of people that didn't make the end of the race. Alexander Abkhazova being the driver who came last across the line. So, the pit straight at Macau is quiet and will be so for about an hour and 10 minutes before the traffic starts to flow once more. And there is Ugo Chukwu's car, and the very tall American driver will be a delighted race winner, no doubt about it. Puts him in pole position for the main race tomorrow, and it also means that he will know how to control the start. But I think Oliver Goethe will be even more feisty when we go to the green light tomorrow when we get the race underway. So the dignitaries for the podium will be making their way towards it. The drivers will be making their way from the Parc Fermé scrutineering area. Through the paddock, up to the podium. Photographers assemble on the photographer's gantry at the foot of the podium, just next to that circular race control building. Podium just hidden behind it, and the podium at the moment has the backdrop of the television, which is then going to be made into the podium backdrop very shortly. Happy teams down in the pit lane, the R8 GP team. Good track record in junior single-seater racing over many, many years, and all smiles once again. So for Oliver Goethe, a bit of frustration, I suspect, there, that he wasn't really given another chance to go racing. Goethe was good on Thursday. Actually, quite a lot of what happened on Thursday in terms of times and the order was when you were in the pit lane, because so few laps did you get. If you were first out, you had a better chance of getting up the order. So as we wait for the drivers to get to the podium, let's have a quick break and look at the highlights of the qualifying race. Podium has now been made ready. That was the giant television screen a moment ago for the fans in the grandstand, and I think we're ready with the drivers and our dignitaries to go to the podium itself.
Of the Macau Grand Prix FIA-FR World Cup qualifying race. First of all, let's welcome the winner drivers to the podium. On second runner-up, number 7, Noel Leon from Mexico. On first runner-up, number 1, Oliver Goethe from Germany. And the winner is number 4, Ugo Chukwu from the USA. Congratulations. And now I would like to invite Mr. Luis Gomes, President of Sports Bureau and coordinator of the Macau Grand Prix Organizing Committee, to present the laurel to the winner drivers. So to our second runner-up, congratulations to Noel. And to our first runner-up, Oliver. And of course, to the winner, Ugo from the USA. Thank you, Mr. Gomes. And now, I would like to invite Mr. Ko Hai-in, President of the Legislative Assembly, to present the trophy to the 3 winner drivers as well. And now, to our second runner-up, number 7, Noel Leon from Mexico. And our first runner-up, Oliver Goethe from Germany. Congratulations. And of course, to the winner, Ugo Chukwu from the USA. Thank you. And I would like to invite back Mr. Gomes. Please remain at the center for a group photo. Please look to the center front, at the camera, at the front, at the media zone as well. Let us capture your spectacular moments. Congratulations to the winning drivers. Thank you. Thank you very much. Will other drivers please remain on stage on the podium? Please remain at your current position. Thank you, our presenter. Please remain at your current position. And now I would like to invite Chris to have a quick interview with the drivers, please.
Thank you very much. Let's start with Noel. Noel, well done. Just when we thought the rain had stopped, that was crazy, wasn't it? What was it like out there? I know you were only behind the safety car, but it seemed to be dry here, really wet over there, dry and damp in the middle.
Yeah, of course it was really tricky, especially when we arrived about 5 or 6 something with the slicks and it was done. It was really scary. But yeah, good decision right now with the money.
You're in a good spot as well. You had to work on the first 2-3 corners to stay third. Drivers queuing up behind you. You dug deep.
Yeah, it was close to almost done my race at the beginning. They hit me in turn 3. But yeah, we have a good car and tomorrow we just need to pass the first lap and then we can drive for them.
Well done, congratulations. Let's hop over to Oliver. Oliver, well done. You got a bit overshadowed yesterday, that qualifying session with all the red flags, but it was so close between you and Ugo, 14 thousandths of a second, and you've been so close today again. So we're in for a good race tomorrow, I think.
Yeah, I think so. It's been a very close battle from qualifying. Qualifying was really, really tight throughout the whole session, especially at the end. Also, the start was very close here, and at one point I got really close when it started to rain, but yeah, it was a bit risky under braking. We didn't know it had rained that much throughout the lap, so yeah, it was a bit on the limit there, and from then on it was just red flag and safety car. So there's still the race tomorrow, the big one. So yeah, I'm going to give it my all and try to get that win.
And how useful is the experience from last year being this year with all these changing conditions?
Yeah, I mean, the experience is definitely useful, having driven the track last year. I haven't driven in these conditions, though, in the wet and in mixed conditions. None of us have, so that's definitely tricky for us, especially because it's a different car. But yeah, I mean, we've adapted well, and yeah, it's definitely a good battle now.
It will be good. Good luck tomorrow. Ugo, well done to you. You've had to deal with all sorts this weekend with the weather and stoppages. How hard has it been to stay focused and concentrated with everything that's been going on?
Yeah, it was really tricky with the rain that started to fall in Sector 1 and 2. I had quite a big gap, so I was just trying to manage it as well as possible and yeah, take no risk through that section. But yeah, really happy to bring it home. The car was working really well. Big thanks to the whole R-Race team. And yeah, it puts us in a really good position for tomorrow's race. And yeah, we keep pushing.
But you were quite pleased that there was no restart and the safety car stayed out.
Yeah, it was quite tricky conditions. As I said, especially in T3, it was really wet. Being in the lead, I had the least spray. So, but yeah, no restart, so it made my life a bit easy. And yeah, as I said, it puts us in a nice place tomorrow. Feeling confident. As I said, car was really good today. And yeah, looking forward to tomorrow's race already.
Well done today. Good luck tomorrow. Your race winner, Ugo Ugachukwu.
Congratulations. Thank you, Chris. Congratulations to all the drivers. Thank you very much. One more photo on the podium. And congratulations again to all the drivers and riders today. And we do look forward to amazing races tomorrow. And good luck to all the drivers and riders tomorrow. See you all tomorrow. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
So the third of the 4 days of the 71st Macau Grand Prix comes to an end, and tomorrow is going to be an important day because we have the Motorcycle Grand Prix, we have the championship deciding round of the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour, we have the Macau SAR Establishment Cup for the local drivers in road sports and in GT4, and of course the FIA GT World Cup and the Macau Grand Prix. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now.
Okay, welcome to the press conference, the top 3 finishers from the Macau Grand Prix FIA FR World Cup. We have our race winner, Ugo Chukwu, second place, Oliver Goethe, and third place, Noel Leon. Congratulations to all 3 of you.
歡迎大家嚟到澳門格蘭披治大賽國際汽聯 FR 世界盃選拔賽嘅賽後記者會。首先，我哋恭喜台上面嘅車手，佢哋分別係第1名嘅烏高卓古，第2名嘅戈德同埋第3名嘅里昂。
Ugo, congratulations. It's been a kind of dramatic and chaotic weekend up to today, and more drama in that race. First, let's talk about the start. You got away quite well, but Oliver looked like he dragged past you a little bit, even maybe ahead into Mandarin, and then you managed to pull ahead. How was those first kind of moments of the race?
Yeah, start was not bad, but yeah, he managed to get alongside. But yeah, I was able to keep the lead in T3, which was crucial. The first few laps were really good. I got a good safety car restart, which gave me some gap. And yeah, the car was feeling really good in those conditions. I was just trying to manage the gap as best as possible. And then it started to drizzle a little bit, which made things, yeah, interesting. Made them, yeah, very tricky into the first braking zone, which is already quite bumpy. And yeah, you have to brake really late. And with those slippery conditions, it was even harder. So yeah, I just tried to stay within the limit, not make any mistakes, and yeah, just stick it out until the red flag. Then yeah, obviously we put the wet tires on, but yeah, there was no restart, so just had to bring it home until the end. Yeah, really happy with today's win. It puts us in a really good position for tomorrow again, and with how the pace was today, I'm really confident going in tomorrow. I'll be able to try to get another really good result and take the win.
剛才選拔賽嘅冠軍車手烏高卓古就同我哋分享咗，其實佢喺起步嘅時候咧都做得唔錯嘅，喺之後嘅幾圈咧亦都可以保持住個優勢啦。安全車時段咧，佢亦都可以保持住嗰個同後車之間嘅距離嘅。咁但係咧，其實賽道都因為之後又落雨啦、天氣嘅問題啦，咁加上中間都有一個紅旗啦，咁所以其實咧喺剎車位啦，同埋喺呢個賽道咁濕咁滑嘅情況底下，可以繼續去保持住嗰個水準同埋保持住嗰個溫度咧，其實都有一定嘅困難嘅。咁佢都好開心啦，最後可以攞到選拔賽嘅冠軍啦，而佢都有信心可以喺聽日嘅正賽裏邊咧繼續作出好嘅表現嘅。
You'd obviously done all the hard work to get ahead, and the restart after the red flag, obviously wet conditions and a chance it could get going again. What was going through your head in those moments? Were you hoping actually it would finish under the safety car, or do you think you'd been up for it if it had gone?
Yeah, in my head I was just, focusing on where to restart, try to get another good safety car restart, as the first one was really good and I was able to make a gap. So yeah, my focus was just to do that again and give me a good safety window into the first braking zone. Obviously with only one lap to go, if it had restarted, just try and bring it home until the end. But yeah, of course, never happened.
而烏高卓古亦都有補充到啦，其實喺紅旗之後咧，重新開起步嘅時候咧，佢都一直都好專注喺點樣可以喺重新開始之後咧，可以保持住嗰個優勢嘅。而佢都好開心啦，可以做到啦，咁亦都希望喺聽日嘅比賽裏邊咧，亦都可以做到一樣嘅效果嘅。
Oliver, well done on second place. Going back to the beginning of the race, it seemed you got kind of your nose just ahead of Ugo on that run down to Mandarin. And then did you lose momentum, or was it just the kind of the racing line you're on through there?
Yeah, it was definitely a close start. I think I got a bit of a better launch off the line. Then T1 is to the left, so I gained a little bit of distance there. And then, yeah, for Mandarin, I mean, I kept it flat all the way up to the wall. But yeah, on the inside, you just do less distance and there's a bit more grip there. So yeah, Ugo managed to get that bit more and then have the inside line for the braking. So there was not much I could do really at the start. Then yeah, after there was some close moments. I got close at the end when it started to rain. but the braking was really sketchy into T3. So yeah, it was a bit too on the limit to make a move there, especially because we didn't know it was raining throughout our lap. It was just raining in that section. So yeah, it was tricky to pass today, but there's still a longer race tomorrow, and yeah, I'm gonna go for it.
而排喺第2位嘅高德咧，亦都有同我哋分享，其實喺賽事嘅前段咧，佢因為各種嘅原因啦，所以未能夠喺入彎嘅時候咧，做咗一個好嘅成績，咁就令到烏高卓古咧可以開始拉開咗個距離啦。咁所以之後咧，佢哋都有曾經有幾次好接近啦，可以攞到嗰個桿位嘅位置。咁但係因為之後受天雨嘅影響啦，咁其實嗰個剎車同埋成個部署咧都會有唔同嘅。咁但係最後咧，佢都好開心可以有喺呢個咁艱巨嘅賽程中可以攞到呢個成績。希望聽日可以表現得更加好。
We've had very few actual dry laps this weekend between you. There's been almost zero pace difference between the pair of you. What do you feel kind of are the relative kind of strengths, weaknesses of the car so far, and the feelings going into tomorrow?
Yeah, as you said, I think it's really close. I think qualifying showed that. Yeah, and the start, we're starting right next to each other, so that's also going to be close tomorrow, I'm sure. And yeah, pace-wise, we'll see how it is tomorrow. I think, as you said, we haven't had so many laps in the dry, so to keep consistent consistently on the limit is difficult in this track. So yeah, we'll try to not make any mistakes, and I think I'll get the opportunity at some point.
哥德剛才都有補充到咧，其實佢覺得自己喺排位賽裏邊咧都可以展現到自己嘅實力嘅，咁但係好可惜啦，因為今日其實喺乾爽嘅賽道上面作賽嘅圈數並唔夠快啦，咁所以咧保持住一個穩定同埋平均嘅水平咧，對於佢嚟講亦都逐漸地艱難啦。咁所以咧，聽日佢希望自己可以唔好喺賽事裏邊犯下任何嘅錯誤啦，佢相信總會有機會可以完成到一個更加好嘅成績嘅。
Now, congratulations on third place, but I think got quite crowded down on that kind of run down to Lisboa on lap 1. Was that kind of how are things from your perspective, and did that effectively decide the race?
Yeah, I mean, I get a good launch in the start, similar to Hugo and Oli. Then, of course, I couldn't keep flat too because I was really close with them. So, and yeah, I need to lift a bit so that we have a gap between them. But then we arrived to Lisboa. I got hit behind. I almost ended in the wall. But yeah, it was really close. We need to tomorrow have a bit better launch to have more space in the braking for T3. But yeah, we managed to keep it on track. 而第3位嘅里昂咧，亦都表示其實自己喺起步之後咧，就並未能可以做出一個比較好嘅距離啦，因為其實同隔離嘅車都好近，咁甚至咧進入呢個葡京灣嘅時候咧，仲落後咗添。咁但係咧，佢對於賽果都滿意啦，咁希望聽日嘅正賽裏邊可以做出更加好嘅成績。
And then before the red flag stoppage, what were conditions like? How tricky were they in that first sector? Because we couldn't see on the TV kind of just how much it was raining or what it was like.
Yeah, it was really tricky. Obviously, every lap was getting darker on that section, so we know that at some point it will be some drops of rain. But yeah, we never thought that it was going to be super quick and super wet when we arrived. So yeah, I saw that Oli and Hugo was kind of battling, so I was going to push a bit more. But then when we arrived there, I just locked up my wheels because it was super damp. So yeah, really tricky that lap. But yeah, it was really difficult because only that section was wet. So the rest you can push flat out. But yeah, this race you need to keep it on track for tomorrow. Tomorrow is an important race, and yeah, you don't need to do anything wrong today.
咁佢亦都有補充咧，其實喺紅旗出事之前呢個天已經越嚟越黑，咁其實大家都諗住會落雨㗎啦，咁但係就冇諗過咁突然啦，同埋咁大雨啦，咁所以其實喺去到呢個雨勢比較嚴重嘅路段之前呢，佢都希望自己可以盡快咁樣向前衝啦，可以 keep up 嗰個速度啦，咁但係最後啦好可惜啦，因為去到嗰個路段實在係太大雨啦，但係都好開心啦，自己並未喺成個過程當中犯下錯誤嘅。
Okay, any questions for our top three?
依家開放現場傳媒提問。
Michael Butterworth, Xinhua News Agency. To all three drivers, just briefly, could you explain what winning Macau would mean for your profile and for your career progression?
Macau is, I think winning around Macau is super special. I think this track is super historic. You know, it has a great story to it. The circuit hasn't changed much throughout the years. So like I said, it'll be really special to win around here. Also the feeling on a quality lap to get everything right, being so close to the limit with all the high speed section. And yeah, even in the racing, to be able to pull it off, be consistent throughout the race, not make any mistakes. With the slipstream, with the really long straight, it's quite tricky to defend. And I think to bring it home around here will be really special.
Yeah, for me it's extremely special, this race. I think it would mean, you know, everything to me to win this race. It's such a special event, to be honest. Historically, there's been so many amazing drivers that's been here, that's won here. So yeah, to win would just be an amazing feeling. To win it's really difficult as well. As Hugo said, to be able to qualify so close to the front, you have to be really on the limit and keep out the walls throughout the entire weekend. So yeah, it means a lot, and it's definitely very special and good for me in my career.
Yeah, for me it will be the same. It's such a special circuit, it's such a special event. You know, we normally race in Europe, so to get a win in Macau is such a special. Yeah, for your career means a lot. So yeah, I love this place. I love the track. I love the people that are here, and yeah, for me it will be very grateful. I will be really grateful for winning it, and it will be great to close the year with a win in Macau.
Any more questions? No, we're all good. Congratulations to the three of you. If we can arrange another photograph, that'd be fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the press conference for the qualifying session of the 56th edition of the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. In third place for FHO Racing BMW Motorrad, Peter Hickman. Second place for 38 Motorsport by Pens 13 Racing, Erno Costamo, who appears to have gone missing. And on pole position for FHO Racing BMW Motorrad, Davey Todd. Davey, we'll come to you first. It's been a trying couple of days, but we've got a grid in the end. Well done.
Yeah, it's been me and Pete were just talking about it on the way up here, and it was actually a really difficult session, not only because of the conditions, but what we've had to sort of go through, the ups and downs of the last couple of days is something it's quite hard to explain actually, but sort of preparing yourself to go out and get out for practice and qualifying sessions, and then getting told, you know, very shortly before the session it's not going to go, and it's when the weather's turned and stuff like that. It's your mood's going up and down, up and down, up and down for the last couple of days, a few days, and finally getting out this morning. The track conditions still been sketchy and starting to rain, and it was hard to sort of get your head in the zone to do a half decent lap, if you will. So really surprised at the lap time I did, given all those circumstances. But I think we're all a bit steady out there. Oh, I felt like I was anyway.
歡迎大家嚟到澳門格蘭披治電單車第56屆大賽排位賽嘅賽後記者會。首先，我哋恭喜台面上面嘅車手，佢哋分別係第一名嘅陶德，第二名未能出席今次記者會嘅哥達摩，同埋第三名嘅克爾文嘅。咁剛才咧，陶德都有同我哋講過咧，其實喺成個比賽過程當中咧，因為由比賽週開始啦，本身可以上賽道由自由練習開始，咁之後被取消啦，然之後多次嘅更改嘅時間咧，其實都好影響心情嘅。咁今日終於有機會可以上到賽道啦，但係又因為天雨嘅影響啦，同埋賽道嘅狀況咧，而受到一啲干擾啦，所以其實好難去集中，真係好 focus 咁樣去完成一場賽事嘅。咁佢對自己可以擦出好嘅圈速咧，都覺得好驚喜啦，亦都好開心啦。
Peter, before we get on to the lap and the session itself, you took a senior rider role and went round with the course inspectors looking at what was going on. How was that?
Yeah, I was asked to just to go and have a look, just to give some opinion. Obviously, I'm fairly experienced here, as is Michael Rutter and Paul Jordan, who were both in the car as well. But obviously, it was just so wet. We were not really expecting just quite how much water had come down. And it took a long time to dry. Normally Macau dries really fast, but I think because it's early in the morning and the humidity is really high already, I think it was really struggled to kind of dry. But once it did start, it actually dried up really fast. But yeah, it was the first time I've actually been around the Macau gear circuit in a car.
剛才咧排喺第3名嘅克爾文都有同我哋分享，其實喺賽事進行喺紅旗嘅階段咧，佢啦同埋佢嘅隊友咧都有被邀請去同賽事嘅人員一齊去睇下個賽道嘅狀況嘅。咁佢就話今次其實係佢第一次以4個轆咁樣去喺東望洋嘅賽道上邊去感受呢條賽道啦。咁佢就話其實喺當時咧見到條賽道都好濕啦，咁加上其實乾嘅時間都比較長，但係好彩嘅就係咧排位賽進行嘅期間呢條賽道就乾得好快啦。
And qualifying itself and your lap, happy with the front row?
Yeah, actually really happy with the front row. Don't know what happened there. Yeah, really happy with the front row. It's I'm somebody that takes a long time to get going generally, and that was session 1 for us. So and with all the interruptions, like what Davey was saying, it's been a hard week for the motorcycle lot, but hey, it's the way it goes. It's the same for all of us. I'm actually quite happy to be as close as what I am, to be fair, because like I say, I'm really kind of a builder sort of rider. I tend to, like, session by session, lap by lap, I get a bit faster each time, and to be only kind of half a second-ish away, but a little bit more is I'm more than happy with the front row.
克爾文亦都有補充到，其實佢覺得自己咧並非係嗰啲可以喺賽事前段就擦出最佳圈速嘅人，佢係一個需要逐圈咁樣不停咁樣去提速嘅一個人啦。所以佢對今次嘅比賽嘅成績啦，同埋可以喺首排發車咧呢個賽果係非常之滿意嘅。咁佢認為其實對所有電單車嘅車手嚟講咧，今個比賽週末都非常之艱巨啦，所以佢好開心我哋可以擦出到一個圈速，可以繼續到比賽嘅。
And finally, Davey, hopefully for you, one better than last year, but it's going to be a hell of a race at the front.
Yeah, for sure. I'm under no illusion that pole position is going to give me the race victory. I know Pete's going to battle hard, and we've got Erno to contend with, which I know he'll push really hard as well and have a go. So it's going to be a good battle. I'm looking for one better than last year for sure, and hopefully we can put the FHO BMW on the top step here in Macau, or the top 3 steps would be really good.
陶德最後亦都有補充到啦，佢好期待咧可以同克爾文咧再次好似舊年一樣咧上演又一場嘅爭位戰，希望可以代表廠隊再次攞到好成績。
Well, thanks very much, guys. Good luck for tomorrow. In 3rd place for FHO Racing, BMW Motorrad, Peter Hickman, and pole position for FHO Racing, BMW Motorrad, Davey Todd.
welcome to the press conference after the first race here in Macau of the 2024 Kumo FIA TCR World Tour. Congratulations to the drivers and the representative of the winning manufacturer here. And let's start with the third classified, Michele Ascona. So Michele, maybe the critical moment was the start. Are you happy with your start?
Yes, it was for me the only chance to attack Ted. I did my best on the launch. I think I had a average start, but I was not enough to fight against him in Lisbon, because the first meter I felt that he was stronger than me, and then top speed. I think he was stronger than me, so I was not in a good position to go for an overtake in Lisbon, and I tried my best. And then after the red flag, with Norby behind me and Ian behind, so we decided to think on the championship, and we swap position. So yeah, very happy for that. Strategy work perfectly. And anyways, happy for this podium with the extra 30 kilos. I can be really happy to be now on P3 here in Macau in this challenging track with extra weight. So anyways, very happy for that, and target achieved.
歡迎大家嚟到澳門東望人大賽 Kumo 國際汽聯 TCR 世界巡迴賽澳門站第一回合正賽嘅賽後記者會。首先，我哋恭喜台上面嘅3位車手，佢哋分別係111號車手比亞克。排第二嘅係米治利斯，第3名嘅係阿斯哥拿，同埋咧我哋有廠隊嘅代表嘅。咁剛才咧阿斯哥拿咧就分享咗佢喺啱啱呢場比賽嘅成個過程啦。咁佢覺得自己喺起步嗰度咧係做得唔錯嘅。喺比賽過程當中，尤其是喺紅旗之後咧，其實佢都有盡力去將自己嘅名次推到最前啦。但係好可惜咧，過程當中佢未能夠成功可以爭上更加前嘅位置。但係佢對呢一個可以喺澳門攞到第3名嘅呢一個成績咧，都非常之滿意嘅。
You spoke about helping your teammate in view of the title fight, but your title fight is not over yet. You are only 26 points behind him, and there are 30 points at stake tomorrow. So how do you see tomorrow's race?
Mathematically, for sure, I am still, but if we think about that, Norby is fighting for that, and our goal is him, to be honest. To be very fair, make no sense to to make me fighting for something almost impossible. And yeah, I think we have to be very focused on that tomorrow, and we need to finish the job. It's not done, so we have to be smart tomorrow and to try to win it and to do our best. I don't want to skip to congrats Ted and Norby for this race, and yeah, I think it's what I said.
而佢亦都有補充到啦，其實以成個車隊同埋成個整體嘅戰略嚟睇嘅話咧，其實佢就覺得因為佢同爭奪呢個年度冠軍中間嘅嗰個距離都已經比較大啦，所以其實佢繼續為個人向前推進咧，其實冇乜意義嘅，反而係希望可以為成個車隊攞到更加好嘅成績為先。而聽日嘅比賽咧，佢哋都會繼續專注於做呢一件事嘅。
Second in the race, but still first in the championship, Norbert Michelis. Norbert, was there anything else you can do today to beat Ted?
First, I need to start with two things, saying thank you very much to my teammate Mikel, and also congrats to Ted. My race started good. I had a very good start. I could immediately pass Jan, and this was a very important thing, because being behind Mikel, we agreed before the race some strategies for some scenarios, but then I was hoping for him to take Ted. I saw that he did his best, but in the end I think we scored very good points for the team championship. We scored very good points for the drivers championship. Again, we showed that we are working very good together as a team, because you know in Macau it's never easy. You can do everything right and you can still get unlucky. So I still don't think it's time to think about 5 points leading the championship or starting order for the race tomorrow, because, I mean, you saw after the start, T3, T4 today, you can be caught up in a huge mess for no reason. So in the end, I think the target has to be to stay focused, still to improve the car a bit, because today I was pushing quite hard, but I felt that Ted had the edge on me in terms of pace. But yeah, let's wait and see. Tomorrow it's going to be important to have a good start, and like usual, I will give my best.
排喺第2位，亦都係國際汽聯 TCR 世界巡迴賽目前車手榜嘅榜首米捷利斯咧，就有分享到。首先佢好希望藉此機會咧，可以多謝佢嘅隊友啦，喺比賽過程當中都幫咗佢好多。佢覺得自己喺比賽中咧嘅起步做得好好，好快咧就超越咗艾拿卓。之後咧本身以為可以同佢有一番激烈嘅爭位戰啦，但係好可惜就冇啦。咁其實佢覺得喺成個比賽過程當中咧，作為成個團隊啦，喺呢一場賽甚至係成個錦標賽、成個巡迴賽嘅過程當中，其實都非常之好。喺澳門咧一直都係非常之艱難嘅賽道，即使你冇犯任何嘅錯誤，都未必係可以攞到冠軍嘅。所以佢依家諗嘅咧已經唔係佢喺車手榜度以5分嘅優勢領先啦，佢反而係希望咧可以喺聽日嘅比賽裏邊繼續專注參加比賽同埋不斷進步，攞到最好嘅成績。
Norby, tomorrow is another day, another race, a different grid. You will start ahead of Ted, but you will have 6 other drivers ahead of you. Will it be complicated?
You have to imagine, Fabio, it's the last race of the season, the championship being at stake, and we are in Macau. So the only thing I'm sure about that it will not be a straightforward race, and it will not be a straightforward approach to turn 3. And then, like I said, you can do everything right and you can be still caught up in a mess. So for me, my strategy will be to focus on myself, to do the best possible start, and then to hope to have some luck.
佢亦都補充到啦，其實聽日嘅比賽就係本賽季嘅最後一場賽事，加上喺澳門都冇人跑道上面進行，其實淨係呢2個因素咧，就已經知道聽日嘅比賽一定會非常之艱巨啦，好有挑戰性啦。尤其是喺入到第3彎嘅時候，其實之後嘅賽事都更加艱難啦。所以佢咧依家都希望自己可以繼續專注喺比賽裏邊啦，同埋希望呢個幸運嘅女神可以眷顧佢。
Let's get to the race winner today. Ted, we cannot say that you are not trying everything to revert the situation in the standings, because pole position yesterday, race win today, you are definitely scoring the maximum of points so far, so you should be very proud of yourself.
Yeah, it feels very good to be here, so a big thank you to my competition. Congratulations also with what Mikkel did yesterday. I managed to beat him with 200s, just 200s, and he has more kilos in his car. So I think that was the, winning point today, that I could start just in front of you. So and big respect also, because Mikkel, I know he's such a, hard and good fighter, but he gave me the respect today, and so I can only be so happy where I'm sitting and with the win. But Norby said tomorrow, new day. And he's leading, and I'm starting behind from P10. So, yeah, it's nice to have a victory in Macau, but I know it's not over yet, but I'm very happy.
而今場賽事嘅冠軍比約克咧，亦都分享到啦，佢非常之開心可以嚟到澳門參賽啦，好多謝佢身邊嘅2位車手可以同佢一齊同場競技，尤其是係譬如話同阿斯哥拿啦，其實佢哋之前咧都已經有一個比較激烈嘅爭位戰啦，而佢好多謝咧米捷利斯喺今場賽事當中咧冇將佢推到最盡，好尊重佢，等佢可以有機會咧去攞到呢一場賽事嘅冠軍嘅。咁聽日又係新嘅一日啦，咁佢覺得自己會繼續專注喺呢個比賽過程當中，同埋攞到最好嘅成績。
Only 5 points between you. That after such a long season is a very small gap. So what will be your strategy to fill these latest 5 points?
Now, but first I have to start with saying that now I'm sitting here winning, and it feels like when I just entered the WTCC 2016, this was my dream, you know, fighting with the best drivers. And I'm doing it now in a good way, so I'm really, you know, very happy for this. Norby has been in the game so long, so when I came to the championship, I was like, I have to beat Norby. But tomorrow, 5 points, you know, many things has happened during the championship. It's just, yeah, it's the last race and it's Macau, but it's been a lot of things happening before in the season, so, you know, for me, let's just race fair and, yeah, let's crown the champion tomorrow and, you know, clean way, I hope. So.
而剛才咧，我哋亦都有問到比約克其實自己同米哲利斯之間咧只有5個積分嘅差距啦。佢聽日嘅戰略會唔會有所改變？咁佢表示咧，其實自己喺2016年開始駕駛同類賽車之後咧，反而佢一直以嚟嘅夢想就係希望可以同最好嘅車手去同場競技。咁佢好開心啦，可以同米哲利斯一齊參加比賽啦。聽日會係喺澳門嘅最後一場賽事，亦都係成個巡迴賽嘅最後一場。所以佢希望依家佢已經唔再諗車手嘅積分啦，佢唯一關注嘅咧就係希望聽日可以係一場公平啦同埋好順利嘅比賽。
So the drivers' championship was to be decided tomorrow, but the team's championship has been decided today and went to Lincoln Co. Cyan Racing. We have Alexander Morzeski, head of Geely Motorsport. So Alexander, as a great satisfaction for you and all the group, I believe.
Yes, and it's quite magical. I think my first time in Macau was in 2004. We had an evaluation season that back then with the Volvo, and we came here, we dreamt actually to be a full-time competitor on this track. And obviously now we come here today with the Lincoln Co. The brand just turned 7 years old. It has been racing for 5 years old, and today was the 100th podium in 5 years, and winning the team title. So it's really a magical moment. And also in this place, which is like the, how you say, the epicenter of motorsport in the East, it's just amazing.
雖然我哋嘅車手總冠軍啦，要等聽日先至可以公佈啦，但係其實咧車隊嘅總冠軍咧已經係啱啱呢一場比賽結束之後誕生咗㗎啦，咁就係由 Lincoln Co 車隊去奪得嘅。咁我哋剛才咧亦都訪問咗車隊嘅代表啦，咁佢就話咧其實佢自己咧就係2004年第一次嚟到澳門，咁 Lincoln Co 咧其實呢個廠隊咧就成立咗7年啦，參加賽車咧其實都已經有5年嘅時間。今日喺澳門嘅呢一個成績係佢哋嘅第100個前3甲嘅成績，所以對佢哋嘅成個團隊嚟講嘅意義都非常之重大啦。佢覺得可以喺澳門呢一種史詩級嘅賽道上面比賽咧係非常之高興啦，亦都非常之開心可以攞到呢個成績嘅。
And I believe you can say that it has been a memorable season for the team, not only for the championship, but also because 3 weeks ago you managed to have a victory of Ma Qinghua, a Chinese driver in a Chinese car on a Chinese racetrack, that I think that is something that you will remember forever.
Yeah, of course. I think every victory is special in its own way, but as you know, during the years of the pandemic, we were not able to have a home race, and finally we are there this year in Zhuzhou, and Ma scoring this victory with absolutely amazing driving on the last lap through the last 5 corners, side by side with Girolami. Super good fight and super fair from both drivers, and yeah, it just been a really amazing journey, and we're so happy to have the championship stabilize and focus on the core, which is pure racing, you know, tough competition, the best teams, drivers in the world in the same space. So really looking forward to tomorrow. As I said, Ted has nothing to lose. He can only win tomorrow, I think, or flat out, and hope that we have a good ending of the season. It's been a fantastic so far, and big credit to Norby, Ascona, Girolami, fantastic squadra for sure, really good, tough competition but fair. So yeah, we really enjoy being here.
佢咧亦都有補充到，其實早前喺賽季嘅前幾站咧，佢喺株洲咧其實都上演咗一場好激烈嘅戰爭嘅，咁就係由呢個中國車手啦駕駛住呢個賽車，即兩位車手一直爭奪到最後一圈嘅最後5個彎位咧，先至可以出到一個最後嘅成績啦。咁所以其實佢覺得成個賽季咧，佢哋每一次有車手站喺頒獎台上邊嘅時候咧，佢都非常之開心啦，覺得每一次都值得慶祝。賽季進行至今咧，佢覺得自己佢哋嘅表現都非常之好啦，希望聽日嘅最後一場比賽裏邊咧都可以有一個唔錯嘅成績。
So, any questions from the floor?
依家開放俾現場傳媒朋友提問。
Okay, so may I have a round of applause, please? And let's make a picture all together. Thank you.
Race press conference for the Macau GT Cup, FIA GTA World Cup. We have our top 3 finishers here off an exciting race today. Raffaele Marciello, our winner. Second place, Dries Van Tor. Third place, Antonio Fuoco. Congratulations to all 3 of you.
歡迎大家嚟到滿 GT 杯國際汽聯 GT 世界盃選拔賽嘅賽後記者會。首先，我哋恭喜台上面嘅車手，佢哋分別係排第1嘅馬些路，第2位迪亞士雲科爾同埋第3位嘅富奧。
Raffaele, if I can start with you, got away cleanly there from pole position and through turn 1, but it seems like Dries then got a run on you down into Mandarin. How were those kind of first 2 corners, and then obviously that moment at Lisboa when you took the lead?
Yeah, I got well surprised by, the grip in T1. It was quite low today, and yeah, had a bit of a moment in T1, and then Dries here was able to overtake me, but then yeah, luckily for me, he went a bit too deep in Lisboa, and then I was able to overtake him back.
剛才咧馬西路亦都同我哋分享咗佢喺賽事過程嘅過程啦。咁佢就話咧，其實佢由崗位出發之後咧，其實去到第1個彎位咧都係好順利嘅。咁之後咧，其實就已經受到對手嘅攻擊啦。咁但係好彩咧，佢喺賽事嘅結果咧都係可以攞翻第1位嘅成績嘅。
You then pushed on quite a bit, but there didn't seem much separating you and Dries. A couple of laps, you'd be a few temps ahead, then the gap would come down again. How hard was it kind of managing wanting to build up a gap, but not obviously pushing too hard and risking everything?
It's when you're in front, then you can control a bit the pace. It's difficult to overtake around this track, so then I knew when I was in front, it was just a matter to bring the car back. In P1 at the end of the race, and yeah, it was not easy because the grip is quite low, but as I said, when you're in front, then you can control a bit.
馬西路咧都有補充，其實雖然佢同迪亞士之間咧一度都有呢個爭位戰嘅出現啦，咁但係其實佢就覺得只要佢自己可以攞翻大頭嘅位置咧，基本上都可以控制翻個速度啦。咁同埋喺澳門嘅賽道上咧，不嬲都唔可以太冒險嘅。
Dries, congratulations on second place. I think the first lap obviously proved quite critical there. How are things from your perspective, both that drafting past Raffaele and then what happened down at Lisboa?
Yeah, for sure, not really planned, to be honest, before the race, but at the end, I saw that I had a moment in turn 1, and I had a really good turn 1, so I had such a run on him that I decided to go. At the end, you come to Macau to win the race, you don't come here to finish second or third, so I went for it. It didn't work out for me, unfortunately. I went too deep in Lisboa, but yeah, it is what it is. Tomorrow's another day. Lello, was good. It wasn't really a fight, but it was good battle, let's say, to stay close to Lello and to not let him go away too much, to see, especially as well for tomorrow, how the tires were going down and how the pace is in general. And as Lello mentioned as well, track was quite low grip today, so it was a bit tricky. And I saw Antonio as well, sometimes closing a bit, so it was not the easiest of ones, but happy to finish second, and let's see what happens tomorrow.
而第二位嘅迪亞士咧，亦都有分享，其實佢自己喺起步啦，同埋去進入呢個第一彎嘅時候嘅表現都非常之好，所以佢喺跟住落嚟嘅部分咧，就想超越呢個試下超越對手馬些路啦。咁但係因為佢去到葡京灣嘅時候咧，因為控制得唔好啦，咁所以就錯失咗呢個超越嘅機會。整體嚟講咧，雖然佢覺得唔係一場好激烈嘅戰鬥嘅爭位戰啦，但係佢覺得自己可以攞到第二位都非常之好嘅。因為今日咧佢就話其實條賽道咧嘅嗰個抓地力咧都唔係咁好喎，所以佢就希望可以保住架車啦，然後喺聽日嘅比賽裏邊作出更好嘅成績。
The gap got up to 1.2 seconds initially, and then it came down steadily. It was down to 0.6 at the end. Did you think there was a kind of a sniff of a challenge potentially at the end, or do you think it was just a case of just holding on to second place and seeing what was possible?
No, for sure. Especially as well, what already happened in the beginning. I mean, me and Lello, we for sure had a chat because we are both, BMW. So we tried to make it easy for ourselves. But unfortunately, you can never really judge how a start goes, and things happen that you don't really expect or think about. So sometimes you just have to take it as it goes, and it went like this today. So for sure, after that, I just decided to end up second. And as well as Lello already mentioned, it's quite difficult to pass here unless you are really a lot faster. So to be able to try something in Lisboa, you need to take a lot of risk, and today is not really worth that risk.
而迪亞士雲科爾亦都有補充到咧，其實佢同馬些路之間咧曾經有一段距離係非常之接近嘅。咁佢就話喺呢一段接近嘅時候咧，其實佢都已經喺葡京灣咧作出咗一個好大嘅嘗試啦，採取咗一個比較進擊少少嘅呢個超車嘅行為啦。咁但係最後未能成功。咁之後咧，佢就決定都係保住自己第二位嘅成績比較緊要啦。咁同埋馬些路其實都係同佢一樣啦，都係寶馬嘅車手啦，所以佢都唔想有任何嘅錯失嘅。
Antonio, well done on third place. Again, the first lap seemed absolutely critical. A spectacular move around the outside of Morrow at turn one. How was that? How brave was that move to do it there?
Yeah, I think I had a good start. We touched a bit with Morrow in turn one, but luckily everything went quite okay. I was able to go to the front, and then I had a big moment in Mandarin, which I think I was a bit lucky there. But apart from that, I think the pace overall was quite okay. Obviously, the guy in front, they were a bit faster. But yeah, we try to do our best, and tomorrow we try to fight with them if we have the chance.
傅亦都表示咧，其實覺得自己喺比賽嘅起步做得非常之好啦，過程當中咧亦都係保持自己嘅步伐嘅。咁雖然比賽嘅過程當中有幾個位係令佢有啲沮喪啦，咁但係佢都希望可以喺聽日嘅比賽裏邊正賽裏邊咧繼續努力。
The gap opened up initially in those first laps, but again as the race went on, it kind of you chipped away and the pace seemed to come. Do you think tomorrow, over the long distance, there is a chance to challenge the two BMWs?
I mean, honestly, I think it's quite difficult. I mean, when you are on the front, you can manage a bit more. I was with Mauro quite close, so I need to push a bit more. But maybe tomorrow, with the race a bit longer, we can do a bit better. We don't know, because at the end we didn't run a lot during the free practice. So tomorrow we will discover everything. As they say, the grip was very low today, quite tricky. For sure, with all the cars around today, it will be a bit better tomorrow.
而傅亦都有補充到咧，其實佢覺得喺聽日嘅比賽，雖然佢係會比今日嘅選拔賽長一啲啦，咁但係佢都冇把握話一定可以超越到對手攞到更加好嘅成績，但係佢會盡力嘅。
Okay, any questions for our top three?
依家開放現場傳媒提問。
No, easy. Congratulations. If you can just stay for a photograph as well, that'd be fantastic. Thank you.